HND stereophonic sound for the home is recorded on two separate tracks, each one giving special emphasis to certain sections of the orchestra.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to day 2 of the Overwatch Invitational, presented by HND and Lioncast. We're in the playoffs bracket today. I'm your caster, LaFawn. With me, my co-caster, Bren. How's it going?
Hi, man. It's good to be here. Good to be casting some Overwatch. Should be a hell of a game that we've got, or even just games in general ahead for today. I think the first game we're going to be heading into is LDLC versus Hammers, which should be an absolutely insane one to really kick it off. Two of easily the best teams in Europe right now. LDLC winners of the recent Gamers Assembly LAN. You've got Hammers, who have always been a top contender for that #1 spot in EU. Going to be battling out today in the playoffs. Going to be really, really interesting.
Indeed. Actually, and one thing to note is that I believe LDLC didn't even drop a map yesterday in the, or not map, a series yesterday in the round robin area that we had them play through. So that's something definitely to look as we go forward into the playoffs. As you mentioned, let us know. I'm something curious about LDLC today. To my understanding, you're playing with a substitute today or a different player.
Yeah, interestingly enough, I thought it was going to be Nesh playing. I think, unless I've got it wrong in the lobby area, it should be. Yeah, there we go. They swapped the players around now. I was a bit confused there. So it's not LDLC that are running the replacement. It's actually Hammers. Instead of Zapri, they're going to be running Nesh. So they're basically just rotating all the ex-Laser Kittens players that are being cut from the roster, basically. So they're just trying out a different DPS player. Whether or not that will give LDLC an edge, yet to be seen. I'm not too sure. But Hammers are still looking incredibly strong. I mean, DPS is one of those roles where, as long as they're not going to be main calling, like certain teams do run DPS play, like the DPS players in a sort of main calling role. I know Rise Nation take a lot of their calls from Xrezi, but I think Hammers aren't in that role. I'm not too sure who is the sort of main caller in that roster. So swapping out DPS player sort of last minute for tournaments isn't as big of a deal. And LDLC are just looking really, really, really strong. As I mentioned, they're just coming off the back of the win of basically every win, every series they won in the recent group stages of the HND Invitational that we're casting now. And they've just come off the back of a LAN win at Gamers Assembly. They're looking incredibly strong. EU is honestly such a stacked region for talent. It's incredible. Compared to every other region, Korea is pretty much the only comparable region when it comes to how stacked each team is up against each other.
One of the things, I mean, is, especially in EU, is that when we don't have those tournaments frequently and often, it's tough to sort of gauge the level as to which these teams can play at. But watching the teams yesterday, specifically in the round robin, we saw, LDLC running a composition that, teams like Laser Kittens would jump up and go against them in a full dive, and they won against them pretty decisively in the end, running a team composition that included McCree and Diva, something you don't usually see here on the western side of the scene as a whole. And I don't know, what's your take on sort of the differences in philosophy that some of these teams are bringing to the table?
There's a lot of teams that are trying to basically take a page out of Rogue's book by running the triple DPS and stuff. And as well, teams happens more in the West. Korea is pretty much heavily set on dive compositions at the moment, but tank is still a valid composition on certain maps. You can run it in King's Row pretty well. You see that pretty much all the time. In fact, on the defense, tank composition is going to be ran unless you are Rogue, for example, in which case they just run dive 24/7. But when you're running dive 24/7, for one, it's going to limit your hero pool to a degree, because you need to be mastering those roles, those heroes, to really play it to its full potential. And two, your team play and coordination needs to be on point. Otherwise, it's just going to be completely ineffective compared to tank-based compositions. So coming into this, if either team, I mean, from what we've seen before of them, Hammers are incredibly strong with, they've got a very deep hero pool compared to most of the teams coming into this. But I think it is going to come down to a lot of execution when it comes down to the nitty-gritty bits, when it's especially against a team like LDLC, when they've got a lot of their team play on point.
And as you mentioned, when you have that kind of flexibility, it's interesting to see how if perhaps they'll change it up mid game. I know a lot of teams, they run a set strategy, and when that doesn't work, they'll sometimes keep hitting their head against the wall, as it were, instead of switching it around. So LDLC did that pretty much all day yesterday, switching their team composition only once, if I recall, on a 2CP map, Full Sky Industries to be specific, in which they had to straggle and contest at the last second. But other than that, they ran that team composition, which included, a Reinhardt Diva McCree, coupled with a Genji and 2 supports. So it'll be interesting whether they continue with that same idea of staying, with what works, or if they're going to change it up throughout the initial parts of this first map.
Yeah, interesting to me is when I watch like the top level of Overwatch, one thing that I've noticed is that teams are actually quite reluctant to make these hero swaps mid-match, even though it is a big part of the game, and often they'd have a lot more success if they did so. But the reason they're reluctant is just because they don't want to give up ult charge and being an ultimate disadvantage, right? And I think the further we get into Overwatch, like we're already a year in and you're starting to see it now, but the deeper we get into it, the more teams are going to start to get comfortable when it comes to making these hero swaps at specific times, and less so playing around ultimates. And Rogue, even though Rogue don't make too many hero swaps, they kind of just run dive 24/7, making the odd exception in hero swaps. They're one of those teams that don't play around ultimate timings as much. They play around burst potential and the actual fragging potential of individual heroes. And I think that's one thing that teams can probably improve on as we're moving forward in Overwatch. Whether we're going to see it in these matches, who knows? I can't really tell. I can't predict the future, but it will definitely be interesting to see if LDLC change things around and do decide to make a few crucial hero swaps. But from the way they've been playing, they haven't needed it. They've just been slamming these groups. They've been slamming pretty much every map. I think if there was a team to make them sweat and make them change up these heroes, it would be Hammers. Hammers are a top tier team, in my opinion, in Europe. I've always pinned them up there, even when they were way back, named some different like chavs. But yeah, I think this is going to be definitely one of the matches to watch today, and it's the first one. We're kicking it straight off.
Indeed. So as we get ready to get set into the first map of the day, in this playoffs bracket here on day 2 for the Overwatch Invitational, we have our first map, and that will indeed be Numbani. So it looks like LDLC will be attacking first and Hammers defending as a result. As we get ready for the ready check from both teams, as well as everyone else involved in production, I'm ready to go.
Yeah, the interesting thing about, and the thing I really like about this tournament is the pick ban system that they got for the maps going on, because teams are getting maps that they're comfortable with, and they're getting maps that they're really comfortable with removed. We are entering into the game now, but I'll finish up my point quickly. But like the whole system we've got going, where it's just ban, pick, means that teams are going to be able to get their sort of favorite maps or second favorite maps they're super comfortable with, and then the final map is going to be basically whatever's remainder in the pool after the maps are consistently banned out. So both teams should be getting maps that they are the best at, which is going to lead to these really close games. But Numbani as a map it can be quite difficult if you're reluctant to change your team composition, because you do need to run a lot of mobility when you're attacking first. We'll see if they do manage to pull that out. It will be interesting to see. But yeah, I got high hopes for LDLC, but Hammers can definitely bring this back. Whose map pick was this then?
I don't believe we have that information quite yet. Once we do get it, we can relay to the audience. But yeah, the fact that, I mean, when you pick and ban maps, it allows an element of strategy to be involved in the map selection process, right?
Yeah.
It's not so much a RNG of who gets the favorite map in the end, or even in a pre-selected map pool. Perhaps a disadvantage for certain teams without, sort of that counterplay of having both teams at a disadvantage. So it's definitely interesting to see the dynamic of what maps get chosen early on.
I'll get us home safe.
Yeah, the interesting thing to note here with the composition that Hammers are running on the defense, again, something that I think is necessary all the way when you're running Numbani first defense. They're running a Diva and a Winston. This is super strong, and a Genji as well. They've got so much mobility to use when it comes into this, because it's all about contesting the high ground when you're trying to defend and even attacking Numbani first. It's one of those maps where more often than not you are going to see full holds, just because of the nature of the map. So really, Hammers coming LDLC coming into this need to be running. It looks like, I mean, we are paused at the moment, but the early picks, again, they can change these at a moment's notice. But again, running the Winston and D.Va, board on the D.Va, Chubbs on the Winston, completely necessary. And it's going to be paramount that they play their roles correctly when it comes to cracking open this Numbani defense.
As we get ready, the pause is counting down. The team selections are in place. We do see, of course, on both teams, the D.Va Winston to contest high ground, specifically here on Numbani, which this first point is different than a lot of maps in that initial capture point is surrounded by high ground, which you really need to be able to control if you want to be able to do successfully here. But as we get ready to that first team fight, we see the Lucio and Genji on the high ground for the attacking side of LDLC, pressuring the top, but Snizzle knows there on the D.Va for the side of Hammers. But D.Va coming out on bod knocks everyone off the side of Hammers onto the low ground there as this team moves towards the early point, and bod starting the process towards the capture point. D.Va and Lucio coming back for the side of Hammers, and that's going to be a reset quickly for the side of LDLC as they didn't quite get the look they were aiming for.
Yeah, that was played actually super well by LDLC, but they left their completely backlines neglected and undefended. Essentially, they just basically left it to I think it was Cabal and Hardest. Was just completely undefended in the backlines, and even though board got an excellent boop, who booped off pretty much the entirety of the high ground, which meant they could contest them from the low ground, and they're going to attempt it again, brilliant coordination coming out here from LDLC right now. Fisher wants to try and take the fight straight to them, but Chubbs is going to be popping down his bubble as well, putting in a lot of damage, neglection, and as well the picks popping off from all over the place. Nesh does bring down Hardest as well. Chubbs with the follow-up into Fisher, but this is looking like, again, pretty even fight so far. I was leaning towards LDLC that one, but I think that Hammers may have a chance here.
Bren, indeed, that is the case. LDLC turning around a fight that was probably more in the favor of Hammers than it had any right to be. And here comes that self-destruct from Bod to just zone out the area as they try and capture the point. It does capture one, so here comes the revenge self-destruct on the side of Hammers to clear out the point. Everyone's going to hide. Cabal not getting in behind the wall in time will die to that self-destruct, and as a result, that's going to continue the contest. And as the tricklers start to come in, Winston by himself, Chubbs picks up Nesh in the corner, and Primal Rage out on the side of Hammers to zone off that area and survive a little bit longer for the rest of his team to come back in. The sound barrier comes out from Tomzy, but it's not going to be able to protect Christopher in time, and Chubbs goes down to the surprising amount of damage that Lucio does now, as the side of Hammers continues to trickle back in. D.Va forced out of mech, Snizzle and then in pilot form, not much left for her to do but die, and Trans comes out on the side of LDLC to just continue to win this fight, and it looks much better at this case for LDLC than Hammers as they continue to trickle, but not for much longer as the dash reset comes in and Bod gets the cleanup on Nesh as we get ready for the Streets phase on Numbani.
Honestly, you might question the use of ultimates there, but that was actually an insane stagger by the side of Hammers. They played that especially well with D.Va. Tomzy coming in at the final moments of the sound barrier. They bought so much time, and they actually forced out Tranquility and sound barrier out of LDLC. Absolutely insane, getting massive ult economy out of that. And now, because they've forced out a lot of ults and used a lot of their own, they're free to change up these compositions. You see they switched off the Winston now. They're running a Roadhog in conjunction with it. I'm not a big fan of running a Roadhog about a D.Va, but self-destruct going to be coming into the back lines from board. Not going to be picking up any players, but a Deadeye by Hardest. That is huge. Brings down Nesh and Fisher. Absolutely insane work coming out of them. Hammers absolutely crumbling under this pressure in the U-bend area. Again, one of the hardest areas to defend in Numbani, but really, LDLC not showing any mercy whatsoever.
And how often do you see a Deadeye in a pro match get multiple kills? An excellent zoning ultimate from Bod to just force Hammer Esports into basically a really untenable situation where they couldn't really defend that well and leave themselves open to that Deadeye. But here comes that next fight as the hook comes in on Bod, and he's going to be able to get out as the Dragon Blade comes out from Worst. Snizzle will pick off Chubbs, but Worst cleaning up that with that Dragon Blade, and the Transcendence comes out from Cabal to keep his team alive as they try and capture this last couple of meters of the second point as the rest of Hammers fall. Hardest continuing to do work on that McCree player, and some excellent gameplay here on the side of LDLC as they push through third phase.
That was huge, actually. They commit Dragon Blade from LDLC. Wars just pops into the back lines, focuses down Shaz on the Ana, meaning absolutely no heals whatsoever to contest the cart with, and just opens it up completely for the team. Now the Deadeye Going to be committed once again from Harquist. He's going to be trying to find a kill, not quite. Going to be getting right into the midst of it. The nano boost gets popped off onto Christopher, of all people. Gets a huge earth shatter onto all three of them now. LDLC forced to back off here. Fire Strike going to be committing as well, putting in tons of damage. Ness following up, brings down Pupu, and they are going to be pushed all the way back into the spawn here, Lafon, into the final moments. Well, not the final moments of this game, but still excellent defense there by Hammers as they do slowly get a foothold once again.
A great Earth Shatter to after getting that nano boost, forcing basically a team wipe there. And so Chubbs losing the initial shield war. Christopher with a great Earth Shatter. Can the revenge come back into play as we get ready? Chubbs now having the Earth Shatter, so ult economy definitely about tied in this case, but Nesh coming on that all-important Graviton Surge, which he will have to get through the defensive matrix of D.Va. So definitely something to be worried about. And there's that Earth Shatter that we mentioned. Christopher Bubble Blight does not protect him, and it's not going to get much value though as the sound barrier comes out from the defensive side. Here comes the Graviton Surge, and both self-destructs, and this is going to be an absolute mess as Fisher picks up 2 while Bod does get Nesh down, but in this case, LDLC losing the fight in rather messy fashion.
That was incredible. Just a mismatch of ultimates. Honestly, I think even the most skilled of casters would be struggling to decipher what just happened in that fight. But Fisher comes out on top with his own self-destruct, pops it off into the Graviton Surge of Nesh, and claims 2 kills just to pretty much seal the deal with the end of that fight. One thing I was cautious of was Nesh going to get his Graviton 8 by board, but looks like now this next fight they've got a Tranquility to work with on LDLC, but with the nano boost popped off as well onto Christopher, he beats the Earth Shatter. That's insane,
Indeed, I mean, there's that play that we saw the previous one, but this time it's on the side of LDLC blocking it, and they're now switching that Reaper, so worst, which was on the Genji, no longer working, to switch over that Reaper, perhaps for some tank busting, which is interesting. You don't see that very often. Hardest with that flashbang trying to work. Nesh does go down. Hardest getting that kill, and now both teams sort of skirmishing out here in the open, and it's going to be the side of LDLC retreating, as without tanks they are very squishy targets. Worst forced to Wraith out as it continues that timer to tick down. Now 1:15 left on the clock.
Yeah, time and time again they're losing these engagements. Just again, superior ultimate usage coming out from Hammers and his defense. They're playing super well around their ultimates. Reaper coming out from Ward, we didn't really mention it. The Earth Shatter once again whiffing on the side of LDLC as they're trying to push into this. The Deadeye going to be bringing down Tomsy as well. The nano boost from Christopher just trying to put in work, just swing and a miss, not quite collecting the kills. Wow, that is a big self-destruct as well. Brings down Cabal before he could get his Tranquility up. He was only 9% away from that. Still this push coming in from LDLC here. Lafon, I think if they play around the hook cooldown, which Snizzle misses it, the self-destruct, the sound barriers I should say coming out as well from Hammers. If they just bide their time correctly, Lafon, they should be able to come out on top in this engage.
So here we go, that hook misses yet again, so here comes that sound barrier. The Earth Shatter misses everyone, but the Graviton will not, and Nesh picks up one. Cabal does get the Transcendence out, but there is no follow-up on Nesh's Graviton. The hook finally coming from Snizzlenose on D.Va. Bod, though, able to get the defensive matrix up in time, and Hardest in the corner doing work, picks off 2. So what once was a stalemate is now pushing in LDLC's favor, but there will be a recontest as we are now in the last 10 seconds. Here comes the high noon from Hardest to zone out the side of Hammers. The hold in, but D.Va Fisher will be able to get that defensive matrix up to eat it. And the nano boost now coming on to Christopher. Overtime in effect. Christopher will get that fire strike off. Chubbs falling. And right now, Hammers Esports in control in the driver's seat. They do have to just get them off the point, and Wraith, Reaper, and Lucia with that one fire strike both go down. Fire, self-destruct, nothing. And now it is the hook coming in. Bod, will he be forced out of mech? Fisher does get his back. Cabal left on the point as Hardest goes down. The only one left alive, and that looks like it will be it, as Bod will not be able to get back to point in time. So round 1 complete. And only 2 points captured, but nearly the third for the side of LDLC. Bren?
That was really interesting. Composition-wise, coming out of Hammers there, running quad tank, something we haven't seen for quite some time. And that essentially that did force out the pick of Reaper from LDLC, LDLC, sorry. War's running the Reaper there, really forcing their hand to run these unconventional heroes that they might not be too comfortable with. One thing to note is because they were running such a tank-heavy composition, Shaz pretty much had almost 100% uptime with his nano boost. It was actually insane to see. Every time I'd blink and I'd miss it, they'd be nano boosting constantly. But the downside is when you're running that tank-heavy composition, you don't have a suitable nano boost target. They had to keep popping it onto Christopher. The upside to that is, of course, you're going to be building Earth Shatter incredibly fast as well. So pretty much all of those fights being won ultimately off the superior ult economy. Just using Nano Boost to build up their own ultimates. Earth Shatter was had almost a huge amount of uptime. If you were counting the seconds, you'd probably say it's about 50% uptime on that Earth Shatter. It was actually insane. So really well played there to Hammers to not let them get the full hold, and especially that third U-bend going around that corner in Numbani can be one of the more difficult ones to defend from, but still they managed to pull it out, and they did get the foothold as well. They looked like they were going to start to get rolled there through the streets phase, but they definitely hang it back. But now we're going to be moving into this as the round swaps around. LDLC going to be playing on the defense here. It looks like they're going to be opting for a Torbjorn. Interesting. We see teams
in place of that second support, which is an interesting pick to be sure.
I made mention to this in a video I made, but with the changes they made to Lucio, now it's much more reliable to run these sort of tanky compositions where you run a Torbjorn in place of the Lucio now. It definitely works because especially when you're running an Ana, you've got superior heals. It looks like they've got pretty much all their bases covered. Tons of mobility with Chubbs on the Winston, board on the Diva as well, so they've got a lot of mobility to work with here. Not running a Soldier 76, which I do disagree with, but they have all of their bases covered, and Torbjorn's always annoying against the dive here. Lafon as we're jumping into this.
Yeah, so Christopher jumped on the high ground, followed by Nesh on that Diva as well, and that skirmish continues. So the first kill, though, Cabal coming in huge, and Wurst gets the dash reset, kills off twice, and that is basically it for Hammers on this push. Although Christopher does get Cabal before all is said and done, and Chubbs forcing Diva away. Nesh has to run, almost out of mech. That initiation was a lot cleaner from LDLC than it was Hammers.
Yeah, it's similar to what we saw from the last round where the backlines was completely uncontested. War's getting off the Swift Strike resets. That's tons of burst damage in those corridors. Now, we're going to see Hammers going for another attempt here. Nesh wants to contest the high ground. Christopher just getting a bit of information for his team as they push down main. They are slowly but surely taking a lot of ground, but Lafon with Hardest hiding around the corner as well, and the players are starting to contest.
Hardest does get that kill off on Snizzle's very important kill, and Shaz is going to be killed as well. Although Hardest put to sleep, then he gets dived by Christopher, but it won't matter, as Nesh, while killing Chubbs, possibly the least important part of this composition, worse, chasing Tomsy down, I should say. Nesh forced out of mech as well, and Fisher on point against Hardest and Cabal, but right now, Hardest the one coming out on top, and Pipu's Torbjorn doing work with that turret, and that's going to be another push ended for Hammers.
Torbjorn is such an annoying hero to play against when you're trying to run dive. It's not a counter, so to speak. It's just really annoying to play against because and his turret position as well is excellent, might I add. It's in a very unconventional place. You don't really see it too often, and it's not going to get focused down at immediately in these fights, so it's definitely there. But huge amount of ultimates on the board here for the side of LDLC to try and defend this with. Nesh with the boost brings down Hardest. That was a nano boost committed onto him. Brilliant stuff. South Stroke also going to be popped off here as well. Going to be bringing down the turret, and with the Helix Rockets from Snizzlenose finding Wars as well. This looks like a fight that it is going to be in the favor of Hammers. Insane gameplay coming out from them, Lafon here, taking it with an ult disadvantage.
There is indeed the case as LDLC falling to a man, then Piper throw himself off the cliff. Hopefully to get back a change that he wants. Will not get it. They do get the Lucio, but he will be far spawned. So, Hammers Esports going through that first part of the streets of Numbani as they get ready for that. An excellent placement by that Diva ultimate, getting much value out of it when initially it looked like it could possibly be avoided. So yes, excellent work from Hammers as they get ready here to set up on the high ground. Now switching over the team composition to get rid of both sides, getting rid of Winston, moving over to the Reinhardt, I should say. Here comes that Dragon Blade with the Nano Boost. Fisher at managing to get the deflect off to kill Hardest with this. Sizzles does get the tackle visor out. The charge does come from Chubbs to pick off Fisher though. And now the trade's way out pretty much evenly. Although one side, meaning the side of Hammers, getting a little bit more value as Christopher comes in huge with 3 kills himself. Chubbs will go down as Christopher picks him off yet again, and Hammers turning a fight with 2-3 ultimates, I should say, into a win.
Hammers are on an absolute mad one, and again for this final stage they're pretty confident that they're going to be winning this next stage as well. They switch off Fisher, now he is on the Zarya, so they're going to be running quad tank coming into this once again. Quad tank for this final stage of Numbani. The contestant comes out, great hook from Snizzlenose, brings down Hardest. That's 1 DPS down, popping up the sound barrier. Hammers looking to take a prolonged fight here. South Destruct going to get popped off, not connecting onto anyone on the side of LDLC. Moving in, great earth shatter into the backlines. Cabal not standing a chance, gets knocked down. Chubb's going to be falling as well. Worse does have the Dragon Blade, but to pop it off here would be suicide, and Hammers just hammer it at home, going to be able to contest and cap the second point, pushing even further forward. really just massive gameplay kicking off here for Hammers. They are playing out of their minds. Ult economy on point, making the appropriate hero switches as well. I am a huge fan actually of this quad tank composition that they're running against LDLC here. LDLC just can't really seem to break into this, but Lafont moving into this, they do have an Earth Shatter to work.
Sizzle early on missing a hook, but going fishing nonetheless. The D.Va self-destruct comes out, but forces the shield down for a moment from Christopher, and Chubbs takes full advantage by getting that Earth Shatter off. Christopher will get one kill, shutting down versus Dragon Blade, but it will not matter as they are chasing with a vengeance, and Christopher will not survive their wrath. LDLC holding for the moment, but they are very close to that end of the map, and still 3 minutes 26 seconds left. So LDLC pushing up aggressively here, trying to see if they can take a fight early perhaps. Chubbs swinging away with that hammer. And, getting ready for this next team fight as the two teams engage. Here comes that nano boost on Christopher yet again. He just run past everyone. This Deadeye comes out from Hardest. It picks off Shaz early. Snizzlos will kill Chubbs as a Transcendence from Cabal. Not quite enough to save him as he gets hooked. And the hook comes in yet again. Cabal gets picked off, and the whole hog will come out immediately afterwards. D.Va getting as much of that as possible, so Flawed shutting down as much of that as they can. Fisher with that high energy Zarya forcing back any contest, and LDLC forced to give ground here.
That was insane. They tried to play forward there, doing a forward hold, LDLC that was, into the spawn of Hammers, but when you're running it against the Roadhogs, Sizzle knows all he needs is one good hook to turn it into their favor, so they completely got turned upside down on their heads here. The sound barriers comes out from multiple teams here, finally going to be popped off by Pippa as well. Hardest with the Deadeye comes out, not connecting onto any players, but the shield does go down, collecting and kills the pieces too! Tomsy and Fish are going to be falling. This should be a 1-5 once again for LDLC. It's just Shaz and Snizzle Nose. Shaz needs to try and get his little wee booties out of there. He's just trying to escape, but he's going to commit the bio grenade, but he's getting staggered so hard. This is just heartbreaking to see, and he is finally going to go down. Now LDLC forced into a position where they have to forward hold here as the Sleep Dart get committed onto board here, but they are in an appropriate position to do so here, Laf.
Yeah, here, as we go, they're choosing to go the high ground for the DR initially, but Nash retreating back down as the side of LDLC retreats ever so slightly behind this corner. And the Earth Shatter comes out, it gets blocked, but here comes that self-destruct sequence from both sides, and oh boy, Nash picking up one as Bod not able to get out of position or back into position in time, and they're going to just take that fight early. They do not have the Graviton Surge for this fight as it was even last one, which definitely a turning point on that location, but they do not have a lot of time left. They are nearly at the end of the map, and they still have a minute left to work. Fisher will get that nano boost. There comes the Dragon Blade from Horse, but he is hit by that Bio Grenade. Hardest again with a Deadeye. Fisher picks up one. The Deadeye picks off Christopher, and looking a little bit better for LDLC, although the commitment still going. Hardest picks up another one. Nesh will get the kill off, though. And it is the tanks and LDLC holding for another minute, perhaps?
Yeah, that was honestly really impressive by LDLC. The Hardest with the Deadeye, I wasn't expecting him to get anything, but really he could only get zoned out by the tanks. He got rushed down there by Nesh on the D.Va, and Christopher as well just tried to block his shield up to stop them from losing that point, but it just worked against them. They lost a lot of their tanks almost immediately, and that was going to be the dead end of the push. But now we see them, Sizzle Nose searching for a hook or two as once again Hammers push around this corner, seeing if they can contest it. They do have ultimates to use. Graviton Surge going to be huge for them. Fisher pops it off, only connects onto Chubbs, and he's going to charge his way out of there. Connects onto Tomsy, but the sound barrier is going to keep him nice and chipper and alive. Finally, the Tranquility comes out from Cabal as well, as they're trying to contest this point to the best of their ability. Switch Strike from War's going to be bringing down Tomsy once again. Deadeye committed, picks up not a single player, but it is going to be doing enough damage to demech a few players as well. Nano Boost comes out into the final moments onto Fisher. Don't know if I agree with that. That was a bit of a wasted ultimate. And now it is going to look like LDRC once again getting a solid defense.
Hammers had what looked like the advantage as they captured the second point, but it is in fact LDLC who mount a superior comeback on the defensive side of things to take a 1-0 score here early in map 1, finishing off the map 3-2. I mean, I've got to say, we were praising a lot of the tank players, a lot of that, but Hardest coming in clutch. How many times do we see that Deadeye go in and be available for use? In the last fight, he used it 2 fights in a row, and we see Hardest, in fact, with that play of the match, with that Deadeye, in fact.
Yeah, he had an incredible amount of uptime with that Deadeye. It was incredible to see. We didn't see too many plays because the thing about LDLC, they didn't really run an Ana, I don't think, at any point in that map. So they didn't have the Nano Boost to work off. So it wasn't as if they were using Nano Boost on players and building up superior ults with that. It's just Hardest was just honestly destroying. He was hitting all of his shots off. Again, not exactly a hard feat to manage when you're playing against such a tank-heavy composition, but he definitely had a stellar game. And LDLC getting that defense, not letting the full points rise, is going to mean map number 1 going to the side of LDLC. And impressive stuff. We'll see if they can turn it around here.
As we wait for the next the confirmation on the next map, I'm impressed with LDLC's showing so far. They have definitely stepped up and used that composition, which I kind of expected. They did switch around a little bit, not running the same comp the entire time, but Numbani does have that effect, especially on point A, where you do have to switch to get to a little bit more mobility to get around that high ground. But Hardest, being a consistent player, not so great on defense. He wasn't, on offense. Less of a factor, I think, on that McCree than perhaps he hoped for. But moving on to the defensive side, definitely stepping up, and specifically on third point, even with the mention of all those tanks, to go up against a D.Va and still get value with that Deadeye is impressive. And of course, I mean, with all the help that McCree needs to be successful, the rest of LDLC certainly supporting him in the ability to get those, those multi-kills and the zone, the space required to get those shots off. So we do have the confirmation on the next map. It looks like it will be King's Row, as we're just waiting now to see which sides will attack and defend. What are your thoughts what are your expectations going into this next map here?
I think the way that Hammers have been playing, really focusing around the tank roles, King's Row should definitely be their map to win, especially as it is their pick. One thing I wanted to mention as well in that previous game was a lot of the defenses that were coming out, the forward holds by LDLC was a big factor in the fact that how they managed to hold that for so long in that final point. Because Snizzlenose, even if he did get a pick, it only really occurred to me in the final moments, even if Snizzlenose did get a pick with his hook, because they were pushed so far forward, they can afford to stagger that defense so long for the respawners to come back up, and they could just defend it in their spawn anyway. But moving into King's Row, definitely a map that I would favor Hammers on. I think they've had some decent results on it in the past as well, so I think it's one of their better maps, definitely. LDLC, from what I've seen of them, they don't look bad on King's Row, but it's definitely not going to be one of their first picks when they're coming into this. Whether or not they'll be able to turn the tide in their favor with different compositions, especially Hanzo. I don't know if LDLC have many Hanzo players on their team, because he's actually quite a top tier pick, I think, on King's Row, especially against tanky compositions. A couple of teams that we saw running that in recent tournaments, like I think it was the Overwatch Pit or maybe the Rival Arcade, but NRG running Mendo with the Hanzo, and they had a lot of success with that one pick on the King's Row especially. So LDLC, they have plenty of opportunities to try and turn this into 2-0, but it's definitely 100% going to be Hammer's map.
And I mean, as you mentioned, King's Row, one of those interesting maps where snipers, not only Hanzo, but double sniper, is not it's not common, but it's not something that doesn't work either. So there's definitely King's Row, I think, is one of those maps that is scrimmed so often and in such depth that we get to see more variance in the strategies that are approached to it. I mean, it's anyone who is familiar with scrim blocks realizes that King's Row is one of those maps that everyone has a chance to play on. And as a result, you get some very interesting engages. So we are loading now into King's Row. LDLC will be attacking first, and Hammers defending, which I suppose is how things work when you have one side attack, one side defend. As we get ready for this setup.
I will say that a lot of people are probably looking at Hammers right now and looking at these tank compositions and just thinking, well, what are they doing? Why are they not running sort of these dive comps? But tanky compositions are definitely not bad in the way of things. It's just the fact that the recent metas and the recent changes have allowed dive comp to come back in favor. Using tanks is definitely not bad whatsoever. I still think it's definitely contendable on certain maps, King's Row being one of them. King's Row is one of the strongest maps to run a heavy tank lineup on. As you can see, it is early days yet, but I think LDLC are leaning towards the Hanzo pick on Hardest. Not too sure how his projectile plays out, or if it's a hero, particularly in his hero pool, because you do need to be on point when you're running Hanzo here. Otherwise, it's just going to be a dead pick. But We'll soon see if LDLC managed to shatter this defense, but I've got high hopes here. Again, running quad tank on the side of Hammers. Quad tank again, really big favors of it. It wasn't something that was ran particularly well in back when it was sort of triple tank was being ran. In fact, a lot of teams had more success with triple tank than quad tank, but it's still something that can come out quite convincingly when you're running it against teams that don't have the finishing potential or can't run dive compositions as effectively as some other teams. So yeah, opportunities abound for these teams to try and take these maps off each other, but as I mentioned before, definitely going to be Hammer's map to win.
This is definitely one of the healthier metas that we have, or have had, I suppose, in the Overwatch community. There's that great grenade early on from Shaz to get a little bit of ult charge for himself. Already up to 10%, while the rest of his team hovering around 3 or 4. But we see Artist switching over to that McCree early, so that perhaps just using it the Sonic arrow early for the scouting. Worst does get picked off, so that push will be ended right there as they retreat and get ready to reset and refight. LDLC taking their time.
That's the trouble when you're running against the Roadhog, is if you don't play, when you've got a team that are playing entirely around Snizzlenose here on the Roadhog, it's so hard to find an opening here, but they're going to search for it, Lafon, moving around these.
That skirmish comes into play here, and Fisher chases down Chubb, so he's out of his position. Will not be able to protect his team, and Bod put with that grenade, so unable to be healed, forced out of mech. Artist, though, already with the Deadeye. That is very impressive. I don't think he does realize, though, he has to cancel it, as his team is basically, their push ended. But very impressive nonetheless, getting it back quickly early into the game. As we see them reset yet again, their teammates finally going back in or respawning as we get ready for them to walk back into point A on King's Row. So Chubbs had that fire strike, but eaten up by Diva on the side by Fisher. As we get that nano boost coming out on Christopher, he does get the big shatter off, picks up 4, and a follow-up grenade from Shaz. That's going to be it, as the entirety of the side of LDLC will fall, as Pivot makes his escape in that Lucio back to spawn. And Christopher just walking past Chubbs to land that Earth Shatter. And cleaning up in pretty convincing fashion.
I think one thing that people neglected to see with the Lucio changes especially is with the increase in healing now, his aura does about 50% more healing. It's made these tank compositions again viable. Back when Anna was doing the majority of healing, now Lucio can pick up the slack where she was nerfed off a little bit. Earthshatter comes out, great block by Christopher. Tranquility and Soundray are going to be committed by both these teams now as they're trying to lead it in. Snizzlenose with a hook at a Sentry, brings down Wars. That is going to be big for them, taking this fight 5v6. They have to evacuate here. LDLC cannot make this push. Another brilliant hook by Snizzlenose to pick off the remaining team members as Chubbs is going to be falling. Excellent stuff so far by Hammers. And they have ultimates all across the board to work with. And Nesh is going to be the man to watch in this next engagement.
LDLC sort of banging their head against a wall here, as they have not gotten a clean engage yet at all in this fight, or in this match actually. So they continue with the same team composition, but they rotate through Hotel this time around the back of the point. Here comes a Deadeye from Hardest in the back line. He does get the Earth Shatter off, does Christopher, but it is blocked by Chubbs this time. Hardest does get one, but a big, huge Graviton from Nesh to pick up the entirety of the team, and Hardest may get one, but the side of Hammers will get the rest of the side of LDLC.
That is so well played, and look at this stall board. He doesn't stand a chance. The poor baby Diva just gets dived on and charged, and goodbye board. A few more seconds shaved off the clock. Honestly, that was really well played to come off the back of that. Christopher beefed his Earth Shatter a little bit there, just whiffed it. Now we're seeing a switch over. Hardest has switched roles once again, this time to the Pharah. Not running it in conjunction with the Mercy. Bit of lack of heals. I'm not too keen on this Pharah pick, especially against the tank composition. I don't think it's one of the best ones they could have picked, especially when they're running it against such a hard composition to run it against. Earth Shatter comes out from Chubbs, misses again, sleep darted down. He's going to get brought down almost immediately. The Sandwire not saving him in the midst of this one. Lafon, as we're going into this final, I think, fight of the...
Hardest gets bullied down by Fisher from the air, and right now Hammers in full control as LDLC routed in disarray, as it's just going to be them getting one perhaps more chance to contest. 4 seconds, they do need to get to point, and with that tank competition, so Cabal will pop Transcendent, so he will engage overtime. Chubbs getting that fight off, but decide that a great grenade comes out and invalidating pretty much the entirety of that ultimate. Hardest will come out with the barrage, picks off 2, but then hooked down. And that's going to be it for LDLC, as they cannot contest even getting 0% on this point A on King's Row.
That was incredible stuff by Hammers, and I think it highlights as well the power of the tank compositions with the new Lucio. The new Lucio heals really opening up the opportunity, and we were talking about it before, but this state of Overwatch that we're in right now is so impressive to watch. So many different compositions can work. Dive 2-2, tank compositions, triple tank, quad tank. There's so many more options for teams to run, and honestly, it's so cool to see actually the way these teams play around different compositions. I thought Hammers for a second then weren't going to be playing, weren't possibly going to be managing to defend it in the final moments of that last game, but Christopher gets off a great earth shatter into the back lines. Hardest has no choice but to pop off his rocket barrage into the back lines, into a diva nonetheless. And yeah, it really just fell to pieces there for LDLC in the final moments. But again, I did mention it. This was Hammer's map to win. It was their pick, and they were definitely prepared for it with the composition they were running.
Hammers shutting down pretty convincingly any and all inroads that LDLC attempted to make on that attack. And as a result, set themselves up in a very good position. So LDLC, as a reminder, the changes to the capture point have not gone into effect yet. So any progress that is made on the capture point results in a win for the side of Hammers. So it is up to the side of LDLC to basically fight consistently on point. They cannot leave even for a moment, as that ends the map. So it's dire straits right now here in map 2 for LDLC, as Hammers get set to attack. What do you think of this team composition we've got here on the side of LDLC? It seems to be the same one they're running with that Genji and McCree Diva.
They're very neglecting to run Ana as a hero. They're really putting all their eggs in one basket here. But when you're running a Reinhardt as well, Chubbs on the Reinhardt, even though Lucio has had a buff to his heals, it's going to be really hard to keep him sustained from range. And that's the one thing they're going to really struggle with, especially when you're running worse on the Genji again. Stills knows all he needs is one hook to turn this fight all the way around. And we'll soon see Laugh on as the contestants coming in around these corners, whether they can actually do it.
That hook comes out, and Pivotal is going to go down early, and that's going to be a very unfortunate thing for the side of LDLC. They don't have that heals, as we mentioned. Lucio, Cabal, or sorry, Zenyatta, which Cabal is on, had not really the strongest of healers. They are expecting, though, to frag out Fisher, though, picks off worse, and now they are down 3, and this is going to spell death for the side of LDLC, as they're going to lose map 2. Basically on the first push that Hammers made.
That was, that's the power of Roadhog for you. Roadhog doesn't get talked about much these days, but when you're running against Dive Comp, I think he is one of those picks that you need to be careful of, and you 100% need to be playing around the Roadhog cooldown, the hook cooldown. It's really hard to see how they managed to not defend that in the end. Snizzle knows his hooks were completely on point, and I'm not surprised that Hammers did end up taking that with the tank composition coming.
The early pickoffs, and we see the huge Earth Shatter here that picks off basically the entirety of LDLC. Christopher coming in big. And, I mean, when you get picked off that early, Hog doing what he does best, and that spells the end for your team. But with that, we are now tied 1-1 between these two teams. LDLC taking map 1, Hammers map 2, as we get set for map 3. Just waiting to see what the map is and who attacks first. Actually, it looks like it will be Nepal, so there is no attack and defense this time. I cannot confuse the two teams. And we're just going to have a quick break for the side to get some stuff set up. But other than that, we will be ready very shortly. Nepal, a King of the Hill map, so we've gotten some flavor here. We had 2 hybrids, and now we're going to King of the Hill. What are your expectations as we move forward?
Hammers traditionally haven't looked... I wouldn't say that control maps are their forte. It's especially with the tanky compositions that they're favoring. Sanctum is definitely one of those maps where you can run a tank composition and come out on top. Coming into this though, LDLC are probably going to be the favorites, especially because the compositions that they're running definitely do favor control maps where the fragging potential of individual heroes comes out a lot more. And when they're running the Genji, when they're running, I guess, Tracer as well alongside it, they haven't ran Tracer yet, but Control is definitely one of the maps to do it. It's going to be especially powerful if they manage to get into the back lines of Hammers and do finish them.
We will see if that is the case, as still waiting on the beginning of the loading of the map. But Hammers, I mean, it's almost like LDLC was a different team when they came up against a different composition. They don't seem to have that flexibility in how they play. I mean, Hardest choosing to play McCree when it clearly wasn't working, and then worse, of course, on Genji, going against a quad tank, not exactly the easiest of propositions. So, I don't know. Do you think that their perhaps inflexibility when it comes to heroes, or perhaps their hero pools being so limited, is going to affect them as they move forward into this map?
Yeah, especially so. When you're running it on Village, especially, Village is another map where you can run tank compositions, but it's always going to get outclassed by Dive, from what I've seen in the games of this patch, at least. So, yeah, moving into this, Hammers haven't shown themselves to be too flexible when it comes to their picks. Moving into the first stage, I'll be curious to see what it is. Which one is it we are moving into? It is... Which one is this one called?
We're on Shrine here, so the very first open point for Naval.
Yeah, so this is a map that, again, favors Dive. It's not... I want to see some more Pharah play coming out, because you see the NA region especially. They do favor Pharah quite a lot, Pharah Mercy compositions, and it does work out for them. And you saw in the final moments, LDLC tried to run hardest on the Pharah when it was coming into that push, but didn't quite work out for them. Mainly because of the lack of heals that they were producing. Lucio and Zen isn't the most consistent amount of healing when you're running a Pharah. You need an Ana or a Mercy at least. But as we do prepare to attack, coming into this, composition-wise, we are seeing a change of pace here for Hammers, and this is what I sort of expected. I knew that Hammers were capable of running these sort of divey compositions, and now we're going to really see them to try and pull out all the stops here running this one, and I do agree with this. I think this is an excellent change of pace. If they decided to run a tank composition on this section, I would have been questioning things a little bit.
Nesh showing how flexible he is, as he's played everything from Zarya to D.Va to now Tracer, so keep an eye out for him as we get ready for that first attack on the center point. Both teams electing to go over to the side of the point as they, sort of skirmish, feel each other out. Christopher by himself as he jumps into the backline, the Winston player engaging early. Nesh on that backline, discorded though. Chubbs will get the first kill as Fisher goes down. So, the Genji being lost, but Bod forced out of mech. So, Nesh doing work. Hardest does get Nesh off though, and this is going to be advantage LDLC. With Christopher and being basically the only one left alive at this point, and Tomzy not long for this world as he goes down as well. So the point will be captured quickly by LDLC as the next fight begins shortly. Yeah,
LDLC running hardest again on the McCree, really favoring him. It reminds me a lot of how the Korean teams play. They do put a lot of emphasis on the McCree plays, and they're running him in a role where he can hide behind Chubbs' shield, he can hide behind Board's defensive matrix, and just feel free to pop off shots for days. And I feel like he's going to have a harder time of doing that now against the dive comp, but you can definitely see that I think Hammer's a little bit more unfamiliar when it comes to running this sort of composition, but they are going to be making movements, trying to work their way in. Warstow collects the first kill. It's going to be a swift strike, the second one onto Tomzy. Brilliant stuff indeed. And again, should be a solid defense here from LDLC. This fight is definitely not going to be won on the side of Hammers now.
LDLC showing that Hardest basically is the focus of their attention, as that fight started with Nesh basically tunneling on Hardest, and it didn't quite work as it gave a lot more opportunities for the rest of the team to just turn around, fight the rest of their team, and win. Cabal going down, but it does not matter as he's well back in time before the team fight starts, and they're just going to rush the point. Nesh going on early. Here comes the sound barrier from the defensive side. Hardest is going to pick up the first kill and the second. Worse with that Dragon Blade, picks up the last two, and Hardest comes in big again, picks up another one. Cabal with a Transcendence, which I'm not sure why. Perhaps you saw something there, but it looks like that would have been a waste. But otherwise, a very clean win from the side of LDLC.
Yeah, a bit of an unnecessary Transcendence, I think, following up from that. They could afford to lose a player or two when in the tail end of that fight, because the respawns would have been coming up soon enough. But as you can see, final moments of this fight now, ticking down the percentages. Hardest pops off his Deadeye just to buy these crucial few seconds, and now the initiation comes in here from Hammers. Dragon Blade comes out from Fisher into the back lines, collects one, but the Earth Shatter connects him as well. Shaz now moves in with a Tranquility of his own, and he is keeping his teammates topped up here. The overtime ticking over to Wars. and Board still defending it. Hardest popping off. Those are headshots for days. Shaz and Ness going absolutely huge. Not huge, I should say, falling in the end. Self-destruct is a final-ditch effort to try and tick over this overtime laugh on, but the players are respawning here on the side of LDLC. They might be able to defend this.
So LDLC playing the spawn perfectly as they just let Bod get his mech back, using that self-destruct to get a second life, essentially, and that overtime is still ticking. Fisher does get a kill off, but Worst matches him. So both Genjis coming in. The pulse bomb misses from Nesh, but now Nesh using the pulse bomb to take out Bod from mech. Fisher coming in, picks up 2. Shaz will get the cleanup. So this is looking like LDLC is going to fall, but they burnt quite a bit to get the point back, and they are in overtime. So LDLC setting themselves up for great position moving forward, as they only have to win one more fight to win this first point.
That is insane. Yeah, it's the final moments really. One slip up now coming out from Hammers is going to cause them defeats, and you can definitely tell they're a bit uncomfortable running these divey competitions. Definitely LDLC much more comfortable in that regard. Still, Christopher moves into the back lines, wants to try and pick up a player or 2. Jumps with the charge of the sentry. What is that? Disgusting. Pins Nesh against the wall like a fly. Bats him away. Fisher with the Dragon Blade though. He's going absolutely ham. He's picked up 3 kills. 4. Oh my goodness. That is disgusting. Illegal in 50 states it should be. And that is a defense when they needed it most.
And using one ultimate to basically invalidate everything Chubbs had worked for. So while that was a really amazing charge, Fisher are matching tit for tat by going in with the Dragon Blade to pick up the cleanup. And LDLC now looking to re-engage here. Christopher on that side watching behind him. He's going to go on Chubbs, provide some pressure, but here comes the Transcendence from Cabal. The sound barrier on the defensive side from Hammers as they get engaged with that. Hardest with the Deadeye is going to pick up 1, and they're going to engage. There's a sound barrier a second time to continue the fight. Bod picks up another, and this is looking much, much better for LDLC as the charge again from Chubbs, and Tomsy's going to get 1, but Hardest gets the cleanup, and that's going to be it for for Hammers on this round 1, as there's not much they can do, and they cannot get back to point in time. Overtime takes out. Tough. Yes, that's going to be it.
You can definitely feel that Hammers were uncomfortable running that sort of composition. They have a deep hero pool as a team, and they can run dive composition or divey compositions, which is pretty much almost necessary on control points, on certain control points. I think this now Sanctum is definitely going to favor a more tanky composition. You can immediately see these changes coming in for them. I 100% agree with this. Christopher now going back to the Reinhardt that he's more comfortable with. Snuzzlenose on the Roadhog. Excellent picking potential there. Nesh on the Zarya. He's been absolutely popping off on the Zarya, having a hell of a game. Definitely one to watch. And it's going to be matched with a bit of an unconventional pick. You do see it every now and then, but Junkrat coming out for LDLC. Hardest going to be running it. It can be ran, and it can be actually quite a decent pick, especially when you're running these tank compositions, because suddenly you'll find that 2000 HP shield is going to get neglected down to nothing.
This is one of the few points where Junkrat is kind of useful, which is not something you hear very often indeed.
Yeah.
As we see Christopher forced to retreat as his shield is in much, much worse position than Chubbs, who has the Diva to support him as well. Though Bod will be hooked in, does not get forced out of mech quite yet, and the skirmish continues. The two teams still feeling each other out slightly. And we see that the control point starts to activate, so the sides will rotate back onto point, and what a great thruster kill from Bod to knock Christopher off the map. So this also will get 1, but Cabal comes in to clean up Fisher as well, and this is going to look much better for LDLC. The hook does come on Bod, but does not do much else. And Snizzlenose uses that whole hog and turns away from Diva to get away from that defensive matrix, as the point still has not been captured by either team, and LDLC losing that fight, even though initially it looked much better for them.
That was insane play by Nesh. He single-handedly almost won that for his entire team there. The shield's on point, protecting Snizzlenose with absolutely no HP whatsoever. The Discord orb was on him. He was a goner popping off that whole hog, but he got saved in the end, picked up 2 kills for his team, and contested the point long enough for them to get the recap. Junkrat, as you can see, was working to a degree. They're still going to try and run it because they're close to the ultimate as well. With the concussion grenades, or they can definitely create some plays. Chubbs has been knocked off the edge by Snizzlenose. That is a hook that you like to see. And in the tail end of this fight now, they're popping off the sound barriers here. Tomsy wants to try and contest a little bit longer. Only 1 pick going their way. Once again, the hook comes out of the ball, going to be de-suiting him in the end. Hardest does try to pop off his own little tire there, the rip tire, to pick up a kill or 2, but that gets taken down by Fisher. And this fight cannot be won. They back off and just wait for the respawns.
That was a very expensive lost fight for LDLC, using a lot of ultimates that perhaps they didn't need to. They lost Chubbs well before Transcendence came out, and as a result, they will not have transfer in the next fight, as they end up spending ultimates that had no bearing on the fight, and Nash doing really well on this map. As we get ready for that fight, as in that tight corner, here comes Nash with the Graviton Surge, putting it up against the wall to protect it from the D.Va. But the Earthshatter comes out, it's going to stop everyone. The Self-Destruct comes out from Bod, picks up Snizzle. Fisher comes back with a Dragon Blade, picks up one. And this is going to be clean up yet again from Hammers, looking much, much better on this map than they did early on in this, or on the first point, I should say.
Christopher was so patient there with his Earthshatter. That was paramount. If he didn't hit that at the tail end of that, that could have been a lost fight for the side of LDLC, but or for Hammers, I should say. Moving into this fight now, final percentages kicking off. Chubbs, they're going to try and contest it. Still running the junk route. I just don't feel like it's working when you're running it against Nesh, especially in this sort of composition. They pop off the nano boost. Charges popping off as well. Christopher just holding down his shield. Chubbs is against the wall. He finds his way back onto the ledge. The Fire Strike does bring down Christopher in the end, but they need to contest the point. They've got nobody on it. The final seconds, finally, they pop on Tomsy onto it. Nesh is going to be trying to contest it as well. Wart's just putting in a bit of work here and there, but this fight still looks like it's going into the favor right now of Hammers, as they're finally moving into these moments. Cavo pops off the Tranquility to keep his team alive. LDFC these last-ditch efforts, but as they get cleaned up here, Lafon, I think this should be the final moments of this second round. They're gonna contest it slowly but surely, but yeah, this will be the recap, and overtime ticks down. It's gonna be a second round, and 1-1 on the board here for Nepal.
Hammers much more convincing on this second map, and Hardest switching to a Junkrat for a lot longer than perhaps you and I either expected, or perhaps would have, believed to have been called. And yes, he was doing some work early on in the first part of the map, but later on sort of petered out, as there wasn't really any ability to do anything. And on top of that, feeding both Nesh and Shaz the ultimates that are so game-changing, the Nano Boost being able to be placed on Christopher, and then Nash getting high energy and therefore to able to do a lot of work. They really weren't able to contest that as they move forward in that map. So can they change that around for this third point?
I think if they don't run Junkrat, they can. That pick did not work out for them. You saw it. It worked out once. The concussion mine knocked, I think, Christopher off the map once. But only with the assist from Board. And now moving into this, again, it's going to be Village, a map that you can run Reinhardt on quite convincingly. Composition-wise, well, very similar across the board, but Board going to be running that D.Va against Nesh and Snizzlenose are going to be running the Roadhog and Zarya convincingly.
So the rotation comes in, the flashbang comes out, Fisher does get stunned, but he managed to survive as Hardest missing that second shot, but he will get the cleanup. Nash picking off Chubbs, however. And this is going to be even trades. Snizzle going very, very low as Hardest goes in on Christopher, as they all turn to face the Reinhardt, and the Reinhardt will go down. Snizzle does pick off worse. So Genji and Nesh coming in for the cleanup as well. And Hammers turning the fight around yet again when Snizzle and Nesh combining for some very important kills to take points very quickly as we get set for the next team fight.
I'm a big fan of the triple tank that they are running. They're pulling out all the stops to help Snizzlenose and just support him in the best ways possible, and it's working out for them wonderfully. Snizzlenose is having an absolute mad one. He's popping heads off left and right. The right clicks really coming out in handy. The hooks are on point as well. You just need to keep your eye on him, because next thing you know, it's going to be turning this fight 5v6 once again. Good Bio Grenade connects onto all three of them. Christopher with the Fire Strike and the charge brings down Wart in the end. Nanoboost comes out onto him. He's going to be collecting a bit of damage onto Hardest, and he is finally going to be falling as well. And Board resets with the rest of his team as he jumps off the edge of the map. But these nano boosts that they're popping off into Christopher, you might think it's a bit questionable. Why are they doing this on the Reinhardt? What year is it? Almost, but it's working out for them. Christopher has such a high uptime on his Earth Shatters. It's 100% working out for them.
It's certainly able to they put him in a position to succeed, and succeed he does. As the coming in from the main gate now are LDLC. Snizzle poking around that side looking for a juicy hook. Doesn't see anything quite yet as the side of LDLC rotates towards the point, but on the high ground are Hammers. And the engage looks to slowly happen. The shield goes down for Christopher. Fisher gets the initial pick off, but here comes the Graviton and Earthshatter as it's going to be Hammers taking out the fight. Fisher coming in for cleanup, and Nesh saying to the remainder of the players, well, I guess that's it, as we're now up to 70% on this counter. Hammer's in a much better position now.
That was a ridiculous amount of ultimates used by Hammers to try and defend that. He used 4 ults, Earth Shatter, Graviton Surge, Whole Hog, and a Sound Barrier committed to try and defend that. Again, we are in the tail ends of this fight, but now this 100% is going to be really LDLC's fight to win. They've got 4 ults to use here. They can initiate in with Wars on the Dragon Blade in the back lines. They've got nothing to defend it with. Tranquility comes out. Great fire grenade onto Pipu. Brought him down so weak. Fisher's just trying to run him down. Shield's going to be used on him. They can't collect the kill. Fisher, he's swinging. He's trying his hardest, and Pipu survived long enough to get a sound barrier of his own. But they don't touch the point. They don't touch the point.
Oh, no.
That is ridiculous.
Oh dear, that was what began as a very interesting fight, and I mean, we all attention focused at the moment on Fisher and his Nano Blade not able to pick up anything, and it looked much better for the side of LDLC, but to see that heartbreaking round end screen, oh my goodness, such an unfortunate event there. As we LDLC will have to throw that behind them. They lost that point, but they have to move on to the point they won earlier, hoping to tie this map up. Or Hammers can go in and take the victory if they capture this 3rd point. So, can LDLC do it? Or are we off and away?
Interestingly enough, this was the section that Hammers actually won. This is the one round that LDLC won, but they switched it up now. They're running a different composition. Before it was heavily on the dive, but now they've got Christopher firmly set on his Reinhardt role, which is what he's more comfortable with. So I've definitely got to favor Hammers. They've looked much more comfortable in these later rounds once they've made these switch-ups and really flexing that deep hero pool that they've got available to them.
Chubbs gets hooked, but he does get out. And this is going to be the 2 teams. Fisher looking for something. They smell blood at this point. And in the position of advantage are Hammers, as they have to force the side of LDLC to watch point. Cabal gets a great kill off though. Christopher misses his dash, Chubbs as well. Both Reinhardt's going for a quick go around, and Nesh will get a kill. Bod cleans up Christopher. And they are forcing Hammers away from the point as they win this fight. Hard is finally showing his own, picks up 2 here. And this is going to be definitely LDLC's point early on, as Hard is finally coming alive on this more open point where he has a little bit more range to work.
Notice how LDLC, as soon as they picked off Snizzlenose, the map just opened up so much more for them in that entire engagement. Snizzlenose wasn't able to get the hooks off that he needed. They pressured him down. Discord Orb was used perfectly from Cabal there to focus that one pick down. And as soon as they brought down a Roadhog, they could just afford to take a few more risks and really flex the rest of their dive muscles as they just work their way around the point. But now the initiation comes in, Earth Shatter into the back lines, does connect onto 2. Are they gonna have enough damage to bring us up there? Tranquility comes out as well from Cabal. He's just trying to keep his team alive here. Tomzy does bring down Chubbs and Nano Boost onto Christopher, not getting anything from it. Dragon Blade comes out, flashbang combo, discorded up, Fisher's in a bit of trouble, and it's gonna be a Cabal who brings him down. That is insane work from him. Ultimately though, this point could be anyone's game, Lafon.
Right now, though, LDLC firmly in the driver's seat, as Christopher the only one left alive, and they do not have point capture, so progress not being made yet as Snizzlenose comes back in the fight, but the Earth Shatter picks up 2, and they will get that follow-up as well. So Chubb's now the one out of position and going to be executed. So yes, they did get the final point capture, but they did stagger it a little bit longer, up to just about 60% on that clock, and a lot of ultimates used between those 2 fights for both teams.
If Nesh uses his Graviton here aggressively, they're going to be in trouble if Worst decides to move into the back lines, because they're going to be completely unprotected. Honestly, you got to keep your eyes on Worst as this fight contests, because it's all going to be off the back of him whether or not they win this. They've got a Sound Barrier to work with as well on the side of it. Look from, oh my god, Snizzlenose, that is huge. He's brought him down. That was the one target they needed, and now Nesh is free to pop it off. That Graviton Surge, collect the kills. That is exactly how they needed to win that fight. Beautiful work there from Hammers.
Hammers showing that they cannot be counted out, even when the fights look possibly unwinnable. And it looks like LDLC slowly losing that advantage that they built up early. As we get ready for that next engage, Chubbs walking forward slowly, the fire strikes, both Reinhardt's feeling each other out. Walking up the side towards the point. Here comes the Sound Barrier engage from both teams. However, the Nano Boost comes out on Christopher, and he will land that big Earth Shatter. Picks up 2. Hardest and Cabal both go down, so that's going to be it for this fight as the cleanup continues. Pippin's going to fall to Fisher, and man, LDLC now just doing all they can to get engaged they want, and rotation from ultimates coming in pretty cleanly from Hammers at this point.
That was insane by Christopher. I keep using the word insane for these Earth Shatters that he's picking up, but Christopher is on fire. This man is incredible on the Reinhardt role. It's almost like his split personality disorder. He's secretly a 60-year-old German man, but honestly, he's been popping them off for days. That was 100% LDLC's fight to win with the amount of ultimates they use. Now they're going to be moving in speed boost with the Deadeye to try and zone him out a little bit. They do bring down Christopher's shield. He's going to get defended up there with the particle barrier from Nesh. Worcester finds the kill onto Christopher in the end. Chubbs with the follow-up with a fire strike. LDLC finally looking like they are going to be able to turn the tables here. Chubbs is on a mad one. Fire strike popping off all over the place, and this will be the cap contested. 99% though, Lafon. Very, very tricky scenario for LDLC.
This is indeed one of the dicier situations that LDLC has found themselves in, I should say, on this map. As that was a more delayed cleanup than I think perhaps they wished for. 70%. They do have to win every fight out now. As the rotation comes in, the lower side Fisher poking away does get discorded. Hardest on that backline, trying to get some free damage in.
If Worst uses the Dragon Blade before the Sound Barrier is used here, Sound Barrier comes out really early on. Worst still hanging onto the Dragon Blade, then moved in. Nanoboost pops off. It's going to be using it. He gets slept up. Oh my god, that is control that you need, and they are destroyed in the process of this fight. Lafon, absolutely everyone's dead. Board falls, 99%. That's going to be ticking over, and I think this will be GG's. Hammer's just really, really showing the strength of their compositions and their flexibility in the roles.
That is in fact the case, as we see the teams exchange their GGs, and what an execution at the end there by both Nesh and Chaz to land that Graviton and Sleep Dart to end the map. We see a quick play of the game here from Fisher, the opposing Genji, the winning Genji, as we Hammers Esports take this one 3-1 and the series 2-1. Great plays going from both sides.
Incredible stuff. That was really, really top-notch gameplay by Hammers. They are looking stronger than they have in previous days. They've worked on a lot of the mistakes that we've seen in previous games. I got high hopes for them coming into this tournament there, but it's honestly EU. It's just the EU region, man. They're so stacked with talent. It's incredible to see. You never know who's going to be winning these tournaments coming into this.
Hammers moving on. LDLC losing there, but I have to say, exciting work. Hammers took a couple of moments to warm up. I mean, they didn't look as dominant on map 1 than as I would have expected watching the later 2 maps, but definitely came into their own and showed LDLC what was what. So with that in mind, we move onwards. Quick shout out to my caster, Bren here. Where can we find you?
You can follow me on Brencast on Twitch, or Twitter, I should say. On Twitch, it's just Bren. I don't know how I snagged that name. Don't ask any questions. I've got inside connections with Twitch. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
Ask me no questions, I'll tell you no lies. I'm Lafon. You can find me at Twitter at LafonH. A shout out to our sponsors quickly, as per the usual. You can use the code HND Gaming at lioncast.com, which is presenting this HND Overwatch Invitational for a 7% discount at checkout. And with that in mind, we say adieu for the moment, as we will be coming up very shortly with more games, more Overwatch. And we will get ready with that. So stick around. We'll be back in just a bit.
symphonic sound for the home is recorded on 2 separate tracks, each one giving special emphasis to certain sections of the orchestra.
Welcome back to the HND Overwatch Invitational powered by Lioncast. We are back with the playoffs bracket, this time between X-Cyclone and Singularity Ninjas. With me, casting, Bren. How's it going?
How are you? I'm good. I'm looking forward to this next game, actually. We've got X-Cyclone versus Team Singularity Ninjas, which is, I think, the brother or sister team of Team Singularity Gorillas. They've got 2 teams on their rosters. It was Ninjas who made it through. You might recognize them as the winners of the recent Copenhagen Games LAN. So definitely not a team to be pushed over. They made it through the group stages the other day, and they're here to take the fight to X-Cyclone. X-Cyclone with a bit to prove, I think, is one word for it. They're definitely a top contender for winning this tournament, but they've only really had practice in official games through the Go 4 weeklies and some minor tournaments, and they didn't have too great of a showing in the Overwatch Pit tournament that recently came out. So I think they've got quite a bit to show and prove that they are a team capable of playing really quite high level Overwatch, and I think they are. They honestly can. From what we've seen of their play and their game style, they have a reasonably deep hero pool, and coming up against Team Singularity Ninjas, this is going to be quite a big test for them because they are no pushover whatsoever.
I mean, neither of these teams any stranger to HND tournaments. We've seen them quite a bit around here. Singularity Ninjas, of course. I mean, the one thing. I mean, flexibility is one thing that's very important. But how well can they use that flexibility? Like, can they actually? Like, if you can play those heroes, it's great. But if your team can't work with it, then it doesn't really mean much of much of anything, if at all. So I'm always interested to see, how that gameplay comes into work, or that team play comes into work as we watch these 2 teams sort of gel and move forward. 2 things to note: I believe several of these players on the team have changed their names because it's easier for casters to say, because they were messing them up so badly. So Mende is one, and Krytox is the other, which I just find endlessly amusing as a caster myself. So just a small aside, a small tidbit, if you will. Yeah, I don't know. What do you think of that?
It's a caster's worst nightmare, isn't it? Getting names wrong. I'll never forget casting like the iBuyPower Invitational months ago. Mine is absolutely months ago, and we were watching Cloud9, and it was when Kai was on the team, and I called him Kiki for like 10 minutes until I got corrected, and the chat just ripped into me for for the rest of the game. I got relentlessly bullied in the chat, and from that point on, I'm always scared. I'm like, oh god, watch your words, Brennan. You don't want to mess this one up.
We have every caster has a name mispronunciation story at some point in their career or other. So it's only a moment of time if you haven't had yours yet. But no, definitely. I mean, it's amusing in hindsight, not so much in the moment.
yeah, absolutely.
But I'm looking forward to it. Do you know perhaps what style of gameplay these 2 teams enjoy playing? Like, I mean, we have certain teams that are, set in their gameplay. And we've talked about Rogue before. We've talked about, sort of like the selfless and so forth on the NA side. But these teams that perhaps not a lot of viewers know coming from EU, do you have some experience in how they come or how they approach the gameplay?
Actually, I'm not too familiar with watching them because Ninjas last played at the Copenhagen Games LAN, and in that the stream was actually quite hard to find. I think they had trouble getting coverage for it or something. But and X-Cyclone, a team that have last played in the Overwatch Pit tournament, and they didn't have a particularly deep run in that. So I'm quite curious to see how much they've improved since I've last seen them, which was some time ago. Beyond that, whether or not they're going to pull out different compositions that we've seen before, if they're just going to stick to a single composition, which we've seen teams do. They try and take the rogue attempt, basically the rogue approach to their method of play style, where they just stick to a single composition and try and basically only work around that. Because what we were talking about before with flexibility in your hero pools, yeah, flexibility is good, but if you can't play all the heroes to a high enough level, you're going to end up making these minor mistakes that just build up and eventually lead to defeat. So we'll see if these teams decide to just stick down and knuckle down with compositions, or if they do have reasonably deep, flexible hero pools. It's going to be a learning process, I think, for me and everyone else.
Yeah, for certain. I mean, the last time I fully, analyzed and really watched in depth either of these teams was well back, or these players was well back in different metas when the flexibility that we currently have wasn't there. Like, you were playing this or you were playing wrong.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, if you're a viewer or a caster or a player, really anybody, you look at that kind of style and you're like, wow, that's kind of boring, perhaps. But now in the flexibility of the current meta, where we saw last match where teams ran quad tank and were successful at it, or you can run 3 DPS dive and you're successful at that, or more standard 2-2-2, either a death ball or dive composition, and even be successful at that. So the fact that you can run all those compositions so fluidly, so cleanly, and still come out on top with your skill and teamwork, the fact that that can be done leaves teams. I think it then you can even think like philosophies between teams, like how does this stack up against this, and how do certain players execute when they're coming up against different styles of play. So I'm definitely very excited to see how these two teams do that again, being as I haven't seen them play well in a long time.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be interesting for everyone involved. Moving into this though, I wonder, do we know what maps they're deciding? I think in the chat they're talking about what maps is going on.
So we do have confirmation of which maps are in the pool to keep, and that's Lijiang and Route 66. We haven't figured out the starting map quite yet, but that will be shortly, as we're still working through that pick ban system. The last map too, for those of you unaware who are watching, teams get to pick a map, and as well each team gets to pick a map and then ban all the way down until there is one map remaining, and that is the so-called neutral map. So we're still waiting for that last map, that starting map, before we get into the actual gameplay before that. But I mean, Lijiang and Route 66, we can talk about those because it's a possibility that we might see either of them. I mean, we'll definitely see at least one of them. Which one do you think would provide most flexibility to either team?
So Lijiang is a map that favors, I think, dive a lot more than tanky compositions, or particularly half and half. So from what I know of X-Cyclone, they might be more comfortable on that as a control map, but it's hit or miss, because honestly, some of these teams, even though they favor and prefer dive maps, they might practice payload maps or hybrid maps much more often than control, and they might have a much more comfortable time on that, because dive is something that needs to be fine-tuned, and if you overextend even a smidge, or even if you make the slightest mistake, that can be punished. Control is a bit more punishing because of that, because it can just turn a fight completely, and suddenly the control of the point is flipped around. So Route 66 and the map pool is probably a safer bet for both these teams. It's a map that's been in the pool for absolutely donkey's years now. And teams are going to be comfortable running on it as a hybrid map. It allows for quite a few different strategies to be deployed. Mainly, more often than not, you don't see much dive on the defense when it comes to Route 66. You see more tanky compositions like Reinhardt's and things, but we have seen some interesting things actually with the coming up of the Lucio changes. Now teams are running the sort of Torbjorn that we saw on Nimbani earlier. They're running Torbjorn in place of Lucio, and even Sombra in certain cases. So we're seeing some super interesting different picks. I think the first map we've got is Hanamura.
So I mean, that was unexpected. Hanamura is not exactly a map you see willingly picked very often. So the fact that it is in fact our first map is a welcome sight, I think. Right. Too often we slam 2CP for all the problems without enjoying some of the more chaotic Overwatch gameplay that it can bring. We do have Singularity Ninjas who will be attacking first. So Ninjas in red, X-Cyclone in blue as we move forward onto the actual gameplay in a moment.
Hanamura as a map, it's Assault in general, to be honest. A lot of people have kind of misconceptions with the Western scene, but I think EU as a scene, or just in general, all scenes don't have any problems practicing it or playing it. NA seems to be a bit sloppy on it. From when I've watched North American Overwatch, two Assault maps, 2CP, they seem to be struggling quite a bit when it comes to finding their foothold with defenses and stuff. They run some clowny stuff. I'm gonna use the word clowny to describe it because it's kind of stuff that you wouldn't kind of expect. But moving into this, I think the European teams don't really have issues with practicing assault maps in general, and I think Hanamura will be one of the more interesting and closely matched sort of maps to pick here, because clearly the team that's picked it, are we sure?
Yeah,
which
so
one's picked
because of the way the map draft goes, Hanamura is actually a neutral map. Neither team will pick this one.
Okay.
So this one was just a result of the ban system going all the way down, and both teams chose not to ban this one early.
Right, yeah. So it could have been worked out that way so that it was a neutral map for both these teams where they're maybe 50-50 on it. But this is what the map draft sort of opens it up for, right? It opens up a lot more sort of strategy when it comes to picking your maps. You might want to ban out maps that you know that your enemies are going to be stronger on, but you leave in maps that you're weaker on as a result, or you ban out maybe you try and do a bluff or whatever and ban out certain maps that you think aren't going to get banned out to force their hand a little bit earlier on. But yeah, Hanamura definitely going to be one of the more interesting maps. Assault in general, I think is one of those game modes that's still quite misunderstood in terms of Overwatch's lifespan, and we're getting into the stages now of the game where teams are sort of figuring out and clocking out different compositions and pushing tactics, especially when it comes to finding it. Hanamura especially so.
As we finish off that excellent analysis here, we're getting ready to load into maps. We have gotten the ready signals, so we load in. Hanamura is our first map between these two teams, X-Cyclone and Singularity Ninjas. As mentioned, it is certainly interesting to see that strategies are, and it's worth mentioning again because Overwatch is such a relatively young game if you really think about it in the grand scheme of things compared to most other esports scenes, that we don't have yet those high level strategies or high level tactics that you sort of expect to see, where you've got set pieces even, or full on strategies that you can say, okay, we're going to do this and now, and then there's ways to act and react based on that. So teams are still, I think, in the early phases of doing so, and on a map like this, or a map type like this, speaking of Assault, even more so. So I'm genuinely interested to see how they react, or how they play out this map, as we see a quick suicide ritual from 3 of the players on the side of X-Cyclone.
I don't know if that was intended. You can make that jump without a speed boost. It must have been intended. Yeah, they're making swaps now. This is the sort of mind games that I'm talking about, because when you die like that, you reveal your hero composition early. So now the attacking side, even if it's for a few seconds, I think they have clocked onto this now, that they're not going to build their attacking composition around the fact that they've got a Mercy and a Bastion. But yeah, it's those sort of mind games. So as you can see, it is going to be the side of X-Cyclone. They are running pretty much dive. I say pretty much dive. It is dive. It's a Winston 3 DPS on the defense. Interestingly enough, normally you see teams favor more defensive and stationary compositions, but I actually think this is quite smart, because your chances of holding first control point or the first point when it comes to Hanamura are always going to be quite slim. So you want to run heroes that you're not going to want to switch off in the final point, and as a result, you're not going to be losing ult advantage or ult disadvantage. You're not going to be at that ultimate disadvantage when it comes into the next fight. So it's a setup that can still defend first. You can still full hold with it, but if you do get pushed to the second point, you're not making these last-ditch efforts, because that's something I see all the time, and it honestly grinds my gears to no end when teams run Torbjorn and then they don't switch off him in the second point, or if they do switch, they're at an ult disadvantage.
That is a very, very salient point, as we see the two teams rotating in. Puck gets the first kill, though. Lin going down, and Krytok awfully weak, as is Danny. So the attacking side losing members, as Nerf will go down to Devin on that Tracer. And looks like they're just going to reset here as the teams try and escape. Hog put to sleep, jumped on, and annihilated. And Soldier sits in the corner and accepts his fate.
Yeah, these I'm not too keen on the Roadhog on the side of Singularity Ninjas, to be honest. I feel like it doesn't fit the composition they're trying to run. When you're running dive, Roadhog is you run him to get these initial picks off, and yes, he's good against dive composition because there's a lot of squishy targets to one hit, but he just doesn't really quite fit into it. And you can see they're trying to take the fight by pushing into the building side. Fire Grenade gets committed pretty early on from the side of Lind, and they're just trying to build ultimates, but right now it's pretty much all the side of X-Cyclone with the ultimates across the board.
So the two supports combining for a kill on the main tank, which, I mean, Lucio is very deadly, but Danny does come in clutch with a big hook there to just continue this fight. And although Kellex does go down, so they won't have that Lucio heals or the Lucio speed, the Nano Boost comes down on Pucks to keep him alive as he jumps in. There goes the Dragon Blade as Danny forced into a fight in a close quarters there. He can't really do much against the full fury of Puck. There's the Nano Boost on Nerf as he comes back from the spawn, and that's going to be it for point A, as it's going to be a messy fight that is not decisively won until all the ultimates are put out. Davin looking to attempt to recontest. Here comes the sound barrier. It looks like it's not going to be given up. This point is not going to be given away without a fight. Wow. Destro comes out with the tactical visor. They are contesting the point. Davin doing an excellent job, and that's going to be a wipe there. So with that messy fight, includes a recontest and a rehold from the side of X-Cyclone.
I didn't think they were going to get that in the slightest, but Crusade comes in with the soundbar, and they do manage to get the defend in the end with Davin. Davin staggered that especially well on the Tracer, and really well played to him. But now they're up against Singularity Ninjas, and they've got 5 ultimates across the board. Really, the only way they're going to win this fight is if they get an early pick onto Kellex. That's the only way coming into this. If they can pick him off before he gets the sound barrier, it's going to increase their chances of survival so much more. And we will see if they manage to do that as they initiate in.
Here comes the Tactical Visor Sound Barrier combo, and Primal Rage comes out from the side, defensive side. Danny pushing him away, though, with that whole hog. And on the point now, Krytox is going to get the initial kill as Pox goes down, so 2 Genjis going at each other with the attackers going on top. And this is all red now in the kill feed as the attackers come in and clean up. So Destro getting 1, but it's not going to be enough, and they're going to get reset here. Crusade will reset, or Suicide to reset with his team, I should say, as the attackers push in early and aggressively, looking to take a fight. But it looks like they are going to be switching over to a Mei now on the defensive side. So Kellex goes down as Davin gets a kill early, and that's going to reset the push for Singular Ninja.
Yeah, that was a really dangerous contest in the final moments there for X-Cyclone. If that went astrew, that could have been detrimental. They would have been rolled all the way onto the second point, and it could have potentially been game for Singularity Ninjas. But they make the appropriate switches. They get Pox onto the Mei. Brilliant pick, I think, for stalling up here. If you hold into the middle area here, you can stall it out. Here comes the Dragon Blade, though, with the Nano Booster as well. Going to be seeing if they can pick up a few kills onto Krytox, but Krytox forced down on the low ground. He's already on half HP. The charge from Nerf! You figure it picks up Boombox somehow across the map. That is insane. Still, kills popping off all over the place here. The high ground getting contested still, but Kellex is going to boot off the Winston of Moazasa. And that will be, again, a good hold for now. And they collect up the kill onto Lind as well in the final moment, so just staggering out this push even further.
Davin clutching out that entirety of the fight by kiting Krytox down to the low ground, where that nano-boosted Dragon Blade was of no use whatsoever. And although they did lose their healers early on in the fight, it did not matter because Davin comes in clutch with a big 2 kills. So, Boombox switching off to Ana, now back over to a Zenyatta, so they're running a more interesting composition here, running more closer to a full dive. Davin, again with a big double kill with that Pulse Bomb, and that's going to be it as both tanks go down. And Davin absolutely clutching out this defense here for his team, but Krytox, if he has something to say about it on that Tracer, comes in, cleans up Destro, forced to recall out. And yeah, so both Tracers going at it hot and heavy here as the defense continues on the side of X-Cyclone.
I'm not keen on Danny on the Roadhog. It makes sense now because they're running a 2-2-2, and now it fits a bit better when you're running the Winston, but the Mei is just completely destroying them. Pox on the Mei, completely destroying them here. The Blizzard gets committed into the backline, doesn't actually connect onto anyone, but they're taking a fight up into the high ground. The Bio Grenade going to be keeping them nice and healthy, frozen up as well. The Sound Barrier, Boombox picking up a few kills here and there. The hook by Danny does collect a consolation kill. Point getting contested as well, but there is a sufficient defense there for them. Lind ends up dying as well to Crusade. So again, the defense coming out for X-Cyclone here. And I'm just going to repeat the point I was making. Danny on the Roadhog, you can see why they're running it against the dive. You can understand it because you get one pick, suddenly it opens up the map for you. It completely reduces their chances of getting a solid defense. But the positioning of X-Cyclone is not giving anything away. If they do get caught out by a hook, it's going to be almost by just honestly sheer misplay, because there should be really no opportunities for it. Like Pox might die here, holding into the high ground with the Mei, but again, they're playing so carefully, and Danny's looking for a hook here from the low ground.
They're jumping now, initially forcing Nerf away from his team, and then they'd wall off the rest, so Nerf is going to be caught out, and Fox is going to unceremoniously execute him. Mandy does get one off on Boombox, and the tackle visor will come out right afterwards, as there's no real play to block it, but Destro flying up in his face, as well as the Primal Rage to manhandle him around. So Destro goes down to the Pilot Diva, and again, yes, Singular Ninjas getting kills, but they're trading out, and on assault maps, you really can't do that. You need a concerted push to move in as a team wipe. So Destro going to reset to get that mech back before the next T-fight without actually being ineffective in pilot form.
This next push should be a 1-1 now for the side of Singularity Ninjas, but the Mei walls from Pooks not good enough. They spilled out on the side, the Blizzard comes out, Sound Barrier on the side of Singularity Ninjas. They're immediately dropping a player as Davin picks up Nerf. The follow-up, the initiation coming in. They're trying to hold up on this right side area, but with three ultimates used in that fight there. And it was just two. It was just, in fact, they only used the Sound Barrier to take that. And it was multiple ultimates popped off by X-Cyclone to try and defend that. So I think that was actually slightly in the favor of X-Cyclone, but again, they got nothing out of it. They tried to take the fight, speed boosting in straight through main. Didn't work out. Pox committed to Blizzard, but all in all, I think it was an ultimate for an ultimate in the end. Didn't really work out as a worthwhile trade for Singularity Ninjas.
Singularity now up against the clock as they've down to a 50-second timer. So working against that as we move in for that next push. Still sticking with the same team comp. The wall comes up to section off the tanks again, and Meleza, the top line, is going to take out Lind early, and Destro comes in to clean up Nerf. So again, a push ended because basically excellent positioning from the Mei to wall them off and separate the team.
Yeah, and with this final few seconds of 26 remaining, you cannot afford to lose any players to this forward spawn, spawn camp that X-Cyclone were attempting to the final moments there. They have got so many ultimates to use to defend this. The only way that Singularity Ninjas can try and take this now is if Danny gets a pick early on onto the side of Boombox so he can't get that tranquility off. That will be the opening, but his positioning is perfect. He's not allowing anything to get through, and now going to be trying to attempt this through Lafon.
Here comes the Dragon Blade Nano Boost combo. Hawk is going to take down Nerf early. There comes the Transcendence, but it's not going to be able to protect the team in time as Crytox does get two. We are now in overtime, so the spawns are happening. Primal Rage Pop is going to be bullying around Ana for the kill, as well as jumping after Telex on that Lucio. Meleza doing as much as he can. There comes that self-destruct to zone out the point, and that's likely going to be it for the side of Singularity Ninjas on the attack sufficiently as the Blizzard comes out to freeze everyone off, and in fact Nerf will go down to end the push. The contest of the last moment from Crytox, but nothing doing as the kill comes out, and that's round one complete. X-Cyclone holding to 1 point only.
That went how I thought it was going to go. When you're running the Roadhog like that, you need to be getting the picks, and X-Cyclone's positioning was on point. They weren't allowing anything to get through. Immediately always calling out when the hook cooldown was down, calling out where Roadhog was at all times, Danny the Roadhog, and they just weren't letting him get by. But also one of the biggest deciding factors was the fact that X-Cyclone on the first defense, didn't try to go for any clowny plays, didn't try to go for the Torbjorn, the Symmetra, the Mei to try and hold that first defense. They went for a full-on dive, and when it meant that they could hold the second point, when they eventually got pushed back, they had ultimates to defend it for. And as soon as the initial push was failed, because you notice Singularity Ninja, they tried to catch them off guard by pushing in immediately as soon as they cut the first point. But with the ultimates, they managed to defend and get the foothold. And that's the most important thing when you're defending this second control point, is when you're not when you need to ensure that the enemy doesn't get a foothold. Essentially, as soon as they get that in a comfortable position where they can do the appropriate holds, your chances of survival and your chances of winning just go right down.
As we hear that, we see the team composition is getting ready to be prepared. Singular Ninjas running basically a mirror composition, although Danny now off on the Diva instead of the Roadhog. So changing the stuff. I said basically the same, but I'm going to correct myself and say no, they are changing things up. An early mistake for me here. But
it's okay, it's forgiven. It's early mornings for you, isn't it?
NA has some interesting times, yes, when we work with EU. But setting up on the high ground right now.
I like this composition from Ninja or Team Ninja Singularity. They're running an Ana to make up for the lack of heals. If they ran a Zen in this composition, it makes sense on paper if you're running dive, but you just don't really have the heals. So when you're running an Ana and a Lucio, you've got more than enough heals to compensate for the high health pools. But moving in, the teams are going to start to engage in this first choke point.
We see that triple DPS dive coming out from X Cyclone. So looking at that choke, scouting out, they walk through the inside of the building. They're going to just rotate through the right side, attempting to see what space they're given before slowly making their way slowly behind the point and eventually towards it, forcing the side of Singular Ninjas to come to them as they lose that high ground advantage, and they're going to rotate to point here. The two teams still sitting outside of each other, looking at each other. And here we go, that first engage as Mouse jumps into the Winston play, but he got immediately destroyed as focused by all 6 members of the team, and he's going to go down. So, the side of Singular just holding for the moment, down on point. They are not contesting quite yet, but there it comes as the teams rotate back in. Krytok dashes through.
Yeah, they are still trying to take this point for now. The contestants coming out and the spawners are coming up. The post bomb gets committed into the back lines, gets connected onto Lin. That's bringing down the Ana player. No more heals for them. Still 1 pick apiece so far as Pox has fallen as well. So still quite a winnable engagement, but I think right now, X-Cyclone, they have to back off. They have to reset this. But with that entry frag, they might have just found an opening for them. And Singularity Ninjas are nowhere near the point right now. The fight is being taken entirely in close quarters. Sound Barrier committed in the final moments of this fight. It has to be for the side of Kellex there on Team Singularity Ninjas to try and survive his team, but the picks, the frags, they're rolling in hard and fast for X-Cyclone. I'd be very shocked if they manage to drop the ball now into the final moments of this fight here, Lafon.
Committing the tactical advisor to that fight, and interestingly, no support there. That is one of the things about dive composition, especially as an attacking team. You get to choose when and where you engage, and X-Cyclone played that perfectly. Extending out, rotating around, and basically waiting for the open from Singular Ninjas, and Ninjas gave it to them, and when that happened, just executed and ran in, and they're just going to go into point 2 as the sound barrier comes out. They just have to capture basically less than a half or a quarter of this first tick on the point. The Transcendence comes out to protect the attackers. There comes the Primal Rage and the Dragon Blade, and the teams are brawling it out on the point. Krytok's forced to deflect as he's got that Discord Orb on him, and he's going to go down to the Zayai himself. Boombox, Danny forced out of mech as Destro comes in to clean up. Davin will clean up Nerfed, and this is spelling disaster at this point for Singular Ninjas as the kill feed is lighting up blue and not much else is coming out. So contest is continued, but that is going to be it with the team fight ending, and they just extended a team fight from point 1 all the way to point 2 to win the map.
That was textbook by X-Cyclone. You could not have asked for a better push into that second point. They knew exactly what to do. Mans went to the high ground on the defense for Team Singularity on that second point, but they knew all they had to do was stick to the guns, play the point, force them down to the low ground, focus down the appropriate targets. Pox was on an absolute mad one, popping his Dragon Blade off, finding the kills where he needed them. Really, really well played to X-Cyclone there. They played that astoundingly well.
And we see the play of the game from Crusado on the Lucio. Clean up the round and the map. So X-Cyclone up 1-0 at this point over Singularity Ninjas on Hanamura as we look to the next map. And will we see a 2-0 or will there be a tie? And moving on to a third map, as we will figure that out in the maps to come. And as a reminder, the loser does get to pick the next map. So Ninjas figuring out. So we do have Li Jiang as the next map. We did expect that. We did expect that pick coming in. That we sort of said that Li Jiang might be one of those maps that the teams may be more comfortable on. So we're moving in, and we're gonna get ready to go right away as we get the ready command from both teams. Do you think there's gonna be a tie up here, or are we gonna see just a clean 2-0?
I think that X-Cyclone, I don't think they're uncomfortable on Lijiang Tower control maps in general, because dive is one of those compositions that you can run on almost every segment of control. It doesn't matter what map you're on, and you can have a pretty good showing against some more suitable compositions. So I think both teams are going to be comfortable on the map, but it's just going to be a case of who's the more practice really coming down to this one. And if it is their map pick, maybe they've got some hidden knowledge that I don't know. Maybe they are going to be maybe they do have that one advantage. And again, the Team Singularity Ninjas, this is their pick, and they're still trying to play around Danny's Roadhog, but they're not committing resources around it. They're running a Roadhog in a dive composition whereas you see teams like Hammers and Yeah, teams like Hammers basically who play around the Roadhog, they play it completely around it. You can't sort of half and half it, one leg in, one leg out. And right now that seems to be what Team Singularity Ninjas are trying to do. They're trying to run dive, but with the benefits of having a Roadhog, which is not working really. But we'll see. I could be proven wrong in this next match.
Perhaps they're using that they're using Hog as more of a DPS slash flanker assassin.
Right.
But as you mentioned, if he's getting focused down too early or he's not getting value out of those picks, then it doesn't really matter if that's what he's supposed to be because he's not doing it. So, can he clean it up? We get to watch out here in Command Center on Lijiang Tower as we're first point on map 2 between X-Cyclone in red and Singularity Ninjas in blue. That first team fight happening as they rotate onto the central point are Cyclone. Mazza taking that high ground, jumping back down as Winston comes to the backline, picks off an early kill, does nerfed, and that's going to be huge, but Mazza picks up Krytox. Hook comes in, the cleanup does not, and although the kill feed is pretty much even at this point, the space that's being created for Singularity Ninjas is much better, and this is going to be Singularity Ninjas probably early on taking this point first.
X-Cyclone didn't play around Danny really there. I think I was going on about this Roadhog pick, how it's not a good fit for the team, but when you don't play around it and you don't respect it, you just get picked off in the team fight, and the eventual damage output that Team Singularity Ninjas had was going to be much greater than X-Cyclones, and they do eventually win that team fight. Now they're starting to rotate around. Again, playing around Danny's Roadhog hook cooldown is going to be the biggest thing, so he throws it out, the call is going to be made, and they're finding the kills into the back line, so already this fight is looking so much better for the side of X-Cyclone as they're moving into this one.
Forced to retreat slightly are Singularity Ninjas, but Danny gets a great hook off, and that's going to be mounted down, but there comes Pox with the Dragon Blade on the one side, but meanwhile, Krytox Nano Boosted on the other just cleans up the rest of the team. Pox comes in to clean up with the remainder of the Dragon Blade, but the point has not been flipped, so even though the Pulse Bomb committed, of course, but even though the kills came out pretty evenly, the fight was very much Singularity Ninjas.
I thought he Kobe'd that post bomb straight onto the back lines, but it didn't quite work out for them. And yeah, absolutely, this team fight not working out for them. Sound barrier comes out from both these teams as they both try and take a prolonged fight in the end. They did have this one pick advantage as Nerf went down there to Davin, so they are finding the picks, but Danny as well on the Roadhog with the hooks is absolutely destroying these DPS players, but finally X-Cyclone battling it back are finding the picks. Mauzaza is having an absolute mad one. He's just loving life, jumping around the map as Winston, running down these targets that have no escape.
It is certainly a sight to see a monkey jumping on you, or pardon me, a scientist jumping on you, and
Don't want to insult him.
slowly tickling you to death with electricity. Very creative way of doing so, I suppose. But here comes that engage as the Primal Rage comes out from the side of Singularity Ninjas. Nerf is just going to engage directly on, but he's got that Discord Orb, and he is going to fall without any follow-up from his team on the side of X-Cyclone. Moazes puts on the Primal Rage for himself in return, and he's going to try and knock Genji off the map, and oh, your wall climb did not work. So down he goes into the drink. Danny gets one, Pulse Bomb misses, but it's not going to matter. Singularity Ninja is forced to retreat.
Yeah, again, they noticed that Danny's hook cooldown was off, played around it appropriately, went for the targets knowing that they were safe, and in the tail end of that fight, they'd already picked up 2 to 3 players, so even if it was turned around by another hook combo, wasn't quite going to be working out for them. Now, respawners have come in here for Team Singularity. They can try and make some plays. Once again, moving into the backlines, Dragon Blade comes out for the side. Pop going to be trying to find the kill onto Lind. He does get it. That's going to be the Ana player moving down almost immediately, and as a follow-up from that, they are finding the kills pretty easily, pretty convincingly. Mandy and Krytox in the high ground, just really putting in the work, but Discord Orb is now firmly placed on that soldier player right up there. Krytox has no choice but to back off. He's still trying to contest it, but he's just died so late there. That is so questionable. He could have escaped, possibly, potentially, just hidden, waited, but God, if he needed to die, it should have been much earlier, so now his team has to wait for him.
There seems to be like sort of a there does not seem to be a disengage call coming from the side of Singularity Ninjas, and as a result, they're not ending fights when they need to, and they're not beginning fights when they need to. But Danny again missing that hook, so that 8-second cooldown allows the side of X-Cyclone to re-engage. Here comes Boombox with that Transcendence to save his team. The Pulse Bomb comes out on Moazes, but he's going to be able to jump out and with the sound barrier survive the Pulse Bomb from Mandy. Here comes a whole hog from Danny. He's going to pick up 1. He's going to assist on 2. Nerf is going to go down, but Davin picks up the kill, and this is now in overtime, so the side of X-Cyclone doing all they can to just extend that fight until they can get the respawn going as Primal Rage comes out. The kills come out on the side of blue. On this point, the Singularity Ninjas are going to clean up the point here. Davin does get Kellex, but Mandy will get the final say as the spawn comes back in. but does not look like much can be done. And it is in fact the two Winstons going at each other, but one has a supportive tracer as Davin comes back in. The point still has not been captured. Lin is supporting Nerf, but he will go down and be forced off point. And that is point 2. 2.2 we go, 1-0 X-Cyclone.
The longer that fight went on in the final moments there, the more chance that really X-Cyclone had of winning that, because the whole time that Nerf was using his Primal Rage to push him off the point and contest for his team to get there and try and recap, the whole time Mozaza was building his own Primal Rage. And honestly, crowd control ultimates that can force the positioning of your enemies are almost really paramount in importance when it comes to control points, especially when you're trying to contest the overtime. Just having a monkey knocking you around is the last thing you want. And moving into this, they're still gonna run Danny on the Roadhog, but I feel like when you're running this again, and now they're running a McCree. Okay, finally, yeah, switches are being made. I appreciate this. Now Singularity Ninjas, they've realized, okay, maybe the Roadhog isn't the pick we need. They've switched it up to a triple DPS a la Rogue.
One of the more exciting lineups you can say. We see actually pretty much a mirror comp. One side switching out the Zenyatta for the Ana, so interesting plays there. Boombox, of course, on the Zen for the side of X-Cyclone, whereas Lind on the Ana for Singularity Ninjas. And Nerd is going to jump back in, so Davin picks off Mandy, but Danny's going to kill Fox, and we got even trades here as the two teams continue to skirmish with each other as before the point unlocks. And now they trickle to the point, and looks like Moazaz is going to be caught off guard and out of position as he's going to face the entirety of Singularity Ninjas. But it looks like X-Cyclone doesn't care and just kills everyone else instead. The point will be captured initially, it looks like, by Singularity. Indeed it does, and it's going to be X-Cyclone retreating for the moment before they re-engage.
Yeah, that was looking reasonably good, but ultimately, the reason they won that fight was the power of Bio Grenade. Lind popped that bad boy off right on the right-hand flank, and immediately, when you've got that 50% increased heals with the new Lucio buffs to his healing, it's almost like a mini Tranquility. So they just brute forced their way onto the point, won the fight through sheer effective HP, essentially. But now we see Team Singularity Ninjas trying to move in here, trying to defend the point. Moving into the backlines, still, we see Mandy. He has a pulse bomb available on him, still trying to defend this. He's holding onto it for now. I'm going to be curious to see if he does manage to pop it off. It's a big one, but the bubble is in place and the sound barrier, so it's going to be defended. And Mozaza has been kept alive for now, but Nerf is definitely there to clean up. He picks up 2 kills of his own, and the reset is called once again. Team Singularity Ninjas with this one change, this one move around. Danny finally moving onto a role where it does kind of fit the composition. You can immediately see a change in pace for the team.
There's certainly a lot more speed to this team composition. They're more flexible in how they approach every fight, and it certainly showed there. Although Nerf going in huge with the cleanup to support his team, as well as an excellent sound barrier to save any extra damage that may have come from the attacking side. As they get ready again, Moazaz jumping back in on the back line. Here comes the tactical visor from the side, but Primal Rage will come out. Nerf gets the initial kill. Destro picks off Danny, however, and now Moazaz with the Primal Rage is going to go absolutely insane, knocking everybody about, and off they go. Nerf in Primal Rage himself, but alas, only 1 kill to the 4 on the other, and that's going to be the point exchanged. If
that's not play the game, I'll eat my sock straight up on stream. I'll consume it. No sources necessary, because that was 3 environmental kills there with the Primal Rage. That is insane. Completely just turned that around for his team. The point's going to get played here by the side of Krytox as he tries to move in. He does have a Dragon Blade as well to work with. And they forced out Boombox's Tranquility pretty early on, so now that's prime time for the Dragon Blade. He's moved it in. He's got a Nano Boost as well to collapse it onto. They pick up 1 kill to Mozaza. Can they find any more? He tries to, but it's not quite working out for him. And Destro's following up with 2 frags of his own. Brilliant stuff so far, Lafon.
Destro absolutely uncontested there outside the point, just raining down damage, and it looks like between him and Davin, this is going to be a point hold when it looked initially very, very good with the Pulse Bomb Dragon Blade Nano Boost combination. And Destro coming in clutch picks up basically 2 uncontested kills, and Krytox resets to be back with his team. But man, you cannot leave a high threatening value target like Destro left all alone for basically a good 15 seconds without any sort of recontest.
So right now, Mandy has picked up a frag onto the back lines. He's been hiding into the flank onto Boombox. That's actually pretty big, because now it's going to mean a lack of Discord Orb. The effective HP effectively is much higher from the side of Singularity Ninjas, and they just completely recap the point. No point was being played whatsoever from X-Cyclone. They felt like it wasn't really necessary, it wasn't even doable with the immediate loss of their teammates. And now the forward hold is in full effect here by Team Singularity Ninjas. This is going to be so hard, Lafon, for them to break out of. It is possible, though, not impossible. it is still probable. And now they're moving in. I think Pops of the Dragon Blade should be able to find it.
Destro rather does take down Mandy early, but the sound barrier comes out as they fight on the point. Overtime here. They do need to get the point. Here comes that Primal Rage to knock them away. Can he get them off the map? No, he cannot transcend. It's forced out. And it's knocked off the map. Nerf with a environmental kill of his own with that Primal Rage. And it looks much, much better here on the side of Singularity Ninjas as yes, this is going to be it. The Primal Rage from Moaza, but he's not going to get much value out of it. Davin contesting for all that he is worth. And it is him against the world, and it's not the world wins in this case. And we're now all tied up at 1, moving into point 3.
Big gameplay from Singularity Ninjas. They turn it around effectively. I thought it was a bit difficult towards the middle of that sort of that round because they didn't have they used 2 ultimates. They used Nano Boost and the Dragon Blade to try and win a fight, and they just couldn't do it. And X-Cyclone were holding on. But for now, they turn it around. They get another round of their belt. Impressive stuff, definitely. And now they're making a few adjustments in the compositions. Both teams now for this segment running the Pharah. Teams do run it. I don't particularly agree with it. I think when you're running a Zen, it's not too bad because you can still get the heals into the high ground and reach them. But really, when you're not running it with a Mercy, the capabilities that a Pharah player has, and when you're running it in these sort of compositions, is much less. I thought that was last kill.
So close indeed, and anyone who has played this game on this map against the Pharah knows that sound. The concussion mine not quite hitting, but Krytox does land the rockets on, and Boombox will go down first. Pox, of course, discorded, so has to be a little bit more careful, especially against that long-range Danny, who's on that soldier, that hit scan DPS, and it's going to be Singularity Ninjas who gain initial control. Davin crouching around the corner of the point as he engages, and Moaza, I should say, is jumping right on, but Nerf with that jump pack shows that he is the superior Winston, killing him first on the cleanup as Destro, even though he does take Krytox, the point will be captured by Singularity. And Pox comes in, cleans up Nerf, so a little bit of a holding pattern here as the two teams see what openings there are, as there's no real engage happening yet, but here comes Krytox and Danny forced to recall, or I should say Davin forced to recall. And Moazo's going to pick up 2 kills and Davin's going to clean up, so Singularity in a world of hurt at the moment. Can they hold? Nerf does go down, so yes, this will be the point, flipping back over to X-Cyclone for the moment.
Yeah, they'll be able to get it. Krytox, he's going to reset with the rest of his team in the final moments of that. So a decent amount of time built up there for the side of Singularity Ninjas. X-Cyclone still in a position to hold this for now. They've got a ton of ultimates to use. They've got a pulse bomb. They've also got the barrage, the rocket barrage, and we'll see if they make the most out of it. I feel like they need to pick up Kellex early on in this engagement, otherwise they are going to have a sound area to use to engage this with platform.
Nerf forced to use that jump pack to escape the fall off the map into that hazardous realm. Here comes that sound barrier. The pulse bomb does miss though, so no damage there as Davin gets the kill off on Danny. Essentially, here comes that rocket barrage. Is going to pick up 1. And right now, the kill's going out about evenly, but Davin comes in with a cleanup on Lind as Krytox is the only one left alive as Mandy's going to fall to Davin, the counter Tracer. And that's going to be, again, another end to that fight, I should say, for Singularity Ninjas.
I didn't catch when the sound barriers popped off there for Singularity Ninjas. I don't know if it was effective or not, but clearly it didn't work out. They lost the team fight immediately, and now they're 1 ultimate down moving into this. They do have a Tranquility, so that is a possibility if they want to initiate in with that, but it doesn't really allow for as much movement. You're still very susceptible to burst damage, and Davin has a fresh, fat, meaty pulse bomb available for them, can just burst down anyone through the Tranquility at a moment's notice, and they're going to be moving in now with it, seeing if they can find a point. Primal Rage comes out as well from Mavos there. The sound barrier also going to be used as well on the side of X-Cyclone to try and defend this off, and the kills definitely looks like they're flowing in the favor of X-Cyclone. They've already picked up 2. Are they going to be able to get any more? The point is just trying to get played right now by Team Singularity Ninjas, but it's just not working out, and the call to reset has been made.
A good clean reset indeed, as they lost too many kills too early, but they did pull out both defensive ultimates from the side of X-Cyclone, did Singularity Ninjas. So they have a little bit more room to work here in the fight if they choose to one-on-one steal them, as there's really no ultimates on the board here, at least initially in this fight, as the team rotates through that left side into that white room as overtime is in effect, so they will contest the point. Sleeping on the job, Winston. Wake up there, buddy. As X-Cyclone looks to take the fight back. Contesting the point. Early kill comes from Boombox and Krytox, so that is unfortunate as McCree goes down first. Kellex will kill. Moaza said the final blow coming on, so Nerf has a little bit more space to move. Davin forced to recall out of that damage, and right now the positioning looks a little bit better for Singularity Ninjas than it does X-Cyclone. Danny will get the kill on Boombox, so half a support left. Pox, though, comes in on that hit scan player, and again, a dicey situation for both teams. Who comes out on top? Sound Barrier out from the the attacking side, and it's the Pulse Bomb comes out. Nerf does jump away in time, but here comes that Tactical Visor from Destro, and this is going to be clean up on the side of X-Cyclone to take point 3, and they are now up 2-1 on Liu Zhang Tower.
Destro's Tac Visor in the final moments of that game just sealed the deal. Even though Calyx did manage to get a Sound Barrier up, he had good uptime on his Sound Barriers this round. I will say that he did play quite well as the Lucio, but really it was just a case of the longer that fight went on, the more ultimates X-Cyclone were going to start to build, and now with that they claim another round on the board. We're moving into a familiar segment. This is the control center part of Lijiang Tower. One that was initially one to the side of who was it? It was Singularity Ninjas, I believe, wasn't it? Was it?
No, this was in fact X-Cyclone, as they took this map first. Night Market was the one that Singularity Ninjas came out on top on.
It will be interesting to see if Singularity Ninjas manage to turn this one around now that they don't have Danny running on the Roadhog. Oh, as I say that, they run the Roadhog. Okay, clearly they felt it was working better and they just made a few misplays. They still want to play around it, but X-Cyclone did such a good job last round of playing around the hook cooldown. They just didn't get that much effectiveness out of it. So the call is going to be made that Danny's running this Roadhog. Honestly, I do not have high hopes right now for Team Singularity Ninjas.
This all depends. Can Danny clutch out this round, or will he be... Oh, what a hook, though! And he lands it early, and that's going to be an effective engage for the side of Singularity Ninjas. And there's Danny coming in huge and clutch, picks up 2 kills himself, and that is much, much better showing already from the side of Singularity Ninjas. And so apparently they believed in themselves when we did not, and seems to be working, at least for the moment.
If you remember, though, this is the exact same thing that happened last time. They didn't play around Danny initially, around the Roadhog. They didn't give him the respect he needed, and they lost the initial engagement. But as soon as they started doing that, it turned around. So I think X-Cyclone, they still have the opportunities to come about this. And with that pick onto Cry, folks, that might open things up, Lafon.
Danny forced to take a breather as the Pulse Bomb comes out, and he will go down. So you do not need to worry about the hook if the Roadhog isn't there. Deleted from the playing field, and that's just all X-Cyclone at this point. And yes, even though Boombox put to sleep in the middle of that fight, it will not matter as the point will flip over. And X-Cyclone, they're just going to push this advantage, attempting to find someone at the forward spawn that they can take advantage of, but forced to retreat for the moment.
And yeah, you can immediately see the weaknesses of running a Roadhog. Yes, you've got a big HP pool. Yes, you've got the capabilities to one-shot, but as soon as you press E, as soon as you start healing up, you're just a stationary target for the enemy to build their ults on, and he was immediately deleted off the map with that pulse bomb. Now, moving into this, they have a lot of opportunities to defend this. X-Cyclone have ultimates for days. Dragon Blade could be used. Tranquility from Boombox as well if they want to try and contest this. It's going to take good bio grenades to try and negate this on the side of Singularity Ninjas as they move in with the ultimates, popping them off all over the place. Sound Barrier now going to be used by Calyx. Tranquility by Boombox on the side of X-Cyclone as they try and hold it on. Destro, big Tac Visor going to be popped off, brings down Nerf. Can't quite claim the rest of the kills. Doesn't have the line of sight for it. Does finally bring down Danny, and I think this is still going to be a one fight. Definitely so, as they clean up the remaining players.
One thing to keep a note of in that last fight is Moazes has just shut down Danny with clinical precision by jumping in at the right moment and putting down that barrier to prevent Danny from getting those hooks off. So some excellent Winston play on the side of X-Cyclone. Here comes that Dragon Blade Nano Boost combo, which forces the Primal Rage out of Moazes. So will they be able to get much value from it? It does not look like that will be the case. And Calyx does get 1 kill here. And but right now, Primal Rage out of Nerf. It's going to be flipping the point over, but a very messy fight as Danny gets booped into his team with the Pulse Bomb attached, and that is going to be it for that push. Unbelievable play right there by Crusada. That is actually unbelievable.
I just want to say, you were questioning Mozaza moving in with the Primal Rage there, but that was actually incredible. His team disengaged away. Mozaza was the only one in. He used a single Primal Rage ultimate to force out 3 ultimates. The Nano Boost, the Dragon Blade, and Nerf's own Primal Rage as well. To 1 ultimate for free is a huge trade. Incredible ult economy coming out there by X-Cyclone. And now it's the final moments here, Lafon, as we're moving into this point. There's only 10% left on the point. How are they possibly going to do this with the Tranquility coming out?
Danny does come in with a clutch hook on Devin, who I think forgot that existed. And this is going to be an initial 5v6 fight with the Transcendence no longer in play, but so Mandy will get Pox. And this is Danny again coming in big. Destro will take down Nerf, but I do not think it matters here, as it is all mostly Danny right now on the killing feed, and that's going to be a flip again. So
That was-
yes,
yeah.
he seems to have woken up at least a little bit in this later half of this map.
That was the only way they were going to win that engagement. Danny needs to be popping off these hooks left and right, but he's created an opening for his team. He has turned up in the moment when they did need him most. He has a whole hog available. Kellex almost has the sound barrier, so they can take a prolonged fight if they need it. Lind is very, very close to his own nano boost that they can pop off onto Nerf. I imagine they might use it on a brilliant hook onto Boombox across the map. Danny just popping off. He's absolutely owning this Roadhog role right now, and he's showing it. He's showing it the works. Cyclone struggling to play around it, and this final percentage is ticking off here, Lafon. Honestly, it's a struggle. It's a real struggle.
We are down to possibly the last fight of the game in just of the round specifically, or the game in just a moment, as the two teams size each other up and reset, ready for this next fight. As here we go. Keep an eye on Danny. He has proven again, but he misses this time. Here comes that sound barrier engage as they get ready to fight on point. Overtime in effect, so definitely the last fight of the map. Who comes in first? There's a big Biogrin on that Dragon Blade, so Pox gets no value from it, but Danny does go down, so they won't have that pick potential on that Roadhog hook, as it's looking much better for for Singularity Ninjas. Mandy with that Tactical Visor Nano Boost combo, and it's going to force the Primal Rage to contest for the longest time, but it's not going to matter. Can Destro get back to point time? He is booped away, and as a result does not make it, so we're all tied up at 2 here on Li Jiang Tower.
That was making full usage of Danny there. Cyclone didn't show as much respect, or it was, I don't think it's particularly Cyclone's fault. I just think Danny played the Roadhog much better, and he was hitting off his hooks to a certain degree. All the time, the engagements that Cyclone wanted to make were getting denied by Danny, just getting one crucial pick off. It doesn't matter who it was, as soon as they turned that fight into 5v6, it was very much winnable for them. A lot of that helped with the Biogrenade. Again, Biogrenade, 50% increased healing when you pop that off on your team, along with the Lucio Warrior, the new and improved Lucio, when it comes with that better healing. It's insane survivability for the rest of your team, and you saw in the tail end of that fight, they could just survive these team fights time and time again with that better healing and get the better ult economy out of it. So tying it up 2-all, we're seeing the Faras come out to play once again here, Lafon.
Crytox going slowly forward on that fire, of course, as the two teams now engage. Remember, this is the map that Singularity Ninjas took in the initial fight. As we get ready, the teams again feeling each other out. This is how it started off the first time. The first point is Crytox lands a bigger play on this map. Remember, gets both supports down, so this is looking much better initially. But the boop comes out. It's going to take Danny off the map as Pox gets the concussion blast off, but I do not think it matters in this case. Although Tracer will contest, Gavin comes on point, so they're allowing the reset, but the point will be captured as we get ready, and the concussive blast, I suppose, from Pox comes out. Does not capture anyone quite out of position quite yet, and Nerf besieged from all sides, from all corners, goes down, and Crusader just unbelievable play here as he picks up 2 kills for himself, and a big boop afterwards. Does he get everyone off the map? Not quite, but almost, and it's just going to be cleaned up at this point. Cyclone will take this fight back for themselves.
Almost a repeat of what we saw last time. Again, Cyclone losing the point initially, getting a few percentages for Team Singularity Ninjas, and the recap comes out once again. But the ultimates across the board are looking so good. You have to remember, when you're running a Ana, you have so much more capability when it comes to ultimates, and you can use that nano boost much more effectively. And I think they're going to be coming in with the nano visor. Indeed they are. They move in with Mandy, seeing if they can pick up a kill or two. Danny moves in with the hook, doesn't quite pick up a player. Calix is going to be the one to fall to that, but Mandy with the fat 2k brings him down. Destro with the Helix Rockets. That is big for his team. He's opened it up for them, truly. Pulsform committed by David in the final moments does collect the kill onto Danny, and still defendable for now. The players are respawning, and they are returning to the fight now, Lafon.
So, Singularity Ninjas putting themselves in a position to succeed as they force Malazis out on the point to contest as he's coming in with Cruzado on the Lucio. Here's that sound barrier, and it's going to be Primal Rage from both sides, and it's going to be Malazis picking up the first kill on Lind, as it's a very hectic fight with 2 oversized gorillas jumping around the map, and Cyclone staggering it out just well enough to get the team reset, and they're going to win that fight as Singular Ninja's forced to reset here. Time ticking though. Absolutely.
Cyclone, once again, they've learned to constrain themselves when they're playing against Danny on the Roadhog. It's not so much that Danny's playing badly, it's more so that X-Cyclone are playing around him effectively and not really giving him room to breathe. He does pick up a kill onto Davin here, the initial hook, which is going to turn the fight and turn the point over to them, which is actually, to be honest, what they needed in this fight. But I think this one section of the map gives a lot less capabilities for those hooks compared to sections like Control Center, for example, where we saw Danny was popping off earlier. But he does eventually win it. Boombox is going to stagger pretty late, a late death there as he tries to reset and respawn with the rest of his team so they can make a full 6-man push.
Indeed, as we get ready for the 2 teams to respawn, I suppose just the 1 team to respawn, as Singularity Ninja's already set up on the point. Here comes Mwaza jumping onto the initial point, looking for that call to jump in to engage in that fight. And here it comes, waiting for that jump reset as we get the barrage, but Justice only reigns partially. Here comes that tactical visor out from Mandy, who kills Posh. Midway, here comes Boombox to save the team with Transcendence. The tactical visor not getting too much value. The Pulse Bomb comes down on Danny, but he will survive with that take a breather, misses the hook, and Davin comes in with the cleanup that his Pulse Bomb could not do. And unbelievable, Danny coming up in the kill feed again and again and again as nerfed, nano boosted, and knocked around by those rockets from the Pharah. And this is unbelievable play right here as X-Cyclone just wins a brawl in quite dominating fashion, and they are now controlling the point.
I regret the sock comment now because Davin just went Super Saiyan. He just picked up a 5k almost single-handedly. The clips were popping off for days, heads were getting demolished, and they even forced out Lin's nano boost, and he got nothing from it as well. So good ult economy coming out. Crytox forced to Boombox early on. That was a headshot using Zen of all people. Davin once again picks up another kill, and in the final moments, Team Sangalaxy Ninjas, their points, the overtime ticking over, the final days, the final push, it's not working out for them. It's going to be X-Cyclone calling GG's as they win the second map here. Oh my goodness.
That is, we get to see whether your bet was on point or not here in the last seconds of this fight. But you are safe, sir. You are safe.
I think no, you don't know yet. You don't know.
No, you're safe. You called it. We'll accept it. No socks eaten today. I'm sorry, chat. You get to be disappointed here, but not in gameplay wise, as X-Cyclone goes up 2-0 in winning Lijiang Tower as well as Hanamura back-to-back. So we drop the side of Singularity Ninjas. Well played, X-Cyclone. Shout out to Bren here for casting with me, making some bold predictions and following up on them afterwards too. So Bren, excellent work. Thank you very much. We're gonna get ready. I guess before I forget, where can we find you?
You can find me on Twitter at BrenCast. You can give me a follow there. On Twitch as well, Bren. I try to stream on a regular basis. Where can I find you, Lafon? Where can I find you?
You know, usually you could find me tweeting about all sorts of related things on Twitter. I suppose is probably the only place that could happen. But at LafonH, indeed. So thank you again. We'll take a quick break and we will jump back into the next map shortly. But just before we go, a quick shout out to one of our sponsors, TeePublic, who have partnered up with us to include a discount at shop.hnDgaming.com if you use offer code HND302 at checkout. So take a look at that. There's some cool stuff there. With that, this has been your casting team of Lafon and Bren, and we'll see you very shortly.
just wanna be loved. I just wanna be loved. We got
symphonic sound for the home is recorded on 2 separate tracks, each one giving special emphasis to certain sections of the orchestra. As heard from the-
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the HND Overwatch Invitational. Now in the playoffs bracket. I'm back on the play-by-play as Lafon, and with me still is Bren. Welcome back.
Hello. Yeah, we've got a hell of a game ahead of us. We've got Hammers playing against Movie Star Riders. Movie Star Riders, as you probably know, are the winners at the recent Overwatch pit, the European side of it. So I guess you could call them easily one of the best teams in Europe at the moment, if not the best team. So Hammers have got a lot on their plate. At a certain point in time, I would have called Hammers to be the best team in Europe, but as time has gone on, they've shown that they're pretty much all capable of achieving the same things. From what we've seen of both teams, I've got to say it's something that's going to come down to, I think, a lot of the maps, the way this game goes, because it's still a best of 3. Correct me if I'm wrong. It's not a best of 5 yet, is it? Still a best of 3.
That is correct. Yeah, we're running, I believe, a best of 3 up until the grand finals, if my knowledge is correct.
Okay.
So yeah, we are still 3 maps. And
so I think if the maps that get picked are even slightly favorable to Movistar. Basically, Hammers need to be on point with their map draft. They need to be able to get, I think, King's Row is a map that they're going to be very comfortable on and strong on. Movistar Riders, slightly less so, but still reasonably comfortable. King's Row, I think, needs to be in the equation, and I think we do have the choice. I'm looking at the map draft as it's kicking off now. King's Row and Lijiang are in the pool, so it's either going to be one of those two.
That is correct, yes. So again, because we're running a different sort of map draft for this tournament, just a reminder to those of us who are perhaps unfamiliar, we have a pick ban system in effect. So each team gets to pick one map aside, and then they ban all the way down. And then the last map is, in fact, the neutral map. So again, we're still waiting for that neutral map, which is the map we will start on. But both teams, or one team each, has picked King's Row and Lijiang. So that is, in fact, in the pool. And I mean, we mentioned this time and again, but King's Row is such a popular map in terms of practice that it's almost hard to see it getting banned outright unless you know a team is so far and away ahead of you in terms of how it gets played. which I think is kind of interesting to see that we have so many strategies going forward towards it.
Yeah, I think even though it is one of the most popular maps, simply because it's been in the pool for so long, right? It's been available for so long, and it's been throughout the whole game's history one of the first map that was playable. It's one of those maps that does favor a certain composition, and that composition is tanky compositions. Teams are playing it in the current state of Overwatch right now, where they're not afraid to let the enemy team get a bit of playtime on the point when they're trying to contest the first point. And they're trying to basically recontest from once they get their players back. And the playstyle that they play it in does definitely favor that sort of basically waiting for a pick off, waiting for a single pick off, as opposed to dives, sort of full on burst damage into the corner. Not to say it's not doable with dive, and not to say it's not defendable. I just think that the way Hammers are playing, and especially the sort of the sort of hero compositions they've been showing us as well, have been super interesting, because they played a mixture of quad tank, triple tank, 2-2-2, dive at some points as well, and they seemed to. It was a bit shaky to begin with for Hammers at the start when they were playing dive for the first time on the control points, but they're more than capable of doing it. And I think that if there was a team to sort of take it to movie star riders in the current state, Hammers 100% being one of them. They've improved actually quite a substantial amount over the course of the tournaments up to now.
I think one small thing to note specifically about Hammers, as Movistar Riders has not yet been played in the we have not yet seen him or seen this team yet on stream in this tournament.
Right.
One thing to note about Hammers is, even though they did play dive and it looked kind of shaky against LDLC won against Laser Kittens with that same team composition, in that the team comp they play is sort of the antithesis, if you will, to the triple DPS dive that is so popular nowadays. It's almost like it's the counter dive, or sorry, it's the counter to dive. And once you change that up, we saw that LDLC couldn't really change with them. And so, yes, while Hammers did look weak on that triple DPS dive early on, and then moving to the 2-2-2 and the 4 tank and so on, they were able to change up their strategies with what they came up against. So I'm hesitant to say that their dive being weak is why they lost that initial push or that initial fight and so on, if only because of the team they were going up against and the composition they were going up against. Whereas Movistar Riders, I don't have as much experience with them. I mean, we did see them, of course, at Overwatch Pit in a finale that was rather exciting, I think, personally. But inside this tournament themselves, or specifically playing against these teams here, we haven't yet had a chance on stream to get a chance to look at what they have to bring to the table in terms of their ability to run multiple changeable compositions, especially against the flexibility of Hammers.
Yeah, and this is partly why I think so much emphasis is going to be placed on the maps that we're going to be seeing here. It is a lot of, and I mean a lot, is going to be resting on these picks that we're seeing, because Control, both these teams, from what we saw of them, from what we've seen in the past as well, Movistar Riders seem much more comfortable on Control as well, as far as game modes go. They, Nepal and Lijiang are two picks that make a lot of sense for them, but Hammers, from what we've seen in the recent games, only today, definitely can bring it back when it comes to Control as well. And finally, I think the players are slowly but surely dribbling into the server. We may be having a game on our hands fairly shortly. You just got to put up with us two idiots talking for a bit longer. We will get down to the gameplay soon enough, I assure you.
One idiot's significally more idiotic than the other, and Brent is not that idiot, so...
Don't be harsh on yourself.
I mean, I'm hyped for this simply because as we move further in the bracket, and again, this is single elimination bracket, so you drop, you're out. We had the round robin, of course, yesterday, sort of seed the teams coming into today, into the second day of the playoffs, and teams coming back and forth against each other, playing games where they look weak initially, but then come back much more aggressively later on. As the bracket goes on, we're heading towards the end. We're starting to figure out which teams are going to be making it to that grand finals that we're all looking forward to. It's tough to bet against Movistar Riders, though, simply because of the fact that, yes, Hammers is flexible. Yes, we've seen them a lot. We've seen them, but we've also seen them struggle. And Movistar proving that they are a team that can win, has won recently, and has the ability to sort of play in that aggressive style that is so popular now.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Movie stars are probably the favourites coming into this. You can't deny that much. But I think Hammer's a team that can definitely bring it to him. We're not saying by any stretch of the imagination that it's going to be a role. I think Hammer's, from what we've seen, 100% able to really pick up the pieces when the going gets tough and work out what exactly they need to do. And we saw that against the teams earlier today, and we saw that they worked around. They were playing against Roadhogs, that was Cyclone. They were playing against different compositions effectively well, and yeah, I think I really, really am keen to see these maps and what they're going to be diving into, because I think King's Row is definitely going to be almost a must-need for Hammers. If it goes to Control, I think it could be anyone's game, but Movie Star Riders are going to be slightly favored to it. But beyond that, it is going to be a close one by no stretch of the imagination. EU as a region is so incredibly stacked of talent. It's so packed to the brim, and it's honestly astounding to see, because up until like a month ago, nobody really knew what was going on with the European scene, other than like the whispers of scrims and other things like that. So yeah, I think these sort of games are going to be pretty interesting. So what are the maps we're seeing? Do we have confirmation? Eichenwald first.
So we do have confirmation. We are starting off on Ike. Eichenwald will be our first map of the day, and of course in the map pool, Kings Row and Lijiang, so we will see one of those two maps later on down the road. But yes, we are starting off with Eichenwald. Thoughts going into it? I mean, the map recently got a change. It's not so choke heavy in that first fight. I don't think so. We have seen Ike a little bit before, especially, I mean, in this tournament after the changes. I don't think the changes have really affected the way teams approach the map that much yet, if only because people haven't really been practicing with those new changes yet. So yeah, the changes are there, but I don't think they'll come into effect as much as, some people may think they will.
I think Eichenwald is a map that is actually pretty good for most compositions throughout all stages of it. I think you need to be, it's one of those maps where, because the nature of payload is constantly moving through different sections of the map, that's the beauty of it, is that you see a lot more variety in hero compositions and picks, because certain sections, I'm thinking specifically to Eichenwald's second point, when you're pushing through the streets phase almost, and you've got that big ruins, the big castle, you need to contest the high ground in some sense, and that definitely favors the sort of divey compositions. But the first point is one of those points where you can run dive, or you can even run tank compositions on either way. The important thing to note is that if Hammers give Movie Star Riders too much space, they're just going to roll over them in the first point. And I think that's going to be crucial as we do go into the game. I'm not too sure who's attacking and who's defending first, but Hammers are probably the favorites to defend it first, at least I'd say, because the attacking attempt of Movie Star Riders is really going to set the benchmark.
All right, so we do have Hammers attacking first. The teams are in their correct positions. Hammers will be in red, Movie Star Riders in blue. And I mean, there's some great players in front of us here today. Yeah. I'm excited.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know who we're waiting on. Is it just some AFK players?
I think we just finished getting all the players into the lobbies, so we are counting down ever so closely to this actual launch of the map. And again, just waiting for the ready commands from both teams before we get into the actual game.
Yeah, I think we're actually just waiting for one of the team names to be changed from Movie Star to Movie Star Riders. So finally, it's available. I imagine we're going to be diving into it any moment now. But Eichenwald is one of those maps where, honestly, I've got to probably favor. It's so hard to say because it changes so often. The tank compositions are definitely favored in the final moments, but also at the start of defense, whereas dive can make a presence on the first and last points, and it's definitely more powerful to use on the second segment. So it's so close between them. Was this just the remaining map in the pool, or was this an actual map?
Yes, this is the neutral map.
Okay, so yeah, again, it was the map that just both teams let squeeze by, so it's one that they're neither particularly comfortable with or particularly strong with, I feel like. But yeah, this is going to be one to watch.
It's almost a lost art or actually a non-found art in the Overwatch scene specifically, where map drafting in, anyone who's familiar with other esports knows that map drafting is such an important, integral part of how you psych your opponent out even. So I don't know yet if that has trickled down yet to Overwatch, or if we're still seeing sort of a, we'll pick what we really want and we'll just ban everything else until we get something we're okay-ish with, or if there's more to it than that as of right now.
Yeah, it's one of those discussions that's honestly been talked about for since Overwatch has been released and since tournaments have been going on. It's honestly, you could go on about it for hours and hours. It's people have made numerous videos on it. There is content out there if you wanted to check it out and hear the discussions and the thoughts on the map draft process. Common thought is the amount of maps in the game. Maybe it needs to be toned down. Maybe it's just fine. I think the pro players are generally under the consensus, but they have to practice too much. They have too much to practice. But I think when the game finally does evolve into a state where we're getting into the moments of the Overwatch League, a lot of these issues are probably going to be ironed out, we're finding. And I think the issues that people are pressing that are huge concerns at the moment, I think a year from now, we'll look back and we'll just think, wow, what were we worried about, really? You know, what were we concerned about?
I mean, it's good to look forward, though.
Yeah.
As opposed to looking back. I just want to take this moment to apologize. We're running into some lobby issues here on the server side. So again, we called back to this at the beginning. You get to hear me talk and Bren more intelligently talk. As we like we're just trying to make sure that everyone here is on the same page in terms of the server, and that every one of these streams and casters as well as players are properly available and properly ready to get this game casted as best and presented as best as possible to you guys. So with that in mind, we apologize for the delay. We do know that it's been going on a little bit longer than has been expected, especially when two such popular hype teams have come into effect. I mean, what more can you say? The winner of
tournament
Overwatch
or a
Pit.
tournament, resident sleeper, hey? That's what the chat will be spamming in a minute, don't you worry. I can read it. I'm one with the Twitch chat, but I think I'm just trying to decipher the chat and see what they're saying. But I think the issue was, well, it's not even an issue. I think they were wondering where the Spanish casters were, but we've got so many international casts kicking off. It's really impressive to see. Tons. Doesn't matter what language you speak. We've probably got a cast going for it some way. Just got to dig a little deeper. But honestly, we've got the spectator slots filled out to the brim with cameramen, producers, and spectators and casters. So we've got coverage for almost every nationality in here.
Yeah, actually, that's a great time to shout out at other language casters who, of which there are plenty. So Brent and myself right now on the English desk, but on theirs we've got the French casters, two of which are DDA Fox and Hammerkick. I mean, those guys are amazing. But we've also got Polish, we've got Finnish. I don't think we have the Finnish ones with us today, but we do have them here on staff. We've got the Russian cast as well. And just so many that it's good to see the scene grow, not just from the player's standpoint, but from everyone who's involved in the scene standpoint, where you get to build. I mean, how many of these people would otherwise get to be heard, without tournaments like these?
Exactly. Yeah, the smaller tournaments are so important for the scene in general, and honestly, a massive amount of respect goes out to everyone who's involved. You know who you are in organizing it, because they do honestly help the scene little by little. It doesn't seem like much at the time, but it is pretty massive for the integrity and just for the scene in general. So big shout out to everyone out there who, not just our tournament organizers and admins, not just these guys here, but everyone out there. This is a shout out to you.
That is indeed the case, and unfortunately chat has figured out what I was and wasn't doing, so apologies to that, but hopefully the recovery happened cleanly enough. Again, I mean, actually, you know what this is a great time for? Selling
sponsors.
out.
Yeah,
yes.
I agree.
But actually, selling out is a rude way to put it, because without the sponsors, we wouldn't be able to put these events on. So with that in mind, shout out to one of the sponsor who is actually bringing us or powering this tournament, and that is Lioncast. You guys, actually, we partnered up with Lioncast, and we have a discount code for them, or with them, I should say. If you use offer code HND Gaming at checkout, you do get 7% off your purchase site-wide. On top of that, we are partnered with TeePublic, and they have partnered with us to bring you another discount code, actually, with shop.hndgaming.com. I'm going to say that again because I'm pretty sure I can speak English, but sometimes I'm not sure. So it's shop.hndgaming, and the offer code is HND302. So that's what's happening with that one. And of course, all the other sponsors who helped us. We've got, Strivewire, who helps us put on this this tournament, and all the others who I can sometimes forget to remember without extensive practice. But special thanks to those guys. Again, we're coming down to the last couple of minutes before we can figure out if we can actually go ahead with the stream so far. Again, like I said, the reason we're taking so long is because some technical difficulties behind the scenes that do need to be ironed out before we can actually load into the lobby. But in case you weren't around when we started or forgot which teams are involved, I don't know how. These are some two great teams coming in. But Movistar Riders, Hammers Esports, we will be starting on Eichenwald. And again, looking for that ready command between the two teams. It looks like we did get the ready. So after that breakdown, we will actually be able to get in to the map very, very shortly.
Anytime now we will be getting into it. I think the issue is with basically the Spanish casters. I'm not too sure what's kicking off with them, but we're entering into the game. Just as I say that, all I needed was me to talk and say in the chat, "I'll pay you all £1 if you start now." So they started. It's nice of them.
I mean, listen, if someone were to pay, or actually, I say someone, but if Bren were to pay me £1, then I would have no issue but to comply. So make of that what you will. As we get ready on Eichenwald after a long delay. But hey, what's a tournament without a little technical difficulties as a rite of passage almost? As we get in here, Hammers attacking, and that means Movistar Riders defending as the good luck, have fun goes out in the match chat. I'm ready. What do you think?
I'm ready as well. We've been eagerly anticipating this one. It is going to be, of course, Movistar Riders on the defense, and they immediately throw themselves off the cliff just to get things rolling, get the ball rolling, I guess. Probably not too happy with their composition, maybe. And Logic says that's for any animains out there, so there you go. But it's going to be Hammers on the attack, and they look to be running, if they stick with their current composition, which I doubt they will, because it's Overwatch and they can change it at a moment's notice. But something that we expected was a tank-heavy composition. They're going to be running sort of a triple tank in the form of Snizzlenose on what I feel like Snizzlenose is Roadhog to a certain degree from what we've seen today. He's been on fire. That man has been incredible gameplay kicking off. But they might run into issues if the current composition from Movistar Riders gets kept, because they don't really have anything to deal with swoosh on the Pharah. A Diva would go really nicely, actually, to be honest, with this composition. I don't know I mean, that is in Fisher's play hero pool, but we'll soon see if it's doable for them. Are they going to make any changes coming out? It looks like they want to stick with it.
I mean, we'll see how it works, and with the little BM in the chat going out, I suspiciously think directed at me for my Ana main comment, but as we go forward, the fire raining down damage from above, from behind, Christopher forced to back out as he gets really weak, but the Ana grenade coupled with the Zarya barrier keeping him up for the moment, but Fincy, having absolutely none of that, just walks over and puts him out of his misery as oh, what a sleep dart! Whoosh falling, but no one able to quite pick up the kill. Ana, though, does get picked off as Snizzlenose takes out Dante, and the exchanges come out. Hanzo finally picking up a kill, and Colsey just goes over and gives him the business with the end of the hammer there.
Dante getting hooked there is definitely not what they needed on that defense, because it means they're going to be without an Av for quite some time as he runs his way back. And Fincy was there with him as well, falling in the process. So there's an opportunity here for Hammers to push through and take the point. But they've sort of neglected that window of opportunity now, as Dante has made it back to a Simone, has a nano boost to use, but they've got a whole host of ultimates to use on either side. I can definitely see a sort of nano barrage coming out from the side of the defense here as Christopher moves in, and it's going to be the nano boost on Nest trying to build up that Graviton surge.
Christopher wasting his ultimate there as I say that, but he did get Snizzlenose in it, however was Slept Dart, I believe, immediately afterwards, and then shoulder charged away. So Hammers, choosing a little bit of damage here. Here comes that Graviton from Fincy to keep him away from the foot, and the long distance barrage, but Nesh comes in from the corner to take him down, and right now Hammer's looking pretty good. The two high energy Zaryas going at each other, and it looks like the teams they're just going to keep with that brawl, but Hammer's going to be forced to walk away, as it's going to be the side of Movistar Riders coming back in and solidifying their defense, at least for the moment.
Yeah, one thing to note is the amount of ultimates that Movistar used to defend that there. They used a hell of a lot. Logix doesn't have attack visor ready, the nano boost is gone, barrage is gone, Graviton Surge is miles off yet, you've got about 40% of that. They've only got the Sound Barrier to really contest this, and right now, I think it's going to be that Dragon Strike Graviton combo. Fisher's holding on to that ultimate. Nesh is going to be the man to watch here, and it's going to be the grab into two of them. Are they going to combo it up? They collect one, still not utilizing the Dragon Strike, finally comes out, are going to be collecting a single kill. Tomsy finding Neptuno, but I mean, is one kill enough? They do bring down a Lucio here, Lafon, so that's going to be no Sound Barrier for this push.
Yeah, so they keep pushing away. Sentinels will take out Dante, so both supports down for the side of Movistar Riders. Here comes that grab again from Vinci, picks up everyone on the point, and it looks like Colsey's going to charge through the tackle visor from Logix as they come in and clean up, so that's a big play. And that's going to be a team wipe there. An interesting play on the side of Hammers on the attack is they use the Graviton Dragon combo and then knock everyone about with the whole hog on that initial attack. So, not getting a lot of value from their ultimates in that push, and it looks like they gave time for Movistar to come back in and just regain their ultimate advantage.
You're completely correct in that. They really misused their ultimates to a certain degree, and they only got two people slipped in with the grab. Now Colsey moves in with the Earth Shatter, does collect it onto Tomsy, but it's going to be Christopher with one of his own. The Nano Boost popped off onto him, he charges it in, tries to bring down Finzi, has to keep up his shield as he is going down, and he eventually gets focused. Swoosh in the backlines, meanwhile, has popped off his barrage and does collect Snizzle Nose, but again, a series of pushes that just has not gone the way. Still, they did, Hammers did collect 4 picks, 4 frags off the back of that, and as you can see now, Neptuno is just guarding the body of Finzi as he's slept up. What a charge coming in from Christopher. He wants to lead the initiative straight in, Lafon.
They did not end that fight as they let the fight continue going, and they are going to just come back in here with numbers as they're going to take the point aggressively. Overtime now in effect as Christopher and Colsey hammer it out. Fisher picks up one on Logix as the numbers are now starting to go slowly advantage Hammers. But the hook comes out, but no kill as the grenade comes in. Fitz again with a Graviton. What a big player, this guy. 3 Gravitons in one, in basically the first point. That's very impressive. Sound Barrier comes out to protect the team, and right now, it's going to be Movistar Riders in the aggressive position, and they are just going to whack away at Tom's. You got Nano Boost to try and keep up as long as possible, but will not be able to recontest as Colsey shuts him down with that Earth Shatter. We're done round 1, on to round 2.
That is insane. That really just shows the level of play that Movistar Riders play at, because that is incredible stuff. And the amount of ultimates that Finzi was getting, the Graviton Surges, that is... honestly, I'm going to keep using the adjective insane because it is insane to me. How'd you get that many Graviton Surges in the first defense? Ridiculous stuff. Shield charge always up pretty much every time. He was always above 50%, I felt like. And they didn't even use nano boosts on him in the defense. They were pretty much only objectively using these nano boosts on the Soldier 76 player. And still finding these picks, honestly, having such a huge role there, Finzi, on the Zarya during that push. And I want
to highlight though, before we get into the analysis of what's going to happen next, a brilliant play from the side of Movistar Riders. They nano boosted Finzi to keep him alive through a shoulder charge when he was on Zarya, and that allowed him to build up his Graviton Surge to come into the next fight. And I mean, that could possibly have been a turning point on that defense, as without it, they're in scattered disarray, and the Reinhardt has free range on their backline. So a brilliant last-second play from Dante to get that nano boost off, even as he was dying to Fisher on the Genji. So as a whole, Movistar Riders working as a great team to clean up, and they're getting ready now to defend with a more mobile composition.
And well, they don't have to defend at a decent degree. The marker of percentage that was acquired was a decent amount, but it's going to be one hell of a hold now for the side of Hammers now. They've got to really pull out all the stops to try and stop them getting onto the point. And when Movistar Riders are really pulling in all of the stops here with this dive composition, man, I feel, you got to feel for Hammers right now. It's going to be a tough one for them.
So they sat in the lobby for a very long time, but looks like they won't be seeing a map for much longer as we get ready for that attack from Movistar Riders. And as you mentioned, going to be a very aggressive jump. Finzi misses it, going for a little cheeky play there as they rotate in through the side of the map. Logic's going all the way around, and Logic's a great tracer here, so keep an eye on that, as it's not uncommon to see him in the kill feed as he plays on this tracer. Snizzlenose fishing with that hook, misses, and in jumps the side of Colsey on the high rise. He drops the bubble down, looks like he won't get much value out of his leap, but they roll back in, and Snizzleno's going to get the hook off. Colsey does get the kill, as we see that the rotation begins, and right now Tomzy and Fish are all but besieged, and it is going to be Snizzlenose who kills Colsey, but not before Tomzy goes down. So Movistar Riders are increasing their control on this point, and they will get that first tick off, and it's still lighting up blue, so this looks like it could be very much it, as Christopher is not going to be able to contest for much longer, and yeah, that is going to be it, with Movistar Riders on their very first push, taking the map, and they now lead the series 1-0.
That is insane. GG's are cool. That was the neutral map. That was nobody's pick yet. Honestly, Movistar Riders treating it like it was their own. Incredible form coming out from them, but really just showing the level of play that they've come up to. Hammers are definitely by no means the imagination not a top team. They are definitely up there when it comes to the very best of Europe. It seems like the composition that they use, the tank heavy composition, has glaring weaknesses when it comes to when you're playing against the tank, when you're coming against dive, especially when it's played very elegantly like Movistar Riders do. And you can see here Logic's, like, what do they have to take care of Logic's on the high ground there? What do they have? It's kind of crazy. The only thing they could use was Snizzlenose hooks to an extent, and even then that was a bit of a stretch because he was focusing his focus was entirely on other targets. So they were set up for defeat. It felt like almost immediately.
And you know, Movistar Riders coming in, showing that they are the strong favorite in this set between Hammers and themselves. So
yeah.
The next map is, in fact, the loser's pick. So King's Row it is. Christopher is letting us know, the captain, of course, of Hammers, which map we are going to go into. King's Row.
I've always going to be this.
And Movistar, of course, electing to defend first. So that's the setup for the next map. Do you think Movistar takes it all here? Do they take it commandingly, or do they drop to Hammers in a tie fashion to go to map 3?
The thing is, this is Hammers' best map to a degree. I'd heavily argue that, and I think they'd argue that as well, just because it does favour those tank compositions that they love so much. So this is 100% their map to win, with it being their pick as well. But with Movistar Riders on the defense first, it's if they get staggered and they don't get the push they're immediately looking for, it's going to be tough for them to sort of come back, not just mentally, but like in the game itself as well. So Movistar Riders, and they have been putting up a decent defense. You saw an Iconvold there. They run the dive compositions regardless of the circumstances, and it works out for them. But we'll soon see. I think Hammers are definitely more accustomed to running King's Row and playing around the King's Row.
Hopefully a more dynamic play from them, as stomps are not fun to watch usually.
Yeah.
So I think we're going to see a little bit better gameplay here coming in. And yes, they still confirm that they are defending first, our Movistar. We just get to see them BMing us slightly in the match chat, us casters and admins alike. But getting ready to go. Slightly waiting for that ready command. One day, one day the spectator client will be much better, and that day I'll be so happy.
They are, honestly, the banter between the pro players, I like it. Cracks me up.
Yeah,
I don't know what they're doing, but
a healthy scene is a scene that can laugh at itself, and
yeah.
that's part of what banter is. So
I like it. I like the trash talk between the teams. Happy Cool calling NA teams tier 2, and you got a lot of banter.
I mean, you have to look no further than just Rogue themselves taking actual snapshots of game in game and posting them.
Taking screenshots and posting it on Twitter. I had me in tears. It was honestly ridiculous. That's so much disrespect. It's unreal.
But like, and everyone knows the only response to that, the only response is to come back and win. But you're that much better than your opponent.
Yeah, Rogue are on another level at the moment. They're absolutely insane. But it's not Rogue we're watching right now. It's going to be Movistar Riders and Hammers Esports, just to try and bring that conversation topic back down to earth before we drift off talking about all the other trash talk that was kicking off in the Overwatch scene.
As we mentioned, we like I said, we're just again waiting for the two teams to be ready before we jump in the map. Unready teams are not the best watched teams, but please give us the ready command. We are ready to go, itching for some good Overwatch action. And, actually, do you think that Hammers is going to run a different composition? I think we can safely say that Movistar Riders has something they have in mind, and they're very set on it. And I think after the performance on the last map, they're going to look at it and say, yeah, we won in very convincing fashion here on a map that maybe Hammers doesn't practice that much, but we still won so convincingly that they may come into this next map and say, it doesn't matter what we're going to play, we're just going to play what we expect. Do you think Hammers has that same mentality as in, okay, that last map, it was so far and away from what we expected. We didn't really get anything from it. Do we just discard that result, move on with what we planned, or do you think they try and counterplay a Movistar somehow?
I think if Hammers even consider changing what they're comfortable with for the sake of Movistars, they're probably going to be in a bit of a difficult situation, and I think that's really a losing mentality right now. They need to stick with what they practice, which is clearly tank compositions, because it has worked out for them, and they have shown that they are capable of running it against the dive compositions that other teams run. And Kings Row being their map pick, it's one of their strongest maps. We saw them earlier today. They absolutely slammed on Kings Row, full holding the first point, pushing all the way into the last, and it's definitely a map that you can tell that they are comfortable and they've practiced a lot and they've got a lot of deep knowledge on. So yeah, I think if they need to stick with what they know and stick with what they're comfortable with. If they start trying to swap it up now and change it up now, it's going to be hard.
It is definitely a dicey proposition to change things up on a whim. So,
Now
here we go,
entering
into King's Row. That was unintentional, I promise. That was... Caster, please. But as we get ready, again, see this composition, I mean... Let's give it a couple of seconds before we start dissecting the hero pool choices, as it is not uncommon for people to pick things that are not actually going to be played. But in the event that we do get the actual picks, what do you think?
Again, like for this first defense, it's all going to be a showing. Like, you can't predict it after that previous game, because if it was Kings Row first map, I definitely would have favored Hammers coming into this. But after that sort of crushing defeat where they couldn't even basically get the first checkpoint, Eichenwald is one of the hardest points to get the first checkpoint, bear in mind. It's definitely favored to the defenders first, but even still, I think it's going to be a tough one. And as you can see there, first defense coming out for Movistar Riders, immediately jumping off the edge once again. I don't think you guys can see it, actually. I think we've got like the map, the HUD is hidden in the meantime, but yeah, Movistar Riders are just spamming the chat, jumping off the edge of the map constantly. And the defense that they're going for is, as expected, going to be the... is it 2-2-2? I think, unless logic changes again. So it's either potentially going to be triple DPS or just 2-2-2.
It looks like Logic's on that Diva, but yes, so we do in fact see the triple DPS coming out from the side of Movistar as they go that Tracer Genji Soldier combo with Dante on the Ana. And I mean, I talked his Ana up last round, so definitely a great player, but Movistar loose, they're having fun as we get ready for that first engage, and they're running the triple tank on the side of Hammers, which we sort of expected. I think if you look at it, Colsey's going to get that first kill on Fisher, so that's not looking good for that initial push, as the Genji's going to go down, forced off the high ground. Oh boy, ooh. Everyone is just going to be caught in a death trap, and they are besieged now from all sides. Neptuno going in to boop him. Oh man, it's quite uncomfortable, I'm assuming, for such players. But the rotation happens around Colsey, spawn camping Fisher, and they're just going to rotate back. Snizzle, though, will get the hook off on Neptuno, so playing a little bit too loose and carefree in play of that hook, and Fisher is going to be able to rotate back to his team as that fight happens, and Snizzle coming big with a double kill for his team. Christopher as well cleaning up.
Yeah, they played this perfectly. They rotated all the way around, waited for an opening that Movistars were going to create from their positioning, because they basically forced them out of their comfort zone. And as they pick up the stragglers, the remaining members of the team, look at that, just all falling, not even a single ultimate used. It was all off the back of Snizzlenose's hooks, and that one entry he got on Neptuno meant that they could just find the picks, because they didn't have the heals, they didn't have the speed boost as well to disengage from any fights, which is really what Movistar Riders rely on quite heavily. So first checkpoint is going to get capped up here by Hammers, looking much more comfortable in their home territory here, Kings Row, and we'll see if they have anything to use. But on the side of Movistar Riders, they've definitely got ultimates to use to try and defend this with further. If Logix gets off a Big Daddy pulse bomb, I think this could be a troubling scenario for them.
Here comes that Primal Rage as they engage on that fight, and he's just going to jump in, but health pools are slightly diminishing at this point, so forced to jump out to get healed back up. As the Primal Rage used to distance him, another hook comes out. Nesh will get the bubble off, so no stun or anything coming into place. The Pulse Bomb misses everyone, but Christopher's shield does come down. Here's that Earth Shatter. It picks up everybody. Fisher coming in with that Dragon Blade Nano Boost combo, and that's going to be 2 kills clearly. Kosty coming away to try and protect his team, but in the meantime, Whoosh killing himself as Neptuno and Logic's on the point contesting. A lot used for that fight, but they do win it pretty handily, although Logic's still stalling out. One man versus many, and he still keeps it alive for at least a little bit longer.
Christopher is filthy, somehow finding these Earth Shatters time and time again. Single-handedly won his team that fight, and the Dragon Blade sweep up by Fisher was just the icing on the cake because they would have got those kills regardless. The Bio Grenade was on point by Dante, and look at the amount of ultimates that Hammers have to use. It's actually incredible. They got Attack Visor, they got a barrage. Sorry, I'm thinking of Movistar Riders here on the defense. They 100% can defend this now with the ultimates they got available, but I'm curious to see if they do manage to get into a position.
Snizmnos bullied into a corner by Kush Kolsky and Logix, and goodbye, my man, as Fincy comes in with a Tactical Advisor and Nano Boost combo, and Shaz. Not long for this world, as that's not really something you like to see. A 3v1, I don't think anyone can take in this scene, and that's going to be Uphold, and they didn't use too much for it either.
I'm a big fan of that. Movistar Riders, absolutely right. They only used 2 ultimates to defend that with, and it was textbook. They picked off Swizzle Nose, who was trapped up in the top right hand, in basically the ventilation ducts up top. And now we see the second attempt or the third attempt coming in here from the Hammers Esports. Swizzle Nose goes for the hook, swoosh the bubble. That is textbook play. Barrage comes out. Kosty picks up Christopher. They can't claim another one, but Kosty is on point, picking up these players. His leaps are really all there. Snizzle Nose does get a hook combo onto him to bring him down, but that was insane. Did you see that? The
barrage saved by the Winston bubble.
Yeah,
unbelievably
insane.
For those of you who perhaps missed what happened there, and we don't have a replay unfortunately, but soon, Snizzle is landing a great hook. So after this team fight, we'll go over exactly what happened in that last one. But they're going to push through this middle phase, and it's forced to retreat with the stagger happening as Hammers showing a little bit more life. Neptuno wall riding evades Snizzlenose for the moment. The spamming of the whole hog up into the sky in elation, but here comes that sound barrier and the re-engage. So Neptuno and Kush on the back line are going after Shaz as the prime, or sorry, though Fisher comes in to protect the rest of his supports. Colsey back, Neptuno's still alive, so getting a lot of value out of that Lucio. But Snizzlenose will finish off Fincy, and this is going to be a point capture for Hammers Esports.
Textbook stuff again. They didn't use many ultimates coming into that. The Graviton got committed, and it was a beautiful one at that. Connected onto, I think, 3 or 4 of the players on Movistar Riders. So definitely a worthy push. And Fisher still holding onto his Dragon Blade. That's excellent stuff. Shaz as well has it. They can easily go in with the Nano Blade here, force out a few ultimates of their own. Neptuno is not close to a sound barrier, so that's definitely not going to get contested on. But it's going to be a hard defense now for Movistar Riders to try and get this.
But a big Earth Shatter captures 3, and they're going to get the kills off of it as well. This is going to be amazing. If Christopher does go down, but Kush and Neptuno are the only ones left alive at the moment, and Kush does go down, so Neptuno the only one, and they're going to get value out of that. Another great Earth Shatter from Christopher.
Hammers are playing so well. They still haven't used that Nano Dragon Blade combo. It's actually incredible. They need to be careful of Logic, who's waiting. Eyes on Logic, all eyes on him really with that Pulse Bomb, waiting to pop it off into the back lines. Does connect it, but not onto a single soul. It's only on the payload. The barrage popped off here by Schultz as well. Does claim Christopher, but Nesh with a follow-up frag of his own. Still a slightly winnable fight. No, it's going all the way now to the side of the Movistar Riders. Nesh is getting a few consolation kills, and he's still in the fight with almost 100 energy, it feels like. But he is finally going to go down, so the reset is in order. Still, that was an incredible push, and great usage of ult economy as well by Hammers, just pushing that in without using pretty much anything.
Indeed, the only thing that came out was the Nano Blade combo, but a great tactical advisor, or sorry, a great Nano Boost coming out from the other side, as well as a tactical advisor, if I recall, from Movistar. So that basically nullified the advantage of that Dragon Blade, forcing Fisher to retreat. But here we go, the engage happening yet again. Kolsty and Neptuno, as well as Kush on the high ground. Kolsty chasing away the supports, as well as Fisher, who are perhaps trying to pressure him slightly. Kolsty now retreating back to the payload. He does go down weak. The hook comes out from Snizzlenose, but does miss. Here comes a Primal Rage to bully around the entirety of Hammers as the sound barrier dropped in return to feed Fisher again with that Dragon Blade. Picks up one, chases after Neptuno, picks up two. Kush does get the nano boost, but he's not going to be able to do much as Nesh gets a great Graviton off to clean up Colsty. Logix will come back with one, but it looks like unless they can do something drastic here, that the contest will not be in time. Snizzlenose does get Pulse Bomb, goes down extremely weak, but Nesh with a great bubble to save him as well. Fincy Earth Shattered, forced out of mech. Neptuno will come in to complete the stagger as Colsty jumps back again. So, Movistar now in full stall mode. Kush comes back on the Mei, but will he be able to contest in time? Yes, does get there. Not quite enough. The Bastion contest as Kush is still left alive, but that will be it.
There you go.
49 seconds left as they complete round one and capture all 3 points.
That was almost a textbook stall coming out from Movistar Riders there. You almost thought they had a chance of coming in, win the final moments when Kosti was on the Mei, just contesting that point for the final few seconds, but no. Hammers, they held their cool, they pushed it in easily enough, focused down the correct targets as well. That was the most important part. A lot of teams fail to do that in the final moments. They get a bit ahead of themselves and they think they've pretty much won it. But if you really don't focus down the correct targets when the stagger's coming in, it can completely bite you in the backside and turn it around almost entirely. But now, that's it. The Hammers have proven that they are capable of taking it to the Movistar Riders. It's all going to be about this defense now. And I think composition-wise, probably going to be sticking to, again, tanks, as we mentioned time and time again, these tank compositions, these tank-heavy compositions. Snizzlenose being an absolute paramount bloke on that Roadhog hero, really hitting the hooks for days. And it's going to be interesting if really Movistar Riders manage to play around Snizzlenose. I think that's the important thing here when you're pushing in. You need to play around that hook cooldown. If they do that, they should have a decent chance of attacking and actually taking this first point, but it's a tough ask for them.
Do you think this Orisa will survive to see the light of day, or are they just trying to
Absolutely not.
Spin the blackboard faster than... a great tactic, putting the barrier on the board as well as spinning it rapidly. So
I like it.
If you are perhaps prone to dizziness, maybe do not look at that particular site. But
yeah, this is just a troll pick. If they run it again, I'm confident to say I can eat both my socks and my entire wardrobe behind me. They're 100% not going to run it as Orisa. If they do, he's stream sniping and he's just heard me say that and he just wants to see me eat my clothes. But no, this defense by Hammers is looking quite textbook, to be honest. I'm enjoying the high ground hold here. Snizzlenose is just waiting around the corner, and this is actually a great read from the side of Hammers here. They know that the high ground is going to get contested by the dive comp, so Snizzlenose is just there to fish out any potential flankers.
as we get ready for the play, Logix pressuring that point already. Unfortunately, not the Orisa, but a much better Tracer, I should think. As now falling on the high ground, but keep an eye out for Snizzlenose there, just sitting in the corner, and hello. A great right click to take out the flanking Tracer.
Yeah, that's exactly what he was looking for. They need to be careful as well. Shrews is just hammering in rockets from above. Remember, there's no damage fall off on those rockets, so it's going to be the full 100 and I think 120, possibly 100 damage rockets. They're going to be raining down on them. But Snizzlenose again picks up a second kill and no cap time whatsoever for the Movistar Riders. They're just biding their time, just waiting entirely for the right opportunity to go in, which is probably going to be when Ultimates start coming online.
Alrighty, and now Logix back in the fight. Winston, Colsty jumps on the point, barrier down, separates the team. Snizzlenose though, Logix, you do not get to have fun. The hook comes out, the kill comes confirmed. And this is going to be Hammers showing a little bit more restraint and a little bit more poise, I think, in this defense. Although, Farah hammering down Christopher's shield from afar.
Interestingly enough, Fincy has managed to infiltrate the backlines even though Snizzlenose was holding on the balcony, and he's made his way all the way behind them, waiting, I think, for the call, because right now I think the game plan is the Movistar Riders are going to dive into the backlines, and when they try and exit through the archway, that's the time when Fincy's going to strike. And look at that, already in there, the Helix Rocket comes in, putting in that damage. The Nano Boost is now going to be committed here onto Nesh. Nesh moves forward with the attack visor of his own, claims one kill. Is he going to be able to get any more? The positioning of Movistar Riders is all over the place, not allowing anything. The barrage comes out from Swoosh, and I imagine that might indicate that he is going to be swapping off that hero. Still, the kills popping off here for them. They are finding a picks here and there from Movistar Riders, and Swoosh is still on a fire, so we're seeing, interestingly enough, this push might actually be doable with the Samurai and Whole Hog push off from Snizzlenose. Still, Lafon, I've got high hopes for Movistar Riders. They're still holding on to this.
Movistar Riders taking full advantage of the attacker spawn. Logix, though, whiffing that pulse bomb, but He does pressure the shield, so he's going to force the teams back in. Nesh will get a kill, so Hammer's not quite out of it yet. But it is looking very much advantage Movistar right now. Christopher now well out of position and turned on and killed by Movistar as the tricklers come back in. So wow, Snizzle knows no chance there. The Discord orb and the Tracer up in your face means sad, sad times. And Roadhog goes down. Movistar captures the point. But I mean, Hammer's showing a relatively decent showing on that defense, although they do push, Movistar that is, push the spawns to try and get advantage of these stragglers.
Curious to see if they're going to make any swaps off here. It doesn't look like it. They don't want to get spawn camped as well. They are pushing up heavily here. Movistar Riders not wanting to give them any room to breathe and set up a decent defense. We'll see. No swaps just yet. Want to keep in that ultimate advantage. There's a ton of ultimates to use on the side of Hammers. They've almost got that Graviton Surge, Earthshatter on Christopher, and we've seen how good he's been on that Reinhardt role, but definitely ultimates to defend with as well on the side of Movistar Riders here.
Movistar taking that early fight. Kolsti all alone on that payload, looking slightly lonely while the rest of his team gets to have fun fragging out. Here comes that barrage, picks up none. The sound barrier does keep Swoosh alive for the moment, although Christopher does go down to the barrage, and the kill feed still looking very, very good for Movistar, as from the high ground, Fincy raining down damage as Logix aids from the low side. And this is going to be Hammers falling as Logix lands a great pulse bomb, even though he dies to Nesh's right click at the moment. The Helix rockets, and Kolsti's still sitting there in a...
They have to go in here. Honestly, that was a detrimental losing Fisher there when he had the Graviton. Really bad for this push. Now they need to really work off Christopher, who has his Earthshatter available, but Movistar Riders' positioning is completely spread out onto the high ground. They lose 2 picks though, and that is going to be the opening that Hammers needed. Immediately the disengage is called, and they all just back off into the woodwork.
I'm so happy to see teams are starting to use the spawn camp a little bit more. It provides, if you can execute it well, it provides a lot more pressure on the defense than I think we've ever seen to this point in Overwatch specifically. So the fact that this is happening is certainly exciting. But Sizzle knows now caught out all by himself, walks away. Kolsti not able to get that kill quite yet. The rocket's still raining down. A switch from the air, looking for that free damage. A great hook comes in, but before he can get the kill off, there goes the kill, as well as a Graviton Surge to capture 3. Transcendence immediately comes out to nullify it. Fincy is going to get the kills instead, and the sound barrier will not be able to save Nesh quite in time. As the ultimates come out from Movistar, and Hammer slightly in disarray at this point, trying to get back to point to contest. Another kill coming in for Movistar, and this looks like this will be a point capture as we head to point 3.
Funnily enough, they didn't opt to use Christopher's Earthshatter when that push was really being made there by Movistars. You got to trust Christopher's judgment because he couldn't find the opportunity, and especially with the Primal Rage popped off by Kolsti, he got forced into the corner and couldn't actually get a decent ultimate off. And now at least they are going to have it to defend this U-bend with around on the last point, but the positioning that Movistar Riders are playing, just not letting anything creep through, not letting them get a foothold whatsoever. That is the way you need to play Overwatch these days, is not letting the enemy be comfortable whatsoever. The Rocket Barrage comes out from Swoosh, hooked up immediately, but the Nano Visor as well into the back. Nesh going to be moving in with his own tactical visor, see if he can find a kill or 2. He does collect it onto Kolsti. In the end, Neptuno, last man standing, he's going to get out of there, surprisingly enough. Surviving, just dodging and juking into once again, the ventilation ducts up top. And that has stagnated this push for now from Movistar Riders, and they do have ultimates to use on the side of Hammers to defend this with.
I like the clever usage of the barrier from the Winston to keep Swoosh alive long enough to get at least partial value out of the barrage, but excellent work by Sizzlenose to come back in to get those hooks off, to get those kills, and really prevent the team. But there's that Earthshatter, picks up 1, so only Fincy, but it's not going to get much more value. Dex does get the Transcendence out in time, so with that, the fight flipping in terms of abilities, Logix comes in to pick up 2 big kills on the tanks, and the cleanup now in full effect, as that's going to be a team wipe for the side of Movistar Riders as they look for that spawn camp now as we get into this final part of the map. And the 6-man regroup on the side of Hammers. They're taking it slow.
This is going to be so tough now. Kolsti pops up the Primal Rage to keep them back in. They've got no ultimates to use. Snizzlenose forced to use the whole hog off to try and contest them, but the sound barrier popped off as well by Movistar Riders. They need to contest it to the best of their abilities, but they got no pressure, no foothold whatsoever. The post bomb on Christopher is going to be his last chance at life as he takes his final breath. Finally, we do see the sound barrier coming out from Tomsy, but that's just really just to stagnate this push for as long as they possibly can. It is still doable for them, assuming Snizzlenose picks up his hooks and does pop off a few left or right, but no, no. The point getting capped in. They had no one to pressure it whatsoever. And it is going to be a slightly, by a single second, better time on the side of Movistar Riders. They get 1 minute 1.
I mean, we say it's a slightly better time, but that is exactly what it is. Only slightly better, as it's 1 second advantage Movistar. So Hammers, a much, much better showing here on King's Row. And I mean, Movistar, though, with that spawn camp, they're really forcing Hammers to waste ultimates to just even break out and set up a proper defense by being so aggressive. So interesting to see if they'll be able to come back and hold this point here going forward.
Yeah, this is really do or die now for these teams moving into this one. I think they've got a lot on their plate to try and defend it with. Again, it is Movistar Riders on the defense. They're going to be going with their signature dive composition to try and defend this with, but really all the pressure in the world right now on Hammers to try and get this map. This was their map pick, remember, King's Row, the one that they are pretty much most comfortable with, and it's pretty much do or die, I think, when it comes to this first push. If they're not going to get it now, it's going to be very difficult to try and recontest without
not only is the push
foothold.
do or die, the map is as well, as if they drop 2 in this best of 3, well then, that spells end for Hammers. Can they come back and tie the series, or are we moving on as we get ready for that first? A great early grenade, though, for that early ult charge.
Yeah, that was textbook stuff. It was thrown directly up into the air, so it would come down just as the doors open, but it's just going to be that little bit of ult charge now as we see the Movistar Riders moving in. Another great bio grenade. They're all purple on the board here. And Tuno wants to boot them in. Kosti wants to try and get right stuck in there as well as he leaps in. Doesn't actually end up falling in the end. Another bio grenade countering that comes out, and Dante is about halfway to his ultimate in the end, but Christopher getting picked off in the tail end of this fight.
So that first push is going to be all for naught. Fisher does get 1, but it's not enough. Snizzle, though, gets pulse bombed, and the push is ended right properly as they get ready for the reset with the respawners. And now down to 10 seconds, so they have 1 more push left here. Christopher's going to walk the point, try and get the overtime contestant. Yes, here they come. So they do engage on that point, and as get ready for these ultimates to start blowing out. And here comes that Dragon Blade. It's going to go. Dante's going to go down. Can he catch Neptuno? Neptuno a little too fast for his taste, so he's going to go after Kolsti instead, does Fisher. Fincy with that tactical visor, though, is going to come and clean up. And this is big. Overtime is in effect as Christopher is going to swat away, but it's not going to matter, as that's going to be a hold for the side of Movistar Riders. But the side of Hammers did get about a third of the, just shy of a third of the point. Will that come into play as they get ready to defend?
That
Possibly
was looking,
for the last time in this tournament.
That push was looking so good when I think it was Fisher who moved into the back. Backlines as Genji. He managed to get a reflect onto who was it on the Ana player? It was Dante, I believe. Dante playing the Ana in the back lines, and he got the reflex sleep dart and managed to get the kill on him in the back. And it was so good. He got a second pick following up from that, but they just had no way to contest with Fincy, who was holding the high ground on his Soldier 76 and just rained down hell onto them with the tac visor. No way to defend against it with Christopher pushed up so far forward, and it ultimately meant that push was pretty much spoilt in its tracks. Now, as you mentioned, they did get a bit of cap time on the board, so it's not all over just yet for Hammers. They do have an opportunity to full hold defense this, and it's not exactly like they have to stamp their feet and get a proper foothold onto the point as well, because they do have a tiny bit of room to breathe, but it's not much at all. And I think the play style that Hammers like to play, especially where they give up a little bit of a space on the point and then re-push with the 6 players through the choke point, it's not going to be doable here. You can't afford to give them any space whatsoever because the cap time is so low.
That is absolutely the case, and here we go. They're still running that triple tank setup that Hammers have played pretty much all map long. We see Shaz with the grenade. It misses, though, as the dive composition a little bit faster than the triple DPS, or the triple tank, I should say. Swoosh on the high ground, just poking away, seeing what he can. Logic's, of course, on that back line, attempting to go and find out. They're all spread out very much, are these Movistar Riders. Christopher on the point, holding down the area, and both teams taking a look to see what is available for them to execute. Kolsti jumps in to pressure him, but Christopher forced to turn around and deal with Logix, while the rest of the team in the front, and Nesh will get the first kill. Swoosh, though, comes back in and picks off Christopher. So both main tanks down for each side, as we continue this skirmish, and already halfway to that needed 30, or what is it, 15, 25% of the capture point are Movistar, and they are lighting up the kill feed, so that will be it, as there's no way to recontest for Hammers. Match complete, GG's go out, and that is it. 4-3 the final map score, 2-0 the series score. Movistar Riders moves on.
That was insane. Movistar Riders are on a whole nother level when it comes to it. You can safely say they are 100% going to be the top team to come into this tournament and win it. Off the back of the Overwatch pit win as well, absolutely insane stuff coming out there from the Movistar Riders, and all off the back as well. They play such elegant play when it comes to the dive. It's all on point. Everyone knows their limits inside and out, it feels like, and it's something that you only really see in teams like Rogue, even, where they play the dive comp to such a level where they know exactly when teammates are going in, when the calls are being made, when the cooldown abilities are being called out, and they know just when and what targets to focus and prioritize at the right times. And I think if Hammers Esports, it's not a bad thing that they're focusing on the tank compositions, because I think it actually can work really well against dive, and I can understand why they're putting, I guess, all their eggs in one basket when it comes to these tank compositions, because in theory, tank is one of the compositions that should deal with this dive quite easily. You have a whole host of abilities to make usage of, the hooks and the bio grenade, just to burst down any attackers. So it was a decent effort by Hammers, but again, it just showing the major difference between them.
Movistar still showing that they are on another level as they do move on to, I believe, to the finals, actually, at this point. Now they're just waiting for the results between Laser Kittens and X Cyclone, which is the next match coming up. With that, a great time to shout out our sponsors here quickly before we leave for the moment, and be back shortly with some Overwatch action. But again, TeePublic, who have partnered with us to bring this tournament, HND Overwatch Invitational #1. You can we partner with them with a code. You can use HND302 at checkout at shop.hdgaming.com. And of course, we are powered by Lioncast, where you can use code HNDgaming at checkout to receive 7% off your next purchase site-wide. With that, I'm signing off. I've been LaFon. With me, co-casting, Bren. Where can we find you?
You can find me on Twitter at Brencast. Give me a follow there. Even on Twitch. Twitch is just Bren. You can follow me over there as well. But I think we're signing off for the day now, aren't we? We're handing the reins over to a different pair of casters. Going to be sending it off for the final moments of this tournament. Who have we got? Is it?
We've got actually. Scribe is going to be one of our casters, as well as Jet Set Jamerson. They will be your crew coming up for the next next block of games. Looking forward to that. I've had a lot of fun. What about you?
Yeah, it's been really excellent. Honestly, these tournaments, you can't emphasize how important they are for the scene overall, and really, everyone involved does a great job running them, and they are paramount for a healthy scene. So really, just well done to as well all the volunteers behind the scene as well.
Yep. So again, a thank you to everyone who helped us put on this production. I'm signing off for the day, as is Brent, and we'll see you later.
polyphonic sound for the home is recorded on 2 separate tracks, each one giving special emphasis to certain sections of the orchestra.
All right, welcome back, everybody, to the HND Overwatch Invitational. We've got a bit of changing of the guards. I'm Jamerson, joined once again by Scribe. Scribe, how are you doing?
Not too bad, actually. Starting a little later today, but super excited to see the morning of matches. And now we're on to the second semifinal as well as the third place match in grand finals later today.
Yeah, so it's going to be Laserkins facing off against X-Cyclone for the HND Overwatch Invitational, once again powered by Lionscast. Use the code HND Gaming on Lionscast.com. Get 7% off all Lionscast products there. Quick sell out before we move forward. But let's talk about this matchup now before we get underway. Laserkins facing off against X-Cyclones. Laserkins had a little bit of a difficult time facing off against Vivi's Adventure earlier today, but they were able to close out that series. But X-Cyclones kind of had an easy going there up against Singularity Ninjas.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like in a way we also have to talk about Laser Kittens and how it could be an entire marketing scheme that they go 3 games every time, because so far in the tournament, I think so many teams have had 2-0 victories that Laser Kittens has. Out of the 4 games that they played, I think they've only had 1 2-0 in their favor. Every other game, all of them went 3 games. But at the same time, I think that Vivi's Adventure might be a little bit of a tick up in terms of just it's a closer matchup with Laser Kittens, whereas X-Cyclone I think is just miles ahead of a lot of teams at this point. So I'm super excited to see what kind of goes on in the background, because both of these are super promising teams. Laser Kittens obviously with a lot of roster swaps still maintain a very strong core, but X-Cyclone is a team everyone's been talking about. Everyone's been raving about them all over Twitter, and I'm very excited to see what they can bring.
Yeah, they've had a smattering of good results for the past few months now, competing in almost every Go for Overwatch EU tournament, taking a number of first place finishes there. Now they're really getting their opportunity to show what they've got, facing off against this Laserkins roster. I mean, there have the roster to speak of. There have been so many changes within the last week. I mean, half the roster basically new at this point, and so they are really testing themselves. So I don't find it too surprising that it's going to map through every time, Scribe.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a matter of getting everyone comfortable with the roles that they're playing. And this is something that we did see yesterday, where you saw that a little bit of kind of teams not being sure, especially on Laser Kittens. Like, it wasn't quite sure if Saipei was going to play this role, because Kib was a main Genji for most of the time. Now he's on Tracer and he's still looking as strong as ever. But at the same time, it does changing up all the roles does cause you to kind of maybe have to rework how your team communicates. But with the core of the team still there, I don't think they should have that big of an issue. It's just going to be a matter of, can they bring it to the next level against this X-Cyclone team?
Yeah, I honestly do think that Kib has found himself pretty well there in his new role as more of the hit scan DPS role, instead of going for the projectiles, going in with the Genjis right now. Where I think we're just waiting on the map drafts between these two teams, and as soon as we get that underway, we will be able to get this match going. This is the second semifinal match of the HND Overwatch Invitational here. Great EU tournament. I mean, it's fantastic, I believe, because the last one was only 2 weeks ago for Overwatch Pit.
Yeah, it wasn't even that long ago. So this is actually a pretty good opportunity to see the rest of these teams compete. And more importantly, we get to see all these great matchups that we want to see. X-Cyclone is, I don't know, for me at least, X-Cyclone has always been this team that's a little shrouded in mystery, mainly because, we spend so much time hyping up everyone else in the region, right? The Chavs, EU United, and now X-Cyclone recently departed from the Cyclone organization, started making a little more moves. They picked up a new coach in Ayuki, who's just done so much work with the team overall, being able to bring them to this next level. And now they're on the brink. If they do win this tournament, that would be huge news, because in the grand finals awaiting already are Movistar riders. So it's going to be an interesting matchup, regardless of win or loss. But of course, if you're X-Cyclone, you want to be able to prove a point. You want to say, we can beat this Overwatch Pit Championships, and be able to do that.
Yeah, and speaking of bringing in coaches, I mean, we're seeing the importance that coaches are starting to play in the roles of teams. most recently from yesterday, we've had Internet Hulk actually stepping down from the ND roster. His contract's over. He's going to be moving forward with Laser Kittens here as one of their main coaches. They've got their life coach when they go over to Korea, their Korean life coach, right? I mean, I don't know if people saw it, but there was the meme on Reddit. Someone had posted, I believe, from Pro Talk. It was like Flame had made a post. You only need 6 players to play Overwatch, guys.
Yeah, I mean, I think that Alekis is taking, from my interactions with him and talking with the team a little more, they're taking a really big emphasis on making sure this team is the best. They're gunning for the Overwatch League, which is something that not a lot of newer orgs have the ability or capacity to do. But I think Laser Kittens, with the backing they do have and the infrastructure they are developing, is something that's definitely within their sights. But more importantly, bring Hulk on this team is just going to improve them in the long run. They had Spazio more as a strategic coach, but now I think they have the former captain of the best team in the world, right? I mean, that's a huge resume standout point. They're going to bring him in to do more, I think, overall, like team management stuff. And the moment they go to Korea for that boot camp, they have Sela, who's been a standout StarCraft 2 legend. He's coached so many top-ranked teams in StarCraft Brood War. And I'm excited to see what he can do in Korea, because that's going to be really interesting to see if he's able to help Laser Kittens level up.
Oh, most definitely. I mean, we can talk about Hulk's just accomplishments in Overwatch alone. It's huge. 2 seasons of Apex, all the E-League Opens or the E-League championships there. There was also I believe it was the Atlantic Showdown. He just has so much experience and wealth of knowledge to bring to the team. He's got so much to offer. So there's plenty of room for potential and growth on the Laser Kittens lineup. But first, they've got to face off against X-Cyclones here. We're still waiting to get the lobby invite. And as soon as we do and the map draft's done, we will be able to get this second semifinal match underway for the HND Overwatch Invitational, guys.
I'm actually very interested to see what maps actually come up in this map pool. Laser Kittens on Twitter obviously complaining that when no one wants to play Koth against you, and that is something that has been long standing. It's just that Laser Kittens is such a good DM team in terms of their individual skill that they're able to take these fights and win them almost extremely proficiently on Koth. I don't think a lot of teams are able to take them. A big fact from the Overwatch pit was when they played Oasis, they literally lost 0 of the matches, and they were playing against top-ranked competition as well. So that's obviously an impressive stat that needs to happen. But at the same time, I think other teams are okay with not taking Koth. I think a lot of teams think that, especially with the new roster Laser Kittens is showcasing, that they might be weaker in terms of comps on more escort-based maps or hybrid-based maps. So they're taking the risk and they're saying, sure, Dorado or Eichenwald might not be our best map, but if we can put Laser Kittens on something that's less comfortable for them, we can take advantage of that situation.
Most definitely. You have to remember that we are map drafting here, so everything is left in the pool. I believe the way it's working out, it's 2 bans per side, pick, and then just ban out until you have your neutral map there. So we did see some Hanamura coming in, definitely a lot of Koth, and Eichenwald pretty prevalently. Now, if you're X-Cyclone, where do you want to take Laser Kittens?
We take it's interesting, right? Because I think X-Cyclone has an interesting. This is going to be my theory about it. I think X-Cyclone, if they aren't scared of Koth, I think they're going to take them to at least one Koth map if possible. I think they're going to pick one Koth map. The main reason why is because I think that from a skill standpoint, you have to be thinking X-Cyclone is super confident. They're always super strong on Koth maps as well. So Laser Kittens, who may not have been expecting, a Koth map pick, might not pick it in their first rotation or might not pick it in their session. So it really depends on whether or not X-Cyclone feels confident about it. With that being said, though, I fully expect Eichenwald to make it onto the map pool. I think that Eichenwald is a map that Laser Kittens is good at, but they're not super solid on. And it's a map I think a lot of EU teams might have as their pocket pick, so I fully expect that. If not, I can see them going back to Volskaya. We saw that yesterday with LDLC. 2 CP maps in general, I think very good maps for strong, mechanically gifted players. But at the same time, it's a map where almost anything can go, and you still need some level of coordination behind it. So I expect to see maybe 2 CP map being the neutral map, making it through. But if I'm Laser Kittens, I'm going to be able to see if I can pick a Koth map. If I'm X-Cyclone, if the first pick from Laser Kittens is a Koth map, I'm going to bring them straight to an escort, maybe Eichenwald. But if Laser Kittens doesn't pick a Koth map, in case I would take them to Koth map in that case.
All right. And apparently I was the one that was difficult to find, but I am in the lobby now. And so it looks like we're actually going to Lijiang Tower for our first map here. And you were completely right. We're going to be taking it to a King of the Hill map one of the control maps here. It's going to be Laserkins facing off against X-Cyclone. We're just giving them the final ready-ups. Now, how do you feel about Lijiang Tower here between these two teams?
So Lijiang Tower is, on the plus side, I think that there's a lot of variety that it can use. However, I am a little worried about the Pharah picks, right? Because we have seen before, Laserkins is, I think, willing to make a commitment where they put Saipei on the Pharah and then they have him get pocketed by Gray in that instance. I think that does take Gray off of one of his more impact champions in Ana or Zen. So that might not be super optimal in my opinion. However, with that being said, I think that there's so much variety that could come out here. We obviously are a command center, so I fully expect to see Gray potentially run that Sombra if needed. And with that pocket pick, it just makes life so much easier for Laserkins.
Yeah, with that mini health pack control, you can really build up that EMP super quick. We're not strangers to teams actually building it up within like the first 30 seconds of the round. And so might actually see it coming out, and it does catch out a lot of teams unawares. So we got 20 more seconds. Taking a look at the lineup so far, it looks like on the side of X-Cyclones, they are already hovering over that triple DPS dive composition. Nothing quite yet settled on the side of Laserkins though.
This is actually kind of worrying in a way because I think that this pick might just be so, everyone knows that Gray loves running the Sombra here, and yeah, sure, it's super strong at the same time, but Malzasa is a huge impact on a Winston player. I actually would have liked to see Gray on his Zenyatta just to neutralize him just a little more.
All right, there we go. The point is going to unlock in about 20 seconds. Both teams facing off. They do have the mega health pack control over on the ledge there. And Pox is actually going to be forced away from there as neither team quite committing to a team fight quite yet.
Yeah, I mean, the dive right now from the side of X-Psycho trying to cut off as much as possible. Soldier's so zoned off in the background, not able to provide any damage. And Malzasa taking the win over there means one less DPS dealer. And yeah, this is exactly what happens when a dive composition is able to kind of strip you apart and really invade your backline. It creates a lot of splits, making it hard to retake the point.
Yeah, it was a 2-for-2 trade. Now it's all the initiative going on favor of Laserkins there as they do force them off the point. The point has unlocked, but Boombox taking out Skipjack. That is huge as Line Pro got slept there, almost dove on. Now he's starting to get focused down. That's going to be Davin coming on in. And already X-Cyclone taking this first team fight quite decisively. It was a little bit of a slow start, but now they've got the point.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, that was really punished by the fact that Boombox had his nade ready just in case Winston was to jump in. Getting that healing debuff means you can't heal back to full health, so by the time Skipjack was trying to retreat, already half health, very easy to chase down.
15% on the board, but Krems finds a nice headshot onto Pox, and now they are pushing forward. On the side of Laserkins, we do have Saipei outside, trying to focus down both supports, but it's going to be Malzaza that takes out Line Pro. Pulse Bomb comes on out, doesn't quite connect though.
Yeah, I mean, Malzasa is just such an impact player on that Winston, going into backlines with almost like, basically all he's doing is creating room for the rest of his die composition to really do what they need to do, right? He's not trying to make any super fancy plays, and sure, he gets knocked off by Skipjack, who pops that Primal Rage, but they're popping so many ults on the side of Laserkins. It might be wasteful. They really can't, turn off this point. The point's still being contested with 46%.
Yeah, we also saw Saipei trying to use that Dragon Blade there. Unfortunately, he got kited out and taken on out. Finally, the point does get flipped in favor of Laserkins out here. It's only Malzasa on the point, and he's just going to go ahead and back away. 50% on the board for X-Cyclone, though, so damage done. They've got a lot of ultimates to use, and a lot was burned on the side of Laserkins.
Malzasa popping the Primal Rage, going to the backline. EMP is huge, which will prevent a few ultimates from being cast, specifically Pox's Dragon Blade, but that's more than fine on his side. He's just going to make sure he can execute it later. Yeah, waits until the tank is down, and we'll try to be going for the resets. Unfortunately for side of Laserkins, they're just playing so much more offensively right now, trying to really create issues with that Gray Sombra and the Tracer combination, trying to disrupt in the backline. But the side of Laserkins, even though they're losing man down, they still control the point, and it doesn't look like the side of X-Cyclone wants to retake the point unless they can make sure they get man advantages here.
Yeah, they are stalling this out. They are at a great disadvantage. Gray with another EMP coming in. That's going to allow them to take down Malzasa, but still, the man advantage was in favor of X-Cyclone. They're going to clean on up. Man, Gray building these up, but unfortunately, he's not getting quite the right targets. We saw in that first EMP, he unfortunately missed Crusade, which allowed him to get that sound barrier off, that delayed the team fight a little bit longer, or allowed the Genji to buy time to get his Dragon Blade out. And now we do have Laserkins pushing forward. We've got a tactical visor coming out from Krems. He finds one kill onto Pox with that Helix rocket. Unfortunately, everyone else getting kited away. It's going to be Destro now with that nano visor. He's got 2 kills. off the back of it. Point did get flipped for Laserkins there, but Destro still laying in the hurt until Skipjack finally puts him down.
Yeah, I just want to emphasize Malzasa right now. Malzasa showed up on the kill feed so much, and he's had such an impact attacking these very squishy, low priority targets. Especially on the side of like Laserkins. Disrupting your support line means you're not going to get as much damage in, but it looks like the rest of Laserkins finally filtering onto the point. And Malzaza, yeah, sure, he's a good player, but he can't 1v4 against the enemy team. And this is actually a really interesting interaction because of how fast this composition is. They're able to regroup onto the point, especially since you're not running a slow character like Ana or Zen. The fact you have that Sombra zipping onto the point, able to create disruption in that aspect, that makes it just super strong.
Yeah, we're also seeing the strengths of Sombra here coming in. Once you can get the hack, the individual hack onto characters like Tracer and get rid of their escape mechanics, they become so vulnerable. Now, almost tied up here on the first point, control tower, as we have X-Cyclone pushing on in, but a huge EMP comes out, and now Davin with that pulse bomb kill is going to give the man advantage over to Laserkins. We do have the sound barrier coming out on the side of X-Cyclone, and now the Dragon Blade from Pox. Pox has been largely doing a better job on this Genji so far. Saipei getting kited for the most part, but as you talked about, Malzasa, for the most part, has been huge on the side of X-Cyclone.
Yeah, this is a really, really aggressive composition from X-Cyclone, who's just not afraid to shy away from these battles and take them as much as they can. And this is kind of one of the things that Laserkins really needs to evaluate on this command center map. I think they might be running Sombra a little too consistently, but Kip getting a huge pulse bomb on Pox takes one of the biggest resets and damage sources out of the battle. Luckily, Destro is able to slightly even up the fight, and as long as Malzasa stays alive with that healing buff on the nade, he should be able to disrupt damage. Gray, meanwhile, sitting on the point, still invisible, getting knocked out of invis by that laser, and pops another EMP, disrupting any time of getting shields or jumping out, being able to use that to his advantage and really stop any cooldowns from being used. Crusade will be contesting the point in the meantime, but did Great get off the point?
Unfortunately, yeah, he did. And with the way, you know, that overtime works here, the longer it goes on, the faster that candle burns there, and even just a slight second off, you're going to go ahead and lose the point. So it's going to go over to X-Cyclone in a really drawn-out affair there. We're moving on to Night Market. We do have a call for a pause as Saipei has dropped out of the game.
Yeah, it could be a potential lag issue right now. But looking back at that last map, I kind of feel like the side of Laserkins is making things a little too, how should I put it, maybe a little too obvious when they run that Sombra pick. And man, we're not getting a pause before our attack's getting ready to prep right now. We really need that pause. All right, it looks like we're not gonna get that pause immediately, but we probably should relatively soon. I mean, you're playing a 5v6, but yeah. But besides that, right now, I mean, it's a little too obvious. I think that so many teams are getting ready to counter it, and if you have a high priority player like Mozasa on the other hand, who gets so many resources for being a Winston, able to open up so much space, that's something that really could add to it.
All right, now Saipei is back in the game. He's going to be on that Genji again, but we saw that towards the latter end there, he did switch off onto D.Va, not feeling as comfortable. He was getting largely kited every time he had his blade, and he was only getting about one kill off of it as both teams are now converging onto the point. Line Pro a little bit caught out. It's going to be Crusade coming in, but it's a 2-for-1 trade already as Laserkins are starting to clean up.
Yeah, I mean, this is actually where I think another benefit of having the Zenyatta is, right? Zenyatta makes target calling so much easier because you just throw a Discord, right, onto a target, and that becomes a target that everyone focuses on. So for a new team like Laserkins, in terms of roster, where they might have trouble calming or being very decisive on who they want to use, Ray has the ability to basically select on his own and hopefully evaluate the situation even better than his teammates.
Saipei finally opening up with that dash kill onto Destro, but it is traded 1-for-1. Right now, we do have X-Cyclone stuck over here in the choke point, but that's until Skipjack goes down. That Discord orb too strong. Winston not going to be able to survive long now. Malzasa pushing forward with that Winston, but the Transcendence is popped by Gray there. Primal Rage comes on out. Malzasa trying to get those kills. He is going to be able to bat Krems off the ledge there. Now things going in favor of X-Cyclone, and up until Kib came in with a 2-man pulse bomb there, but still, there's a lot of meat on this point that you have to get rid of, and Skipjack is going to be the recipient of a pulse bomb now. Davin coming in with that, and they're starting to clean up, but still 50% almost on the board for Laserkins.
Laserkins actually is in a pretty good situation where they have good ultimate economy going into the next few fights. While Transcendence is going to be up, I think, by the next big engagement, the fact that Saipei now has the Dragon Blade means that he can potentially force it out of them or really stagger it if he needs to. But the rest of the team will have Krems on the tactical visor, and this is kind of a good opportunity for them to really space their ultimates, right? Bait out a few supports, disengage, and then re-engage with another one.
Now they are approaching from the outside ledge is Laser Kittens, but Malzasa once again with the opening frag taking out Lime Pro, but the tactical visor comes out on the side of X Cyclone, but Destro just shooting it largely into this Winston here, and that's a lot of HP to try to burn through, but still, team fight going largely in favor of X Cyclone. Now they're going to chase them off.
I feel like some teams don't utilize kind of like dry runs or baiting out enemy ultimates just soon enough. I don't agree with the fact that both Krems and Saipei both executed at the same time, considering their win conditions are almost extremely similar. And plus, they both ulted into like essentially a support ultimate. So that was kind of a waste because you only needed to commit one support ultimate to counter 2 offensive ones, and maybe that's your win condition for the next fight.
Sound barrier does come out on the side of Laserkins as they start to push forward, but excellent kiting coming out on the side of X Cyclone, and Crusade is going to counter engage with his own. Pulse Bomb does come out, and it's going to be enough to take out Malzasa. Now Pox, though, trying to keep this alive. It's going to be a 2-for-2 trade as his Dragon Blade did eventually fall there. Still, though, the point hasn't flipped on over quite yet for Laserkins as they are being contested by Davin on this Tracer, and he's doing a really good job. Saipei actually jumping on top of him for a split second. Now he's into a 2v1, has to kite back, and that's going to allow Malzasa to come back in with that Primal Rage. The point did get flipped in the meantime. Here comes the Transcendence from Gray. Try and keep the health bars up on the side of Laserkins. The Primal Rage, though, is not going to be enough to force them off. Destro with the Helix Rocket might be, though. Now they are charging back onto the point. It's still in favor of Laserkins.
Honestly, that little bit of miscommunication there from Laserkins kind of shows that the comms aren't exactly there, right? We had Saipei not getting the call from Gray that Gray was popping Transcendence, so instead Saipei dashed into the enemy team and Fergo was taken out. If he had chosen to dash into the oncoming Gray Transcendence, maybe he would have lived. Also, the misposition from Krims at the beginning of the fight really set them up for a bad engagement.
Tactical Visor out from Destro. He's already got 1 kill onto Saipei, who has not had that much luck, but Kib, another 2-man Pulse Bomb coming out with that Tracer. Now man advantage going over for Laserkins, but they have to stay on the point. It is in overtime right now. Skipjack trying to get those environmental kills, will be able to take out his counterpart, and they will flip the point. They're 71% ticking up. They have to be careful for this next team fight.
Man, Kib is just nuts. This is like so... It's very tough to get, like, you know, a 2-man Pulse Bomb, especially if you only stick one. It's not really a big AoE, but Kib is just managing to hit so many high priorities, taking out 2 squishy targets at once, meaning that the point automatically gets flipped. And yeah, Saipei right now switching onto the D.Va for more defense approach. They know that a tactical visor potentially could come out, but Krems will pop it ahead just to disrupt everyone, keep them off of the point, but they need to contest before it hits the 99%. Now that they zoned off, they have the ability to engage. They separate into 2 separate fights, both of which they have man advantages.
Sound barriers coming out from both sides, but it's Pox trying to push forward, get that kill onto Lime Pro with it. He only finds the one as Krems now coming on in. They're just going to go ahead and converge on the last stragglers on the point here. Malzasa once again with another Primal Rage, but he gets stuck with the Pulse Bomb. He might not be long for this world. He does find the 1 kill onto Krems. That buys enough time for Destro to come in with that tactical visor.
Oh no. That like the ordering of people who dying in that fight was super unoptimal. You needed to keep another damage dealer alive just so the, someone like Saipei didn't have to kind of just face off against Soldier without any real protection from it. Gray will be on Sombra and get onto the point, but that's not gonna be enough time. Like you said, overtime just ticks off so quickly. The moment it lasts for a few minutes or something like that. But yeah, I honestly feel like Laserkins, that last engagement could have done so much better. They actually separated the enemy team in terms of X Cyclone into 2 halves. You were able to cage them in into their spawn through that choke point right before you get onto the point. But unfortunately, they kind of abandoned Skipjack, so Skipjack ended up fighting a 1v3. And the entire purpose why they didn't want to group was so they could win on the point, but they couldn't win fast enough. And that kind of allowed the rest of X Cyclone to cycle on and you know, stabilize on the point.
So now X Cyclone on map point here on Lijiang Towers as we do move forward onto Garden here. We do see Saipei already hovering over that Pharah, and Gray, of course, will be picking up that Mercy for that Pharmacy combo, but on the opposite end, we don't see that coming out quite yet. Hux is on that, and it looks like it is just going to be Lucio Zenyatta for them. So just a Mercy, just a Pharah, no Mercy on the side of X Cyclone.
Yeah, this is actually a really bold kind of I guess, stat for the side of X-Cyclone. X-Cyclone is just depending on Pox running out to 1v1, literally both Pharah and Mercy, and keep them out of the fight. They value the utility, teamfight utility that Lucio and Zenyatta both offer, but Scythe, getting a kill on Daven right now, making life so much more difficult when one of your tracers is out of the fight. Luckily, X-Cyclone gets the call immediately to back off. They want to regroup at 6 and see if they can converge it. That makes sense. Their Pharah is going to be adding chip damage as the rest of the team rotates around.
Yeah, despite having the damage boost though, Pox is actually much closer to his ultimate than Saipei at this point, so he's been landing some crucial rockets, but the point did go over to Laserkittens first. Now, we do have both teams converging on it, and Saipei landing a great shot onto Davin. That's going to give him the 6v5 advantage. The teams are still fighting, but here comes out the barrage. He only gets the D-Mech out, and it's Kib and Saipei coming up huge for Laserkittens.
Oh, ooh, my server crashed just now.
Uh-oh. Oh, no.
Okay.
All right, so we just have to... That's unfortunate. That is really unfortunate. So we just have to remember that they're currently up 2-0 on the side of X-Cyclone. Tournament claim, please, Blizzard, please.
Oh man, imagine this happens in a larger tournament where we don't have tournament climb. But with that being said, that fight actually went super well on the side of Laserkittens. Saipei just being able to make an impact. He actually wasn't even being pocketed all that much, which means the Mercy is able to heal and enable damage boost to everyone else on the point. The big difference in that composition, though, is X-Cyclone is not running a D.Va option, right? When you run D.Va, it actually acts kind of as twofold, right? You can not only neutralize enemy soldiers, but people don't think about it as much. You can also neutralize enemy Pharahs. So Pharah, who isn't going to get Mercy support, is really going to be limited how much damage they can put out just from a sustainability standpoint. When they chunk everything into defense matrix, the enemy team isn't going to get any splash damage. That'd be a lot better.
3, 2, 1.
All right, so currently it is 2-0 here on Lijiang Towers for X-Cyclone as we are trying to go back to Garden for our third point here. We should get the lobby underway once again, but yeah, great point about the D.Va going in with the Pharah there. It does make a lot of sense just being able to neutralize a lot of that damage, but also works in conjunction with your own Pharah. If she tries to go for a barrage instead of having a Zarya there for a barrier, you have a much longer, healthier defense matrix to keep her alive and not get focused down. We've seen that come out sometimes. I believe we saw from LG Evil a few weeks back, if I remember correctly.
I think LG Evil does run that package, and it's a funny because it's a Korean style package where the Koreans overemphasize, well, not overemphasize, but they emphasize having D.Va a lot more just because in terms of negating damage, they do trust their DPS dealers to do a lot more, carry a lot of the weight. So in that aspect, they don't really mind the fact that D.Va might not have the damage of like a soldier or like another maybe like a Tracer, maybe even Genji. They are willing to sacrifice that for the fact they think D.Va is just straight up broken with defense matrix, right? And I tend to agree as well. It works a lot better if you have a lot of trust in your DPS dealers to really stay alive during fights and do the most damage possible.
So we're going to go back to Garden in just a moment here, guys. But for the meantime, you get to just stare at our pretty visages. Never mind, we're getting right back into it. All right. So remember, X-Cyclone currently up 2-0. We are on Garden, and unfortunately, Laserkins were in control of the point there. And so that was unfortunate, to say the least.
Yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate, but at the same time, I don't really think compositions are going to change. Oh, no, please. This would be the ultimate, like, BM if Pokes comes out of spawn as D.Va instead of Pharah, just because he's saying, oh, I'm having a bad match. Well, what a great opportunity to turn around and counter exactly what the issue is, right? But besides that, I don't think a lot of the team comps are going to switch otherwise. I still think that the side of Laserkins will be in a relatively good situation, still landing that kind of Pharah Mercy combination. They have a lot of faith in Saipei to really win these fights from afar, use his AoE damage to his advantage. But meanwhile, on the other side, I'm actually kind of worried about whether or not this composition on the side of X-Cyclone will work as well. I think they're banking on the fact that Laserkins doesn't really run a D.Va as much, so they can afford to run kind of like a soldier package that won't really be contested in the background. But it looks like they might be running even more dive. It looks like they're running the more standard dive composition with Genji instead of Pharah, but we'll see what Pox runs out of spawn with.
It looks like he is going to go and move forward with that Genji instead. So it's going to be up to Destro to really try and contest Gray and Saipei in the sky here. Already both teams meeting, converging in the middle. Skipjack's going to be the first one to jump on in. They're trying to get the focus on out, but they have to disengage just a little bit. Now they do have Krems on that Diva. Skipjack jumping all the way back to the Mega Health Pack, and now they are retreating on the side of Laserkins as they already lost 2 members. That's the pharmacy going on down.
Yeah, that's kind of one of the negatives about being focused down so quickly, right? Is because when you have a fair Mercy combination, your Mercy needs to make sure they stay alive. And unlike the previous round where they didn't really kind of have like a real counter to any air control, now they have Destro who's been able to move and position extremely well. And that's kind of the issue with the fair Mercy combination is you take so much emphasis on having 2 people function as one unit that you effectively have to fight a man down everywhere else, and that's where Excite was able to capitalize off of.
Skipjack try to push forward, but once again getting focused down. That's going to be the Resurrection coming on out. Now Kib getting the kill onto Devin. That's going to be the 6v4 advantage coming out in favor of Laserkins, but still during the meantime, we do have 30% on the board for X-Cyclone before it does get flipped very shortly. It's just Boombox there as he finally falls to Skipjack.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly what Pharah is meant to do, right? Inflict a lot of AoE damage, force people out of position. The fact that it's super hard to focus on both her and any of the ground attacks at the side of Laserkins are running, it makes it extremely difficult. In fact, I think Saipei in the sky actually distracts from the true carry on Laserkins, which is Kib on the ground.
Yeah, we do have the tactical visor getting popped by Destro. They're pushing forward even with that Transcendent. Saipei just waiting on out. He's got that barrage, gets the kill onto Boombox as soon as he comes out of that Transcendence, and now man advantage going over to Laserkins already. Primal Rage getting popped by Mauzasa, but that's not going to be quite enough yet. They are fighting back the dealers on the side of X-Cyclone, but is it going to be enough?
Yeah, I'm not super comfortable with him using that sound barrier at that point. It was kind of like a lost fight, and he really couldn't affect that many people on point, right? Destro was still around full health when he executed, so it wasn't like he's saving anyone, but it looks like he did buy his team enough time to regroup onto that point. So even though Mercy was able to res a large part of Laserkins to keep sustaining on the fight, I think they just weren't expecting the speed that X-Cyclone approached the point.
They have stalled it out just a bit, though. They are still on the point contesting. It is Kib right now facing off in a 2v1, but Crusade will finally finish that off. Now Farah is onto the point, but Destro once again keeping the skies clear for his team. But one more last stall coming on out as Skipjack was able to jump onto the point, so that's 72% on the board for Laserkittens.
Yep, this is going to be interesting to see how much support Krems is able to get. Krems with the tactical visor will probably be the first man to really go in and team wipe. I expect him to try flanking a little more because it's just so much harder to, stand out in the open and just take free Pharah damage as you use your tactical visor. With that being said, Skipjack jumps in almost immediately and gets immediately taken out of the fight. I do not think that was what Laserkins was expecting. They just wanted to create more room for him to get that advantage.
Yeah, we're seeing it time and time again. Skipjack jumps in, he gets immediately focused down. Boombox with those orbs of discord, just doing a great job of calling those out. Pulse Bomb comes out and lands onto Krems. He's going down. They're going to be able to delay longer. Now it might just come down to one final team fight.
Yeah, this is kind of why you don't want to have kind of like halfway disengage, right? And you want to actually go all the way into your spawn, just because how easy it is for anything like Tracer or Ferret to really catch you out in that middle ground, because you can't really get punished, right? Most of your team's behind walls, and yeah, Tactical Visor will get popped just to keep everyone alive. Destro will get knocked away by Skipjack, unfortunately, so that damage is out of the way. But in the meantime, X-Cyclone needs to figure out a way to deal with Kib, who's in the background. It does look like the res will be used to keep Line Pro alive, just to enable more healing, as well as some DPS, maybe even speed himself onto the point. But looks like Pox able to get that double rocket barrage, but Gray able to trade him out in the end of this fight. And this is just going to be a great fight for side of X-Cyclone. Only Kib left on the point. Krems will be able to come in with that tactical visor, but it might just be a little too late.
Yeah, he's still trying to contest here. He does get the kill onto Crusade. Unfortunately, he goes on down, and Saipei nowhere near it. And so that's going to be X-Cyclone taking it 3-0 here on Lijiang Tower.
Score.
Oh, and This is kind of like one of the what if situations, because what if Laser Kittens doesn't get that X-Cyclone doesn't get that reset on that first point, and instead it's Pox running out as Pharah, right? And losing that initial advantage. People don't really think about, how important it is blind pick is, right? Because when you come out as blind pick and the results that you're running as Laser Kittens are extremely beneficial, the side of X-Cyclone doesn't really have enough time to react, go back, right? And then try to figure out, what's your next strategy, right? So we did see that immediate adjustment right off the back. Pox is like, okay, I'm not really having a great Pharah game, so I'm going to go on Genji, right? What that basically allows is that instead of focusing all this ultimate charge that he had on being a Pharah, he is able to use it on Genji, build up a Dragon Blade, and just display some more presence, right? In the meantime, they're not thinking that, Pox is playing, okay, Pox isn't playing Pharah, but then Pox's Pharah later in the game coming out becomes another blind pick situation that the side of Laserkins isn't immediately able to, address or to kind of counter immediately, because everyone wants to keep their ultimate cycling. So it's something that a lot of teams don't consider as much, but I think it's something that teams should start considering when they're playing college maps, what your initial blind pick is and how you're going to expect what the other team is going to be running.
Yeah, it really could have been a different issue there. We saw on the onset of Garden there that Laserkins actually had the point first. They were winning a team fight. They were already at about 15% before the unfortunate server drop there. So now we're just getting some reconnects coming out from both teams. So we move on to the next map. I don't know if we have it picked out quite yet or what the map draft was, but already X-Cyclone in good position here. Remember, this is a best of 3, so they just need to win one more map and they're moving on to the grand finals.
So I don't want to say I am like a prophet, but the map pool actually, oddly enough, was Lijiang Tower, Oasis, and Hanamura. So I did call it the 1 CP map for the toss-up and the 2 control COD maps that they would bring them back onto. I immediately made the orders a little off, but I'm surprised they let Oasis through. Oasis is such a great Laser Kittens map. I think though, Nesh did tweet out and was like, yeah, with me departing, I don't think Oasis is the map anymore. Mainly because his ability to really challenge the air on Pharah was so strong from his side, being able to take out a lot of people who thought they were better Pharahs than he is. However, Saipei has shown, he is able to control Pharah at a very similar level. So I almost expect the side of Laser Kittens to show a similar, ability or similar mastery of the map itself. I am a little worried though, right? Because this could be a map where they're super confident on it, but X-Cyclone is more confident in their mechanical ability, the ability to play as a team, which means that in a way, Laserkins could have been accidentally, picking themselves into a really bad situation.
Yeah, we saw there on Lijiang that X-Cyclone were actually doing a really great job of just teamfight management, kiting out as the divers came on in, Skipjack continually getting focused down. Saipei was even having a difficult time trying to find an opening on his Genji. So once again, when you get into these dive situations, you just really do have to create space for yourself, back off just a little bit as they do commit their cooldowns, and then from there pounce back up on them. Right now, we are creating a new lobby. X-Cyclone's currently leading 1-0 in this best of 3 series. So you said Oasis and Hanamura, correct?
Yep, those will be the last 2 maps. And I think Laser Kittens was like, yeah, we're just gonna go straight to Oasis. Let's play a map on our home turf that we haven't lost in. I don't think in all of what I think in every game, so far, that every game that Laser Kittens has played, they've never lost an Oasis map. It's gotten close. They were down 2-0 and managed to reverse sweep, but they've never dropped it. And I think it's just a confidence factor at this point. Some people underrate how important being confident on a map is and just being confident in winning matchups are. Oftentimes, people will kind of shy out of a certain champion pick, hero pick, even though it might be better, just because I'm not feeling super great on this. I don't know if I can beat him soldier v soldier, right? But coming into a match, if you're able to be, hey, I'm able to win these fights, I'm willing to take these engagements, I'm willing to optimize my positioning and take these aggressive flanks, you might be able to surprise the enemy team a lot more. And I think this is exactly the case. Oasis is 100% the case where Laserkins might be super confident enough to take it to the next level and really put enough pressure on Cyclone. But I mean, X-Cyclone, it's so tough to deal with them because Malzasas is playing out of his mind, and Skipjack needs to be able to get more support from his team. I think that the big commitment that the side of of Lizardkins is using is that they're not giving Skipjack enough resources, right, to fight against Malzasa. And I think it's kind of a skewed picture, because I think a lot of people, I think everyone at Lizardkins like, well, you know, Malzasa's not getting that much commitment either, right? He's not getting enough in terms of enough resources, right? He's doing a lot of things solo, but the entire point of it is X-Cyclone is playing so much more around him when he dives in. They're able to pick up backlines, and they basically are communicating with him a lot better. Meanwhile, if you're the team that's getting aggressed on, it's so much harder for your Winston to stay alive, because he's essentially stranded out if he jumps into the enemy team.
All right, so they are going to be taking it to Oasis, so you definitely are the prophet there, Scribe. Now, the thing I do like about Oasis, though, even though a lot of teams do try to push forward with a game plan in mind, it ends up becoming a deathmatch sort of situation, especially if you get to a map like City Center, where you see these long, drawn-out battles where people are just contesting the point for such a long time.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of one of the funnier maps, because I think they had to patch it a few times just to prevent like all these spots. They didn't expect all these high ground locations, right? But the amount of levels in each one of these rounds, or each one of these maps, is actually like really high, and allows you to manipulate high ground in a way that works out for you, right? Especially with jump pads, it makes it a lot easier to confront high ground, right? And that's why a lot of teams enjoy running Pharah in some of these competitions, just mainly because like you have these jump pads in certain levels, but also having that air advantage makes their life so much easier. It's a lot harder as Soldier to kind of sit in City Center and really aim high ground, because of the way that the structures are placed. The fact that a lot of people on high ground can hide away and make life super difficult while still maintaining a strong angle.
But we're going to be starting off on Garden here, as we do load into Oasis already. Sai-Pei hovering over that pharmacy along with Gray. We'll see if they want to run it. But Pox currently sitting on Genji on the side of X-Cyclone.
Yeah, I think Pox is probably going to always hover this Genji pick. I think what's going on in their head is they're thinking, okay, we need a guaranteed team wipe, because in most cases when the side of Lizardkins runs Pharah, they also have a Mercy combination along with it. So you do have to adjust, right? Because it's not only a Pharah Mercy, you also have to count for Mercy res very late into the round and being able to kind of turn team fights almost immediately. If they're running Pharah, Pharah isn't exactly a free team wipe, just because Rocket Barrage is something that puts her in a really vulnerable position. So they really need to make sure they can utilize it.
Kib getting me just a little bit excited there. He was hovering over Hanzo for a second, but now we are out of the gates onto the point here. Sai-Pei with that pharmacy combo, not quite connecting with the shots yet, but one does land onto Malzasa. He has to back off just a little bit, get healed up.
Yeah, I mean, this engagement's kind of a little staggered, but Pox does take out line pro in the background, but Malzasa probably was a little less certain if he wanted to go in, since the rest of his team is more so grouping up. So this should be, a point where they're just going to regroup and try to contest it for just a little more time. Not really sure why Destro ran onto the point when the rest of the team just wasn't there. David does take down Kib, so if they buy enough time and wait for the rest of the team to catch up, they should have a temporary man advantage. It looks like David's already trying to get into a flank position to maybe push them off high ground.
Yeah, he's already onto Lion Pro. Malzasa jumps on in. They're going to be able to focus that on down now. Krebs unfortunately uses his shift there, and he's starting to see the next focus. And already so many members going down on the side of Lizardkins. They're largely cleaning up. It's just down to Kids to try and keep this alive for as long as he can. They're already at 30% on the side of Lizardkins before they finally fall, and about 34% before it gets flipped. So now X-Cyclone, they're in a pretty good position. Devin does have that pulse bomb at the ready. Gray, though, should be able to res any targets that go down.
That was actually incredibly smart. They had David come in from one side, and then while the entire enemy team was distracted, Malzasa pounced high ground from the opposite side, making it so much easier for them to pick off targets. But now Sai-Pei back in control of the high ground and on point. And as long as he has that Mercy life, it's just so much easier. Krems will take down Pox out of the air in the meantime. But Kib able to take high ground. This is actually a really good position for Lizardkins, able to kind of rain down from above and make it extremely hard for them to really fight. Great, being able to get that tempo res. Res is unfortunately into Boombox Transcendence, who's able to buy a little more time, but it doesn't look like it's easy for anyone on the side of X-Cyclone to actually contest this high ground at all.
Yeah, great positioning coming out from Lizardkins here, just holding on the ledge. But we have to remember, during this entire time, it's been in favor of X-Cyclone. So already 46% on the board, but now they are starting to clean up. Malzasa trying to his best with his Primal Rage. Unfortunately, the target's a little bit spread out here, and he still has to deal with Pharmacy, just raining out damage along with Kib on the ground, continually picking up these stragglers.
Yeah, I mean, this is actually really funny because we spent so much time talking about how Saipei is going to be the main carrier for this fight, but he's doing the job that this kind of like this flex DPS option really does in these dive comps, right? If you substitute a Pharah with a Soldier, you'll notice that Soldier does almost the same stuff, right? It's all about the dive composition taking attention away and using Saipei and it kind of as more of a distraction, right? If you focus so much more on that flex DPS, that Soldier or that Pharah, what it does is it opens up your dive composition to so many more moves, right? And that means that Kiv gets more room to get into the backline if no one's paying attention to it.
All right, we're about to have an ultimate face-off. 6 on the side of Laserkins, only 4 for X-Cyclone as they make their approach for this retake. Davin once again trying to find that flank position with that Tracer. Unfortunately, not finding his opening quite yet, but there they go. They're onto the line pro once again. He does have the time to be able to get that sound barrier off and keep himself alive. They're going to be able to back away on the side of Laserkins, but now Saipei with the barrage gets one off before he finally gets taken out of the skies by Destro. Right now, Kip starting to clean up, applying a lot of pressure with that Tracer so far. Now he's on to Destro. They're cleaning that up, and they're about to tie it up on the side of Laserkins.
Yeah, this is a really good play from Laserkins. This is where kind of like Gray being in a, playing Mercy actually makes life so much easier, is because the big fear normally on Cloud maps is, yeah, you'll give them enough percentage where they can catch up and win in the fight. As long as Gray stays alive during this next engagement and doesn't go down, they should have res for this next engagement. And yet, Sound Barrier will get dropped. Malzasa tries to go in the background, does take down Line Pro, who got the Discord Orb on him. Skipjack will pop the Primal Rage just to knock people out for the point. Stall it to 100% of the time, and Gray finally emerges, re-reses that tempo, make sure they get enough healing for the following fights. But Line Pro needs to stay alive just to make sure that res was worth it. Keep taking out Boombox in the background. There's no counter res in there at all. Pox, I guess, getting the Dragon Blade, but that's just not nearly enough. You need so many more kills on there, and that was actually a perfect avenue for him to abuse the downtime of Mercy res. Unfortunately, though, David not actually able to get a kill, instead only pops David out of mech. This should be a win for Laserkins, but the side of X-Cyclone's able to sustain a lot more. I still don't know how Malzasa is still alive, but they get off the point and not able to contest it. And I don't know. I don't think it really mattered as much. I think Laserkins just had more people on the point and we're going to stabilize just a lot easier. And with the amount of damage that they were taking, Mercy Res could have been up for another fight, and that's just such an easy win condition to satisfy.
Yeah, Chrome's actually able to take out, I believe it was Destro with that self-destruct early on in the fight, and then the tempo res just made it way too difficult for X-Cyclones to fight right back on in. And so we are currently 1-0 here on Oasis. Laserkins leading as we do move on to City Center.
Now this is the big Pharah map. This is where Nesh really made his name on Laserkins, was being able to take extremely strong Pharah fights here. I think Pox might not be feeling super comfortable without having like a clear Mercy combination, so he might just be running Genji for the meantime. They're just gonna hope that Destro can really take the fight to Saipei, and they're just gonna win the fight on the ground in the meantime.
In that last up, we saw that there was a lot of focus being put onto, I believe it was Line Pro on that Lucy, who was continually going down first in team fights. He's playing it a little bit further back. Now he's on the Mercy this time, as they're just going for that solo healers strat on this point.
Yeah, this solo's healer strat actually isn't that bad, right? The entire point is that you use the fact Soldier's mobility and you want to win that first initial fight, knowing that they probably don't have a super great composition against you, right? They're not running that D.Va package as of now. They're running a really, a squishy combination in general. So having Gray being able to flank and use that distance puts Destro in a really tough position, right? Because Destro can't only cut. Destro is, I guess, is meant to, as the soldier player and the solo hit scan player, to take Saipei out of the air. But now he has to focus on Gray in the background as well.
Alright, so Malzasa was able to get that mech out, but he's gonna go down to Kip for his efforts, and now finally, after pretty drawn out team fight, they will be able to flip it on over for Laserkins here. Pox, though, getting that kill onto Skipjack. That's going to create a window of opportunity as Malzasa is trying to get his way back onto the point. Now, they are contesting it for now. They haven't swapped to a second healer quite yet as Gray finds the kill onto Destro.
Yeah, oh man, this is where it starts getting a really wonky, because remember, Line Pro has been solo healing this entire time, and there's not a lot of self-healers on the side of Laserkins, right? So he has his ultimate ready for the next fight, as does everyone. Saipei needs to stay alive, though. If he dies right here, this might be a perfect opportunity for Line Pro to tempo res if he really needs to, but looks like the call isn't used. He needs to find where Gray's body is. It looks like, I don't think does he know? He was able to get a two-man res. I think he only managed to, he did get two-man res, but Gray gets immediately taken out by Destro immediately after the res. So that's not really super efficient. And yeah, Destro being uncontested in the background right now. It looks like LaserKids forgot that there was a hit scan at all.
Yeah, unfortunately, now we're seeing the weaknesses of that solo heals, especially when it's a Mercy. You're so vulnerable there, and you just can't keep up everybody because you are a solo healer. But LaserKids were able to get 50% there. So damage done, but now they're in a really dire situation. They have no ultimates to work with other than Krems coming up on that self-destruct. So there's going to be a great rotations coming on out on the side of X-Cyclone.
I mean, this is kind of what the issue is, right? Mercy Res is a great tool, but it's really weak against, you know, like AoE clears, right? Especially if you get caught out in the fight. And right now, everyone on the side of X-Cyclone, at least the offensive dealers, and yeah, keep going down in the fight is not good. You need to back up right now. You cannot stagger any further. It's fine to give them 30%, but they manage to get one more kill on you. That's going to be more like 50%, right? More like 60%. But as I was saying before, Hawks having Dragon Blade as well as Destro having his ultimate, that means that Mercy needs to pick one of those ultimates to counter res off of, and as long as X-Cyclone cycles them properly, it should be able to counter the Mercy res.
Oh, Saipei unfortunately falling to his own rocket there, so now Lion Pro considering the tempo res, he is going to go for it, but Skipjack went down right immediately afterwards, and now, once again, it's going to be X-Cyclone winning out on this team fight.
Yeah, that tempo res, that's kind of one of the reses that looks super good as a tempo res, but you basically wasted it for free, right? It wasn't like the side of X-Cyclone had burned anything to really get that out of you, right? And they still had Dragon Blade to clean up that fight, so now you don't have res. Sure, you will probably be getting it 100% guaranteed by the next team fight, but you did not force out as many ultimates that you potentially could have.
We're seeing this maneuver coming out from time and time again on the side of LaserKids where they sweep around from the left-hand side, and now Gray pushing forward with that tactical visor. Unfortunately, he was kited out, and they haven't found a kill quite yet. Finally onto Malzasa, but that's a 1-for-1 trade as the Transcendence comes on out. Line Pro is now out of the fight. There's no support on the side of LaserKids here as they're getting cleaned up. 95% on the board. Someone has to get onto the point. It's going to be Kib. He's trying his best to stay alive, but he immediately has to recall, and Destro will hit him in the face with that Helix rocket.
Yeah, and the Skipjack will be able to stay on the point just a little more, but I mean, you're jumping into a Zenyatta Discord orb right there. This is kind of where the utility of having Mercy really starts to becoming more noticeable, right? Like the fact that you have Mercy means that you're committing to these pocket positions. You don't have any utility off of boosting damage, so you're not exactly a super strong team fight champion, right? What you're doing is you're mainly trying to win 1v1s. In this case, and Saipei just not able to get any real major kills throughout the continuity of that fight, and maybe it's just nerves or something like that, but they needed to win considering the enemy team really wasn't running another Pharah. The other team was essentially saying, we're going to give up high ground to you guys, but with that single support composition, you're not going to get that much healing from the rest of your team, especially if your team doesn't have a lot of self-healing themselves.
I thought this might be one of the maps that we see another Sombra play coming out, but instead they are swapping off. Nope, they're back to that triple dive composition on the side of LaserKids here, so it's just going to be largely mirrored matchup. We do have a Zarya. That's going to be Destro pushing forward, actually.
Yeah, Zarya's actually not bad in this composition just to keep your flankers alive. I think the main win condition is saying as long as David can win those 1v1s against Gray in the backline, take him out of the fight with the shield, that should be enough. And I think they were also maybe expecting a Pharah potentially here, which is why the Zarya may have been a good combination. But Zarya is still good against the rest of this dive composition, right? Because you have the ability to kite back, and any damage the dive composition does against you, you can throw immediately back at them.
Now, once again, X-Cyclone winning out in this initial team fight. Gray was able to get the kill onto Pox, but now he's getting pressured by Destro. Destro does have to be careful. He does have that Orb of Discord on him, but X-Cyclone will be able to win out that team fight and take control of the point first.
This is a composition that really needs to be more cohesive. Dive compositions strive when they go in together and able to pick up people in the backline. And target selection is going to be so much harder because Zarya will have enough cooldown to team bubble whenever she needs to, right? So that's going to be something that you need to really talk about a little more. And Saipei letting Skipjack kind of fall down. Skipjack probably by accident will jump out, but Skipjack's kind of alone right now and will have Discord, so he needs some more support from the rest of his team. Lion Pro moves up just to cover his back a little more, and Kib meanwhile in the background trying to fight both Zarya and David in the back lines. Luckily, Malzasa will go down, so that's a big tank threat out of the way, and Pox getting that that barrier allows him to keep him a little more alive just to sustain that fight just a little longer. Krems in the background will pop a defensive tactical visor, which isn't in a great position to clear, but builds enough time for Saipei to go off with his own Dragon Blade.
Yeah, unfortunately, he did get kited for the most part. Gets the 1 kill onto Boombox before he finally goes down. It's going to be Destro now with that Zarya applying pressure onto the Lion Pro, but he does get taken out. That Orb of Discord way too strong for them. At this point, though, X-Cyclone, though, they're getting a lot of mileage off of this initial team fight, and now moving into the second one, Malzasa finally going on down, but still 66% on the board, and they're still contesting.
Yeah, this is where life gets super difficult for the side of LaserKings because they still haven't taken the point off yet. So even though X-Cyclone could legitimately just throw people and stagger bodies on here to build up time, they can literally throw one person on the point at a time just to contest it all the way up to 90, which looks like what they potentially could be doing. Transcendence is popping great, so they were able to build that great cooldown. And now, yeah, that Graviton Surge keeps everyone in. Kip, I thought Kip was trapped in that Graviton Surge, so he may have waited for them to dive in and stick a great pulse bomb.
But they did get a lot of ultis out, though. Even though they were staggering onto that last team fight, just trying their best to just draw it out and get as much mileage off of it as possible. We do have a pause getting called out. They forced a lot of ultimates out on the side of LaserKin, so now they're just completely empty. Krems is the only one that's actually close to one. He's got 18% more to go before he has that tactical visor.
Yeah, and Saipei switching off onto the Zarya just to try to keep everyone alive because he knows that, hey, enemy Zarya providing shields makes our flankers that much weaker in comparison. But Pox taking out Skipjack, one of the tankier characters in the... Yeah, I mean, this is where life gets super difficult, right? The Zarya package is good because it will keep you alive, but Zarya in itself is not a dive character. If you lose your initiation in your Winston, it makes life so much more difficult to engage in team fights. So I honestly feel like Skipjack died a little too quickly in an instance, and I wasn't able to catch why it happened. But when you have a Zarya on the team, there's no reason why your tank should get bursted down that quickly.
Now X-Cyclone sitting on match point here. Remember, they took Lijiang Tower in a 3-0 fashion. LaserKittens is really up against it as we do move back on to City Center. We'll see if they try out for that solo heals once again. I don't think they're actually going to go for it. They might. They're already hovering over it.
I really don't get this composition at this point. Like I understand like where the mentality is coming from, but it doesn't really make sense because I don't think they actually have enough. Yeah, and Gray will be switching off. And yeah, I honestly think that the big problem last match, oh man, this is playing around. The big problem last match, in my opinion, wasn't the fact that they were losing these fights. It's that just they couldn't keep sustained. The rest of that lineup has no healing. Yes, it's fine when you run it with a Roadhog. You know, Roadhog can just pump a heal himself and get himself to full health. But there's no healing outside of Gray Soldier, and yeah, and Lime Pro is spot killing right now.
Yeah, great focus fire coming on now. It's going to be a 1-for-1 trade, though, and there's still plenty of health on the side of LaserKins to try and fight this out. They do have Krems on that Diva, and now they're wrapping around, try to get to the back line on the support line. It's going to be Pox, though, that finds his opening, gets onto the Line Pro with that Swift Strike. Now he's fighting it out. In this 3v1, will be able to kite away. And with Skipjack going on down, that's going to allow X-Cyclone to gain control of the point first. Saipei gets focused down next.
Yeah, they need to regroup and engage together. The weakness of the composition is there's not enough sustainability because there's lack of support. But with the fact there's a lot of damage on the team, you need to engage together. You need to make sure you're out-fragging the enemy team, right? While at the same time knowing that you're not going to be sustaining as much. This is a huge 1v1 kind of composition where you're super confident your mechanical abilities to beat the other team, that you're willing to put more damage on the board, sacrificing that sustain.
They really do have to be careful on the side of LaserKins. They've been trying to go for this flanking route on their side, but the initiative has been all on X-Cyclone with Pox going down. Again, there's now no sustain other than the biotic field coming out from Gray, but already they're getting cleaned up on the side of LaserKins. They've already given away 40% of this map.
They need to back up. Krems needs to just turn around and zip out, and they need to... Yeah, game popped out of the mech. He needs to die now. He needs to find a way to jump into either the cars or just jump out of the map right now. He needs to reset the rest of this, and Gray dying this early is not working. And you can see how frustrated they are already. Saipei switching onto the Sombra. I don't even know if that's like that's a good pick. Is he trying to get like... I guess he's just trying to sustain out the point.
I've seen Sombra on this point before, and it somehow worked, but generally I figured this is a map that you don't want to play Sombra, and so we'll see. I mean, the health packs are just so far and few between. It's very difficult to play it now. We do have the tactical visor coming out from Gray, and he's trying to take the initiative. Unfortunately, he gets immediately focused down by Malzasa, and so they've already got the man advantage. They got the res, and it's going to come out from Lion Pro, but is it going to be enough? His visor's already gone.
These are so many defensive reses right here, and you're not you need to use, and especially in a dive composition, your reses need to be more offensive based, where they need to be able to say like, okay, I'm going to use this the moment they clear us. That way we can like re-engage. A lot of this is just, hey, let's continue fighting out. When your win condition is, you need to be winning these fights. The moment you die, you're actually almost guaranteed losing these fights. You need to make sure that you cannot temporize in these instances. You need to make sure every time you fight, you're winning. And this is where the fight starts getting harder to sustain, right? Because you don't have healers right now. Line Pro is trying to solo heal a side pay on the point, and Sombra just doesn't contribute enough damage. She's so good when you're not paying attention to her, but I mean, this is the first loss for Laser Kittens on Oasis in their entire career as a team, and I can't help but think that there's a lot of questionable decisions being made in terms of the team compositions. I think that if Gray honestly ran like a Zen to counter Malzasa more, enable his flankers to deal more damage, I think that may have been a better situation just because you have more sustain. Mercy is good, but Mercy isn't guaranteed in some of these compositions.
Yeah, we saw the fragility of that composition, even though they were running a double tank with that, the Winston along with the Diva. We saw Line Pro continually throughout the entirety of Oasis getting focused down by the majority of X-Cyclone. So now they are going to be moving forward our X-Cyclone to face off against Movistar Riders in our grand finals match.
Yeah, I mean, in my opinion, it's just they had a composition that worked. Remember, in all the other iterations of Laserkins, when they won Oasis very handily, they weren't running these kind of like single healer compositions. Single healer is fine, right? But the entire purpose of it is you need to win these fights. You need to put your team in good positions to win dive compositions, right? You need to be able to frag out on your side. And unfortunately, it just doesn't seem that they can consistently win these fights. They're not engaging in a way. They oftentimes will leave their tanks to hang. For some reason, Krems in certain fights as Diva was on the almost other side of that pillar from the rest of the team, right? This is something that I think that will get better as they gel more together as a team. But at the same time, I think it was a little bit of overconfidence picking Oasis again with almost very little practice together with this new roster.
Yep. So Laser Kittens now drop down to our third, fourth place match, which will be taking place next on stream. Cyclone, once again, congratulations. Moving forward to the grand finals, we'll be seeing that matchup a little bit later on today after our third place matchup. Yeah, Movistar Riders facing off against X-Cyclone. I honestly did peg Laserkins to try and get it to the grand finals, but X-Cyclone really hammering it in there, especially on Li Zhang and Oasis. I believe both were 3-0 affairs. So really strong showing for them. We are going to be going ahead and taking it to a break, though. And when we get back, it'll be our third, fourth place match. Once again, this is the HND Overwatch Invitational.
stereophonic sound for the home is recorded on 2 separate tracks, each one giving special emphasis to certain sections of the orchestra.
Welcome back to the HND Overwatch Invitational. I'm Jamerson, joined once again by Scribe, and we are moving on to our third, fourth place match between Hammers Esports and Laser Kittens. How are you doing, Scribe?
I'm actually not doing that badly. Although, yesterday, obviously my fire alarm went off, but in the course of the night, all my clothes burned up, and I'm actually looking for a nice, affordable clothing product. Do you have any suggestions of where I can go look?
Oh, yes, most definitely. If you visit our store that is partnered with TeePublic using the code HND302, you get 30% off all HND products. So you can get a t-shirt for about $14, I believe. So pretty great way to actually restock up there, Scribe.
Well, that's a great bargain. I was actually also thinking about simultaneously replacing my headphones because I was told that chat wanted more of like a nice headset. Do you have any suggestions if I can only pay around 93% of a retail value for a headset?
Well, sure enough, our stream is powered by Lionscast. So if you go to www.lioncast.com, use the code, I believe it's HND Gaming, you get 7% off all of your gaming products there. You can get mice, keyboards, everything you need there for your gaming peripheral needs.
Wow, thank you so much, Jamerson. It's actually really awesome to hear. I can't wait to go use those codes later today.
All right, but now the most important thing, our third, fourth match here, Laser Kittens facing off against Hammers Esports. How do you feel about this matchup, Scribe?
So this matchup actually, in my opinion, could be it could be quite a blockbuster in a way, just because we have Hammers Esports who recently picked up Nesh instead of Seb. Seb, I think, is benched temporarily, or I guess for long term, but Nesh will be filling in. Nesh, of course, very recently was just on Laser Kittens and has since departed. So it's going to be an interesting battle to see if Nesh can show that his team is that much better, his new team is that much better, and maybe it is Laser Kittens that's missing out. Although, with that being said, I think it's going to be very interesting. Hammers Esports plays a very set composition because of how it's a good Snizzle Nose is on the Roadhog. In most cases, they probably will be running a more tanky setup, whereas as we see from Laser Kittens, they're very, very focused on having this dive composition setup. They don't typically run a triple tank. So it's going to be interesting to see how these two teams who prioritize different styles of play will really be able to interact.
Yeah, we're seeing Laser Kittens stumbling just a little bit so far in their rebuilding period. They've cut about half the roster, brought in new people. I don't believe Hulk is actually working them quite yet. He was announced yesterday, but he hasn't had the opportunity to coach this new squad. So there's still a lot of opportunity to grow for that team. But there are some questionable things coming out in their last matchup.
Yeah, I think they'll be able to fix it this round. Laser Kittens is known for kind of having a really strong support staff, as well as a lot of players who do speak up. So during the break, I almost guarantee that they went back to the drawing board and said, what can we fix here? With that being said, maybe it's the kind of situation where they weren't able to execute with this single support, but maybe they fixed some of the issues, maybe fixed some of the comms in the process. So I fully expect them to come back here with a renewed, kind of like renewed confidence in their game style. I almost expect them to bring it back to Oasis to kind of show them, hey, this is not a mistake. But at the same time, Hammers Esports, I expect King's Row to come out. I expect more hybrid maps or pure escort maps, just because triple tank does pretty well there, and there's not a lot of ways to exploit it, especially if you're able to stabilize properly. So I expect King's Row to come out from their side. I almost expect Laser Kittens to bring it back to Oasis. I don't expect Hammers to ban it, just because they probably saw a previous game and were like, we probably can make them a little more overconfident again. With that being said, last map of the day, we did see Hanamura, so I don't think either team has a real big preference in being able to take it to 2CP. I expect the last map to be something along the lines of like Eichenwald or something. I don't expect 2CP to make it through.
Yeah, especially with the way Hammers Esports plays, I definitely agree with you. I mean, you are the prophet Scribe right now. We're just getting the final members into the lobby here. I don't think we've done the map draft yet, so we still have to wait upon that. But I expect a lot of escort maps to come on out. But with the way the map draft works here, we're not doing just bans all the way through. It's 2 bans per side, picks. Oh, okay, there we go. Miss Potato letting us know. Kings Row and Lijiang is currently in the pool. They're doing the final bans now, and then we'll see what the neutral map is going to be for that first map of it. Looks like either Eichenwald or Nepal at this point.
I'm hoping it's Eichenwald, just because we can continue this streak of me saying, well, this is what they're going to do. They're going to man out Kings Row. No, I mean, exactly. Kings Row is such a strong map for Hammers Esports, right? It's either that or Hollywood. But the thing about Hollywood is that it's so much easier for dive compositions to get that multi-level execute on top of you. Whereas Kings Row, it's very one-dimensional. So for tank compositions that are very good at staying alive and sustaining fights, Hammers Esports is more than willing to give up the point temporarily just to regress. I think as Brand mentioned earlier on the day when they were casting Hammers Esports. So I'm very excited to see what they're bringing. It's kind of the weird composition where you know what Hammers is going to be bringing 100% of the time. You know what Snizzle is going to be playing like 80% of cases. He has shown the ability to switch off onto a soldier, but usually it's not the most optimal composition for them. So with that being said, I'm excited to see what goes on. We could have that Nesh Kib battle over Tracer because both of them tend to play more Tracer in the air, and as well as Nesh. If Nesh wants to bring out that Pharah occasionally, I can totally see him trying to match up with Saipei.
Looks like we are starting off on Eichenwald here. Now we just need to choose sides, get everyone in, and we'll be able to get this match underway. This is the fourth place match between Laserkins and Hammer Esports for the HND Overwatch Invitational. And so I really feel like this map pool just heavily favors Hammers Esports. Both Kings Row and Eichenwald, you can play more of that Deathball-y style. Lijiang is in the pool, but Laserkins, they did show a lot of weaknesses there in that last matchup up against X-Cyclone. So I don't know. Things are looking pretty stacked up against Laserkins right now.
Yeah, I think it's all about how they play the second map. I think that Eichenwald right now is a map that dive compositions really work well on second point, especially being able to take that street phase, contesting high ground, using your mobility to push the card forward. Dive composition also has a fairly high success rate on first point if you're able to catch the enemy team off guard. The only section map I think that Triple Tank really does super well on Eichenwald is the last point straightaway. But if Hammers Esports can hold the first point long enough and rotate onto site and be more communicative and really, catch Laser Kitten's mid rotation, I think they'll be able to capitalize on it for sure.
Yeah, the second phase of Eichenwald can be so difficult for the Deathball style. Do you want to play the ramparts? Do you want to play the streets? When you try to stay together, sometimes you see people accidentally going down a bit too early off of the ramparts, and then from there they start getting picked off as people are straggling up top while others are on the payload. It's very difficult for the Deathball to play, but man, once you get to that third point where you're making the final bends, it becomes very difficult to actually try to move a defense. And so we'll see. It's going to be Laserkins actually starting off on the attacking end here. We're just waiting on 2 more players and we'll get this match underway, guys.
There could be this funny mistake where Nesh never gets moved off of the Laserkit inside. Things it just plays with them almost by accident, but yeah, finally they'll be able to move it off. Someone's chilling in our chat, just in our comments, just making sure that's the case. In my opinion, this could be something where Laserkins really needs to set the tempo for this game very, very early on. In my opinion, I think that momentum is a very strong tool when it comes to playing continuation maps in tournaments. People really don't think about how much one round can impact the next. I think Laserkins right now is coming into Eichenwald with a little bit of a chip on their shoulder. They did not show up very well against X-Cyclone. Yes, X-Cyclone is probably one of the most promising teams in this tournament, but at the same time, X-Cyclone, it was a very winnable match at points. It just seemed like they were kind of like cursed with the server dropping out, that timeout not being paused, and it's stuff like that can tilt a team internally. So I'm glad they're avoiding COD maps, at least initially. And I think that what happens is if Laserkins wins this, we'll probably see side of Hammers Esports throw it back to Kings Row. In the meantime, though, otherwise, I do expect to see almost Lijiang be selected as a second map if Eichenwald does not go Laserkins' way.
Yeah, I believe Hammers Esports played both Eichenwald and Kings Row in their matchup against Movistar Riders, who did knock them down here into the fourth place match. They didn't have the best performance on Eichenwald, but they did improve on Kings Row. This might just be their retribution map here. They want to show that they can perform well on Eichenwald up against Laserkins. We're waiting on 1 more player, and then we'll get this match underway, Scribe. And so Are you expecting once again for that dive composition to come up for Laserkins, or possibly Saipei going on to Pharah here with the opening volley in the initial team fight?
I think you have to be a little. I think actually no. This is what I'll say. I think Laserkins for sure run Saipei on Pharah for first point. In most compositions, there's a clear soldier player who really can take things into his own hands. And Hammers Esports, you know, Nesh does play a pretty good soldier, but Nesh likes more so playing like a tracer or kind of like more of a flex pick. And I think that you do need that mobility on tracer to really, you know, create room for the other team. I don't see Snizzlenose switching off of Roadhog on the first point. I think he's probably going to play Roadhog into that, which means that you don't really have a clear soldier option to be used. Nesh, for example, could entirely play soldier. I think that's completely viable, but what that does is that does strip away a lot of the mobility, and it makes it super hard for like if the side Laserkins decides to run, you know, like a full dive comp, even without a Pharah, but with a tracer kind of Genji blind pick scenario, it makes that very risky and really puts a lot of stress on Snizzlenose to hit hooks. Otherwise, you won't be able to execute. I fully expect Nesh to be on that tracer though, and if Saipei does kind of call their bluff on there and able to guess a composition right out of the gate, I fully expect a Pharah, and I want to see that Pharah actually do well, and more importantly, I don't necessarily want to see that Pharah pocketed if possible.
Yeah, we didn't see too much success coming out from Pocket Pharah, or the Pharmacy combo coming out on the side of Laserkins, although it was a completely different affair. They were on the control maps. It might be different here as we do move on to a hybrid style map in Eichenwald, but I feel like Gray would be better served playing that Zenyatta. Those Orb of Discords, especially if you're running dive, can be huge boon to the dive composition if people just call out their targets and just focus them down quickly here. And so we do have the final ready ups. We're just waiting on, I think, one ready up from one team, and then we'll get this match underway, guys. Once again, this is the HND Overwatch Invitational 3rd, 4th place match. Laserkins facing off against Hammers Esports. We're going to be starting off on Eichenwald.
Yeah, looks like they're all ready for this, so we should be getting into game almost immediately. And I'm super psyched for this. This is going to be a lot of fun. If Laserkins, you know, I think Laserkins in the back of their head, they want to beat this team as much as anyone. Hammers Esports is, you know, Hammers, when they were the Chavs, were considered the top team in Europe that was unsigned, and they were an extremely strong team. Actually, almost unfortunately, the results haven't been great recently. Right, they're by no means bad, but especially for a team that has so much hype as is, it's almost expected that they would, you know, at least be top 2 in this tournament. They didn't do super well in Overwatch Pit, but that was mainly about matchups towards the bracket stage, right? But if Hammers wins this at least puts them in a clear contention for competing with X-Cyclone, right? And being able to compete with Movistar Riders. But Laserkins is in the same boat equally, right? Laserkins has yet to kind of have that very big quality win over a top-tier opponent just yet, besides the NIP victory in Overwatch Pit so far. But they are able to beat Hammers Esports. That has to be a lot of motivation for Laserkins going into Korea.
Most definitely. Now we are onto the map. And once again, it is Hammers Esports starting off on the defensive end. Laserkins on the attack, but on the defensive setup, Christopher actually still sitting in spawn. He's going to go ahead and swap off to Reinhardt. So there's that triple tank composition you were talking about. It's going to be Fisher actually playing the Soldier 76 for them.
I actually keep on forgetting Fisher's on this team, but because I see Fisher on Genji so often in the time. But yeah, Fisher is actually, I guess I was misinformed myself. But yeah, Fisher actually is an entirely very strong hit scan player. He has been able to show that, and actually this gives room for Nesh, who is a strong Zarya as well. So this competition might actually work out for the better. And Gray is running that Pharah. They do this all the time. They single support, but they are going to be running Line Pro on the Lucio instead of the Mercy, just to give more healing to the rest of the team.
So gates have opened up. They are pushing forward on the side of Laserkins. They do have that dive composition. Solo heals. Gray on the Pharah here. Add in that extra DPS.
Yeah, this is where the engage comes in. Skipjack will go in and drop the bubble almost immediately. The bubble will go down, so it doesn't create as much space as was needed. Christopher is kiting back so smartly, and Shaz lands a nice healing nade on the rest of his team, catching all 4, so it amplifies them for everyone. And meanwhile, Laserkins has not been able to necessarily break into the front line. Krems is going to be running that Zarya for now, which seems a little almost out of place, but should keep Skipjack alive as well as their flankers. So that's the main win condition for here in that case. But Tomzy playing super safe, and now they think they spotted Gray on the overhead, so they have to make sure they take him out of the fight.
And take a look at Fisher. He's already at 80% towards his tactical advisor. He was able to farm a lot of that off of Skipjack. He's at 90 now. They're calling it out. Saipei jumping on in with Skipjack. They have the barrier over the majority of them. There we go. The first pick off. Great onto Fisher. The Dragon Blade comes out. There's the barrage, and they are just cleaning up on the side of Laserkins.
Yeah, this is where that single support composition actually really works, right? The moment you start getting picks on tankier targets, you're able to burst them down so much immediately in the fight, and that's exactly what we saw. Good job from Gray, though, making sure he gets a great rocket barrage into the backline and using the rest of the team to really kind of distract for him. But now we see here Gray changes over to Zenyatta almost immediately. He knows that the second phase is going to be a lot more conducive to having more sustain.
So the Death Ball, of course, holding up on these ramparts here. Saipei just trying to suss out where they are holding. He's got to be careful. Hook did come out, but he had the safety of that projected barrier.
Oh, Nash taking out Saipei in the background, but Nash also reveals his location, so the side of Laserkins will at least know where he is. Nash dropping down in the meantime. He understands that he needs to confront the flankers. That was a huge issue when they're running just solo triple tank, was that they had no real way to address someone on that end. Skipjack will get hooked and jump out to safety, but gets killed by Fisher in the meantime, and this is where the high ground really comes in handy. It's super hard to push this without a lot of, I guess, a lot of support from your Winston.
Yeah, because they had to commit so many ultimates to take point A, they took it relatively quickly, but they used a lot of ultimates for it, and now we're seeing that there is a definite power advantage on the side of Hammers Esports. They're still holding up on this high ground. They really haven't been able to move Fisher off of it.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to contest. Skipjack will jump onto the low ground, mainly pressure Christopher, right? But Fisher with that nano boosted tactical visor trying to drill through as much armor as possible. Gravity Surge keeps a lot of high priority targets in there. Tomsy going down means there's no support right there. And Lime Pro and Kid both going aggressive off that great Krem's Graviton Surge. And yeah, great objective control. And in terms of just being able to target select from the side of Laserkins, they knew, hey, let's not commit that many resources to high ground. We can't even retake it anyway. So they basically had Skipjack jump into the main ground of the team, group the rest of Hammers Esports together, and execute with that Graviton Surge.
We talked about this in the pre-matchup talk there, about how difficult it can be to try and run that Death Ball-y style, but already they are engaging on the side of Laserkins. Two already going on down. Saipei tries to jump in with that Dragon Blade, but it's going to be the Primal Rage on the side of Laserkins, as Skipjack doing his best to take out the support line, and now this payload going so uncontested. They're almost at the end there. Lime Pro hops on back, and Skib doing his best to try and keep Tomsy on out.
Great job from, oh man, great Earth Shatter from Christopher, Big Chris himself, but not able to do as much. Will charge off of the map just because the mobility of Skipjack jumping out of the way makes it a lot harder there. But that fight could have gone so much better if Fisher had killed Gray earlier on in the process, but Gray was able to stay alive and really chunking down to super low HP. Good job for Skipjack though. I don't think we caught it on camera, but Skipjack was able to actually jump during his Primal Rage into the enemy backline and really displace them.
Alright, here we go. This is where that dive composition really does shine. Just putting up all the DPS towards the spawn there and start catching out those stragglers. 3 minutes and 40 seconds left as we are making this final bend here, and they're making great time on Eichenwald.
Yeah, and they have all their ults. Gravity Surge gets used. No Diva to eat it up, but healing it. Pull a 4-person pulse bomb from Kib. You cannot do that. That's just insane from there. We've seen 2-man, but that 4-man was ridiculous. And it looks like the spawns will come up. They're not going to get staggered, but the cards are so close to being fixed. They need to jump on the point right now, but Skipjack's trying his best to be able to knock people off the point. Lime Pro still using that sound to keep everyone alive. Unfortunately, Tomsy will get that Nano Boost. Not an optimal target, but he will be able to stay alive. Fisher time will be fragging out, takes out Skipjack out of the equation, but Krems is still a tanky front line, and the side of Laserkins should be looking to turn back if they can. Gray does manage to demech Diva, but that's not going to be enough, in my opinion, to really continue the rest of the fight. They're still playing pretty. Kip, how does Kip take out Fisher? This fight looks so good for the side of Hammers Esports stabilized. But it's like Laserkins just being able to move forward, and great healing debuff on the side of Hammers Esports, but that's just not going to be enough right now. Skipjack taking out Tomsy, and yeah, staggers are fine. Your spawn's super close, but as this point just gets contested further and further, it's so much harder to recuperate your losses, and looks like that's almost it. Gravity Surge stops Snizzles from making onto the point. And that's a really strong take by Laserkins, point 1.
We see a lot of teams struggle on this final push, but
Switching sides.
Laserkins just absolutely dominated off of Krems's huge Graviton Surge, landing onto the entirety of Hammers Esports. And that's one of the weaknesses you see coming out from these Death Ball styles, right? You do have to stay grouped, and that leaves it vulnerable to the Graviton Surge. And man, what a great play coming out from Laserkins there, and a great time set too. 2 minutes and 31 seconds left.
This is going to be tough, right? Because if the side of Hammers Esports plays a more tanky style, like they normally do, you're inherently going to be, because you don't have as much clear potential unless you really build up Earth Shatters and Fisher goes on a rampage there, right? You kind of lack the ability to fast push. With dive compositions, you actually, from a more of like a hybrid or escort style map, you're more likely, statistically, I think, just based on the way that they play, and the highs and lows of these compositions, you're more likely to push it extremely far, extremely quickly, because you take all these team-wide fights, you're more able to engage properly, and you're able to create these awkward locations where the enemy defense isn't able to stay grouped, isn't able to kind of like become more cohesive as a unit to get set defenses set up. So I'm actually very excited to see if Hammers Esports can potentially take this point on the first push, because if they kind of don't take it on like a one-shot engage, their time will be against them.
Yeah, I mean, on Eichenwald, you're just happy to complete out the map, but to complete it out with 2 minutes and 30 seconds, and now they're running this dive composition once again, and one of the strengths of the dive composition is actually just burning time off. You have to remember, time is a resource in this game, and that's what this dive composition does. It just burns so much time off, and so we'll see if they can actually try to recoup any of that, but it's going to be very difficult as they are running that triple tank composition, that death ball style once again. This time, Fisher, though, is going to be on the Genji.
Yeah, and this is where it's going to get a little tough as long as they can kite out, but Skipjack's already in the midst of their team, trying to do as much damage as he can. Christopher does not want to turn around. He wants to present his shield. That's actually a really good job as a Reinhardt. You never want to expose the rest of your team behind it, no matter how much damage you're taking. But Sip and Skipjack in the backup, making life so much difficult, just harassing them. Sizzano is trying to get a good hook to get a pick to start off the rest of this fight. But the rest of Hammers Esports still staying relatively, full health. Sidepay will get taken out of the fight, and this is the pick that they potentially need. The rest of the team needs to make sure they can stay alive.
Hammers Esports moving on to the point, 6v5 as Skipjack gets a great kill onto Christopher to equalize it out, and now this offense getting shut down. They are starting to regroup here, but they have to be careful. Sound barrier does come out from Tomzy, and now they're onto Krems. Fisher with that Genji trying his best to hunt him down. Nash even trying to contribute into that, but Gray does have that transcendence to keep his team alive, and now the respawns are coming in for Laserkins.
Yeah, this is actually really good beside Laserkins. They managed to attack him from so many different angles. Remember when I talked earlier about how Christopher really needs to make sure his shield's kept up to protect his own team? How does Gray get that so many kills? Gray's disgusting on Zen. I don't know why he doesn't play that more often, but yeah, when you force like Chris to kind of like choose between two separate angles, especially if one's coming behind, Christopher would rather keep forward. He doesn't want to turn around. He doesn't want to dive for free. But at the same time, that's how dive compositions can take advantage of Reinhardt. But Gray positioning, just staying alive, doing so much damage in the background.
Look at Krems. Here's the Graviton Surge. It's onto the entirety of that squad, but they are able to heal up through that. Here comes the sound barrier, though, as they re-engage, and already 2 kills going on over. Saipei with the Dragon Blade, just cleaning up the rest, and now they're trying to get this last staggered kill onto the final take members on the side of Hammers Esports.
Yeah, I just had a stat fed into my chat that Krems on Zarya has not died once yet, and he's hit all these high impact Graviton surges. That one basically stemmed so much of the momentum the side of Hammers Esports had, because Fisher actually had ultimate. He had to burn that to just try to keep up and maybe try to bring the fight back into their favor. They do not have that for the next push.
Take a look at Saipei, though. He swapped off to that Reaper, so the Tank Buster coming on in. They speed boost into it, but Tomzy does have that sound barrier. Now they're gonna push forward with that nano boost. It looks like it's onto Nesh, and he's cleaned up Saipei already. Now things looking good as Christopher lands a nice shatter onto Skipjack, who was Primal Rage there, but now 3 members down on the side of Laserkins. Their defense is really starting to fall apart.
Yeah, and this is kind of where Triple Tank will strive more with their ultimates and being able to have high impact on there. But Kip, as long as Kip can stay alive and make life super difficult, this should be fine from them. And Saipei on the Pharah, he knows that, hey, if I run through a choke point, that could potentially be a bad look for me. So he's going to actually abuse the fact there's not a hit stand player on Hammers right now. Good mid-round adjustment right there. Fisher can't even deal with him himself. Snizzle might have to hook him out of the air.
So here's the Graviton once again. It connects onto 4 members, but there's no follow-up damage quite yet. Krems once again unfortunately was not able to get it, but there we go. Transcendence coming on out. That's going to keep them alive for now, and they are fighting back. The defense is Saipei with this Farah going uncontested in the skies, cleaning up with the help of Kib. They will be able to maintain their defense. Now there's only 30 seconds left on the side of Hammers Esports. It's going to come down to one last-ditch effort just to take point A.
Yeah, this is a small limitation of what Hammers Esports can do because Snizzle normally has such a high impact on Hog. They want to abuse it more. They want to use his tank composition. But this comp is just a slow composition overall. You want to build ults, and that's how you win. Fisher Nano Blade will be available, and that's how he's going to attack the back line.
Yeah, he's right onto Line Pro. He's got the dash resets. He's onto Zarya now, but he does kite on back. Saipei with the barrage, though, gets shut down. Now it's still going back and forth, but looking good for Hammers Esports as they are starting to clean up. Kib trying his best, but unfortunately with that recall, he was not able to contest the points. And in that final hour, they're able to take point A.
Yeah, and this is all about building up that ultimate, right? You want to make sure that your win condition is that Fisher ult. So good job on the side of Hammers Esports being able to buy a little more time, but already I don't think they'll be able to match up with the timing that Laser Kittens has set, and this is extremely hard in this second stage. Dive compositions are so hard to contest when you're running a Roadhog and a Reinhardt.
Now we are moving on to the street space here in Eichwald, and like you had just said, their time is already running low, but Snizzle knows with the great hook onto Line Pro and Fisher getting a kill onto Gray. That's a great way to start this off, but once again, it is the dive composition. They can just stall out for as long as possible, and instead they're just going to go ahead and back off on the side of Laser Kittens.
Yep, Nesh is playing super confident right now. This is the entire confidence thing on Pharah. He knows that he can potentially win fights against Self in case Self wants to play the Pharah, but Self has since switched over to the Genji. So Krems is the only one who can really help out by knocking down Nesh. But the main part is because the amount of tanks that are available in the chunky front line, it's very hard. Line Pro pops that just to keep everyone alive, but that counter sound barrier is going to last just a little bit longer. Earthshatter actually only catches out Skipjack. Good disengagement from the side of Laserkins. That's actually one of the benefits about, dive composition. The mobility can help in terms of when you want to disengage.
Now we do have Dragon Blades coming out on both sides, but it's Fisher getting a double kill off of that. Now it's just down to Kib once again, but Nesh, great rocket onto him to clean that up, and they're making up for lost time on the side of Hammers Esports.
Yeah, 48 seconds left on the clock, not able to contest. Yeah, maybe Skipjack shouldn't have jumped and just landed on the point just to contest it just a little more. But it looks like the rest of Laser Kids just want to stagger time, shrink down the time down to around 2 minutes. Maybe Nesh actually burns ultimate in this case just to keep that fight going, keep the momentum there. I guess it's perfectly fine, but they actually have a really bad ultimate economy right now. They probably won't be able to get any dry run kills within the next 30 or 40 seconds. So I almost expect the first real engagement to come out at around 1 minute.
Yeah, Nesh used that barrage just to clean up and make sure that they don't get contested for too long here, and he's now swapped off back onto Zarya here, but the tactical visor does come out from Krems, but it's getting largely eaten up by Christopher's shield there, and during that time, 2 members have gone down on the side of Laser Kittens.
Yeah, I'm not sure why they just didn't group at 6 and kind of wait to do it. Gray's ultimate is actually really interesting use. That's kind of a bad timing from their end, as the fact that they had no ultimates to begin with. So the side of Hammers Esports now is finally hitting their peak. They have chance on the Nano Blade duty almost very soon. And Sizzle has hold hog. This is actually a really bad position for all of them right now. Sizzle stays alive against that pulse bomb off kid, will take him down. The Fisher in the background with that Dragon Blade should be able to wipe at least Line Pro from this side pay. Yeah, does not have enough healing to really sustain this, and this is just an opportunity for the side of Hammers Esports to abuse their ultimates. No one can step on the card. Kip wasn't able to do it, and they get it in 1 minute, so still time on the clock for them.
Score.
Yeah, and that 1 minute is absolutely crucial, so it was fortunate that they were actually able to get on there. Unfortunately, they did have the Primal Rage Winston, but he was too busy. He just kind of focused down that Ana in the back line. During the meantime, though, Hammers Esports was continuing to push that payload, and so now they'll have an opportunity to attack again. It was a little bit difficult on that point A push, but they might make the necessary adjustments. Nesh already hovering over that far. No, he might be going for that Tracer instead.
Yeah, this is Tracer's a little safer because you don't want to get basically knocked out of the sky on like a non-pocketed affair very early on the round because you only have 1 minute. So best case scenario, that's 2 dives, but in most cases that's like only 1, and you really have to then stagger onto the point with the remaining players to really contest out the clock. Saipei on the fair is a very good adjustment because he knows that if the side of Hammers Esports wants to play this for the time that's remaining, they will be running dive. No reason for them to run triple tank because that's just you can't even guarantee you get more than 1 try onto the point before you just kind of go stagger mode. So good adjustment by Saipei. I'm really wondering if they decide to hide this Pharah over time to get some lucky picks.
Now, Hammers Esports, it looks like they're going to go for a triple DPS dive comp now. Snizzlenose is going to be on the Soldier 76 this time. I believe it was Fisher who was playing it first.
Fisher does play that, but dive compositions, Fisher does play the Genji mainly, so Snizzlenose, who doesn't really need to play Roadhog in a dive composition, will switch over to the Soldier pick, and Saipei just staying alive. He's playing super safe, really smart decision of him. He knows he doesn't have to play that aggressive.
He does have the Orb of Harmony on him. Dropped a little bit low, but there we go. Gray once again with that DPS Zenyatta. Now everything going in favor of Laserkins here on this first hold.
Yeah, this is... Gray has nutty aim, but Nesh able to even it out just a little more, and Nesh... They can't get caught out here. Sizzlenose will take down Krems in the meantime. This is a super long walk for the side of Laserkins, but only 10 seconds left on the clock. They can regroup, and now the side of Hammers Esports actually regrouped as a team. And they can take out Line Pro and Kid immediately. That's enough staggers for them to hopefully pick out this point. Sizzlenose will snipe out Saipei out of the sky, and Gray, I don't think he'll be able to get on the point without being in a proper position. He was just trying to kill people with that right click on the Zenyatta, but they're occupying the point in the meantime, so they still will get percentage. And this won't be just step on 1 and get out of the way. Kid lands 2. Christopher actually runs right into Tom's to take him out, with the rest of Hammers Esports able to occupy the point, and now Saipei not a safe way to land onto the point to contest, so he will be dropping back in for only 1 minute. Very, very strong and fast first capture of the point.
Yeah, now Hammers Esports on borrowed time. It's in overtime as they are going to go ahead and push this payload in. They have to be careful. Saipei has that barrage at the ready. He can just use it to zone them off the payload, and they are already taking the high ground there as the gates are opening.
Yeah, I mean, this is a difference in composition, and if Hammers has been playing this a lot more, they should be super comfortable with attacking the high ground. Nesh, meanwhile, in the background, you know, I think... Oh, sorry, no, that's Snizzlenose in the background, just hiding away, trying to get a lucky pick and try not to reveal his location. Snizzlenose will run out, but Saipei has a clear line of sight. Fisher taking that line pro means not enough sustain in the remainder of the fight. Salvador gets stopped by Kib. Great piece of mind to stop him from even hitting the ground due to that channel time, and now they're trying to knock them off of the point. Skipjack with the primal rage should be able to displace, but the rest of Hammers Esports, their biggest worry is even staying on the cart, and that's when you're so focused on just trying to stay alive, that's not going to help you really win these fights. And your mindset is to stall and to really kite back. But good job on side Laserkins applying enough pressure. They know that, hey, it's fine. 1 point is enough. We have 2 minutes 37 seconds. If we get a good first take like we did last time, that's enough time to push out through these doors.
But still on the opposite end there, Hammers Esports just getting point A when they had a really difficult time on their initial push. You have to be counting your stars there. And so getting any distance off that payload is going to help them immensely. But now it is going to be Laserkins on the attacking end here. We'll see what they go with. Gray once again hovering over that Pharah, so they might be going with that solo support Line Pro on the Lucio once again.
Yeah, and they actually are going to look out into the dive composition that is apparent on the side of Hammers Esports. But so this is actually a really interesting point that you should kind of we should actually talk about a little more. But the reason why Hammers Esports is actually running a dive composition on this defense, even though they prioritize triple tank, is because dive compositions have a really good way of wiping enemy teams. So what that enables them to do is that they can build up enough ultimate percentage, even if they lose the capture of this first point, as long as they can force overtime on the cart, it gives a really good window to utilize Fisher and Ana to immediately wipe the players and keep them off the point. And because overtime, you don't get extra time for capturing this point, overtime has a tendency to run long, which means that it decays extremely quickly.
So they are out the gates. Our Laserkins, they're pushing forward with this triple DPS composition. Now they're playing very far back on the side of Hammers Esports, just waiting to react to the offense at this point. We do have Kib up in the high ground. Fisher is just waiting him out, peeking that corner, but he has turned his back to it.
Yeah, and this is not good. Everyone's trapped in that little room, and there's not a lot of CC on this composition. But it looks like they left Saipei in there. The rest of the team wasn't even able to really contest. They only have Line Pro standing on the front, and Krems was not playing a very aggressive position. So that's kind of where dive competitions need to be more cohesive. There's only 2 people in a room full of 5 other, Hammers esports players, and that's super easy. Now they're chasing down Kib, and they can stagger him. This is such a bad news for the side of Laserkins. Now they have to wait at least 10 seconds to regroup with Kib. They are not planning to go in separately. Saipei, however, will play a little more aggressive, trying to regain some ground that they lost in that initial engagement.
Currently, though, in terms of like farming their ultimates, they're not in a huge deficit at this point. Christopher already jumping on in, spotted one man out over at computer, but now he's getting focused down. He tries the kite back, but Kib is able to commit on that kill.
Yeah, that's kind of a really bad misposition on the side of Christopher right there. And yeah, this is exactly how dive gets punished, right? The entire purpose of dive is you need to engage together and you need to catch people off guard, right? The fact Laserkins was so bunched together that you weren't actually separating your team from anywhere else. And now with 1 minute on the clock, they're not even on overtime yet. So Fisher, doesn't even have his ult, will be 25%, will be forced to play slightly more aggressive, maybe not even wait for that entire nano play combination to be apparent.
Yep, they do have almost the tactical visor, the nano visor at the ready. Saipei already trying to scout out what's going on in the ramparts there. He's getting focused down now by Nesh, who's trying to chase him out. Saipei trying his best to stay alive. Deflect is down. He's got to be careful here. He's running out of his defensive options.
Yeah, Christopher jumps to the background just to stop the car almost immediately. And yeah, Dragon Blade does come out, but Sizzle knows. Good job taking down Steph, forcing out the Dragon Blade, and now there's not nearly enough time right there. They can sustain this fight. They can force overtime right there. They need to stagger it. Never mind, they will not stagger any of the players. This gives the side of Laserkins literally maybe 3 seconds to group together. Skipjack just burned his jump cooldown, so he knows he'll have it ready to jump onto the point, and this is exactly what it is. Seth, having died very early on the fight, will change the D.Va just to stall out the fight, but in the meantime, though, Fisher, no ultimate. Still knows no ultimate. Nesh is the only one with the pulse bomb. Will burn it very early on in the process.
Sound barriers coming out from both sides. Gonna be Skipjack that gets the first kill onto Snizzle Nose. That opens it up for Laserkins here as Krems finds the kill onto Tomsy. Now the fight is on the point, but already 3 members down are Hammers Esports. It's just a matter of time for Laserkins to take them out. And now with that wipe, it's just Nesh on the payload, trying his best to stall on out, but yeah, it's gonna be all Laserkins there. We do have one more last-ditch effort coming out from Snizzle Nose, but he's gonna go down, and it's gonna be Laserkins taking the first map here on Eichenwald.
Yeah, and this is just off the back of just having better composition during the rest of the phases. And yeah, I don't mean to call out my boy Snizzle Nose here. I love him to death, but it might be worth kind of like thinking more so about running more dive in the future, or at least, after this tournament, really going back to the drawing board and say, okay, what do we want Nesh to play? What do we want Fisher to play? Maybe start designing some more compositions around it. Snizzle being on Hog is a high impact character. He can win games off the back of it, but the main issue is it forces you to play triple tank, and that's not super optimal when you're behind the clock.
Most definitely. And once again, we get to witness that sextuple kill coming in. Krems did a great job of continually setting up Kib for these great plays. But even though individually Kib was doing an amazing job himself, we saw basically throughout the entirety of the day, every time he's on this tracer, he throws out a pulse bomb, he gets at least 2.
Yeah, Kib is such a phenomenal, he's such a gifted DPS player, because even though he doesn't have him play a lot of Tracer in the original, I guess the founded lineup of Laserkins, he was more of the Genji player. The change actually has been almost seamless and flawless. Or you never really talk about how Kib was playing this Tracer nowadays, and that's gonna be the big deal for the rest of the team. But with that being said, you need to take Kib out of the equation. I think Nesh really needs to make sure that either he goes in on Kib, Tracer be Tracer, and really tries to distract him from the fight, or at least win. But I mean, this is a little problematic from Hammers, because Hammers will be bringing, I think, into King's Row, because they know that their tank composition is so much stronger on the first point. But Laserkins has a lot of confidence going into this map right now. They think that they're probably going to be able to execute dive, and they know they can force Hammers Esports in a really uncomfortable position if they manage to take out their tank comp in the first push.
Yeah, that Tracer versus Tracer matchup, it is super important just to be able to play that zoning tracer. I mean, we saw it during the Lunatic High Runaway matchup that Eska completely changed up his game style. Instead of trying to go for the support line with that dive composition, he was just more on a supportive role, zoning out Stitch. And so I want to see Nesh try to do something similar, but Kib is just seeming to be an unstoppable force at this point.
Yeah, it's a really bad personnel matchup, right? Because a lot of teams have these players that are like, I guess, can be defined as anti-carry players, where they're not going to win the game on their own. This is like kind of like the AKMs of Overwatch, right? Where they're not going to be winning the game for you single-handedly, but what they're going to do is they're going to shut down the enemy carry as much as they can. Unfortunately, Hammers Esports doesn't really have that player. The only player that I guess would be kind of characterized as that would be Snizzernose on the Hog. The fact that he's able to pull out these awesome hooks on these flank characters and take them out of the game. But in terms of a regular DPS lineup, we don't really have that guy who's going to be able to play that McCree, right? McCree would be an interesting change up here if they find trouble dealing with Kib. We did see some success on it in on LDLC with Hardest yesterday, so maybe that's a composition they can pull out here. But I don't think we'll see anything different. I think we'll be literally seeing the same composition that Hammers always runs, and they should be able to give a better showing on this first point, just because Kings Row first point is just so much more of a static point for the defense.
It's going to be Hammers Esports starting off on the attacking side. Snizzlenose already hovering over that Roadhog, but I don't know if Roadhog is the pick here. I mean, especially against Kib, he's been so hard to pin down. Sure, he's landed the hooks before, but it's been onto like Saipei or Skipjack. He hasn't connected onto Kib quite yet, and Kib's movements might be a little bit too difficult for him to read, and he might just end up becoming an ult battery for him at this point.
Yeah, this is a little worrying in my head, because Snizzlenose, I know how good he is on the Roadhog, and this is kind of like the thing where when Hard Blue wants to play Roadhog on energy or complexity, you build a composition around him knowing that he should be able to carry for you. And this is the same case, a very similar composition, and luckily for them, Nesh feels very comfortable playing it to off tank as well if he needs to. But the enemy composition looks almost exactly the same, and with Gray on the Zen, there's so many instances where Gray is just able to outduel enemy DPS players, and the fact his aim is so crisp, he's able to get so many of these random kills during the midst of it, makes Zen not only a really strong healer, but another DPS factor as well.
Yeah, right now we're about 10 seconds out from the opening gate. We do have that triple DPS dive comp once again on the side of Laserkins, and it's going to be facing off against that Deathball triple tank coming out. Fisher will be that solo DPS on that Genji.
It's all about creating room for Fisher. Fisher's going to be in the background trying to do as much disruptive action as they can. They will take the back alley part. They're going to try to loop around using that speed boost to jump over this if they can. I think they're waiting for it. Yep, they're going to jump. Oh, they missed. Christopher's actually on the ground. This separates everyone from each other. No big shield to reduce damage.
Yeah, Nesh, though, wasn't caught out there. He was the solo man stuck up there on top, and now they're just all going to go ahead and regroup there onto the point where we're seeing this kind of flanking maneuver coming out from Kib. He doesn't like the looks of it, so he just backs off. They're just going to go ahead and regroup. Now Lime Pro gets hooked on in. That's going to give a window for Hammers Esports to push forward now, especially with Fisher getting that deflect onto the Helix rocket, taking out Gray. Everything coming up roses for Hammers Esports.
Gray is tilted right now. He's basically telling Crims, hey, man, don't kill me next time. We could have won the fight. But yeah, this is actually really good job from the side of Hammers Esports, being able to death ball up. Sure, they missed the jump, but the big point is, hey, they wanted to be stacked together. So good call on all of them to say, Christopher didn't make it with us. Let's jump down, rejoin him, and repressure the point, because they're so tanky, they're able to death ball, and they know there's not a lot of ultimates on the side of Laserkins. They don't have to be afraid of being wiped.
Now we are into the streets phase, and this is where the dive composition can really start burning out the clock, but we do see a swap off. Krems has now gone on to the Zarya there, and they're onto it. We do have the Dragon Blade coming out, but he is going to be given that projected barrier. Sound barrier comes out on the side of Hammers Esports. Unfortunately, Kib was not able to connect with that pulse bomb, but still, they're being held at this choke point. Hook comes in, Saipei goes down.
Yeah, and now this is where the hard issue comes. Like, Skipjack tries to get into the backline, but this is an entire King composition that's willing to run back, and Limebro just gets pinned. That's one healer out of the way, and Krems, he needs to try to save Gray just to escort it just a little bit more. Krems will be instead avoiding the stagger. He just runs into the enemy team. They will be giving up the majority of this street space. It does look like from the positioning from the side of Laserkins, they will be trying to contest the last second, but right now they're waiting for all 6 characters.
I will keep you
getting some free ground here, making some great headway. They've got 4 minutes left just to get this checkpoint, but there are a lot of ultimates to contend with. Things are not looking that great on the side of Laser Kittens. They've only got that Primal Rage. They're working their way towards the Graviton Surge, but here comes the Dragon Blade from Fisher. He's onto the Ana, gets him out. Graviton Surge comes out and only lands on a Skipjack and Saipei, but there we go. Fisher just adjusts his attention, taking out Krems. Now it's going to be a 2-for-1 trade as Kib is trying his best, but the whole hog, here we go. Snizzle Nose pushing forward, trying to zone them all out, push them back out. We've even got the Earthshatter committed, lands up onto Kib and Saipei. They're going to be able to take it.
I almost said that, oh man, that's such a bad ultimate from Line Pro, but actually, because of how much shields it gave him and allowed the ability to sustain out the fight, it did bait out Christopher into having to Earthshatter, right? He does not want them to get any more momentum and stagger on back on the point, so he did commit one of their big ultimates the rest of the fight. Their ultimate economy is not looking so great from an offensive standpoint. They will have the Tom's ult in case they want to neutralize something from Saipei.
Graviton Surge, here comes Kib. There's the Pulse Bomb. That's going to be a double once again coming out from him. And Laserkins will finally be able to find their footing here on the defense.
Yeah, that's Tomzy 1% off, and you gotta be if you're Tomzy, you're just like, oh man, that was not great positioning from his end, but great Graviton Surge from Krems nonetheless, capturing the majority of this team, and he doesn't have to fear. Remember, yesterday he was actually having some issues playing Zarya because there was a D.Va on the enemy team who would eat up all his ultimates. Now without that D.Va, he's landing so many of these clutch ones.
Now they have the ult advantage with the nano boost coming out onto Christopher, but unfortunately he gets a little bit too aggro. There's the Earth Shadow, no follow-up though, as it did connect onto a few members of Hammers Esports, and now Snizzle No starting to clean up. That's the second kill going on to Saipei. Now they're fighting at a man advantage. The payload getting ever closer to the final point there.
Yeah, the fact Fisher doesn't really have to use any abilities here in this instance saves his ultimate for the next fight. He needs to take down at least one of the supports or one of the squishing members. He's right now focused on Krems, but Krems will go down in the meantime, yeah. And the fact is, no shields. In fact, Zarya is extremely distracting. Means no shields on the rest of the team, making life very easy for the rest of that death ball composition to go. Yep, Christopher uses the payload as kind of like a barrier so that Kib can't see that he's ulting, so it catches Kib in that one. But great time so far by the side of Hammers Esports. Kings Row is just their map, and I'm expecting a very strong first point hold.
Yeah, 3 minutes and 28 seconds left on their clock there. That was a great push coming out from them. They just did not relent on that pressure. There was just that one stumble there once they got into the Foundry, but they really did regroup well on the side of Hammers Esports. And now it's going to be a pretty uphill struggle for the side of Laserkins. Right now on the defensive end, though, they are once again hovering over that triple tank composition.
Yeah, yep, no changes. I mean, this is kind of what's expected. You play what you're comfortable on. You don't really subject yourself to the enemy's ideas. I mean, obviously, hopefully, you know, later as Overwatch develops more, people take more time to examine this blind pick process at the very early on. You study more tape. You want to figure out what they run and run specific counters to it, right? If you're more comfortable doing that. Triple dive is a good way to really kind of get some more momentum on here. However, the main part is you need to get these kills on the squishy supports in the backline. Take Fisher out of the equation and make sure you don't get caught up by Snizzle Nose. One of the win conditions here is you bait out Snizzle Nose hook and then you engage off of high ground, taking advantage of their backline.
Yeah, generally here on Kings Row, you do see the Soldier 76 is holding on the high ground, but he's already posturing over there by the arch, and it's actually Snizzle Nose. We've seen this before on Kings Row where he just waits on the high ground, tries to bait out Fisher there. And so 15 seconds left. We do have that die composition once again coming out on the side of Laserkins, but they might actually be running Kib on that Hanzo just to get that Sonic Arrow out.
Yeah, they just want to identify positions, and I mean, it's not the most useless one. It's not the most useful kind of Sonic Arrow because you kind of always know what the side of Hammers Esports is running. But Line Pro caught out almost immediately with a little bit of a nade. We'll be able to heal that almost up to full health. And yeah, the side of Hammers Esports playing very aggressive around Statue. They actually aren't playing in their typical kite back position. They want to give nothing up here.
They are moving together well as a unit right now. They have to be careful though. Skipjack just looking for the opportunity, but wow, really aggressive push coming out. Snizzle Nose gets the hook onto Gray, and already a second kill as he takes out both supports though. Kid trying to answer back, but he only gets the one kill onto Tomzy.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure actually they heard the Winston Burns cooldown to get back, and they immediately were like, okay, Winston jumped up onto a higher ledge. There's no way he can jump back to help his team, and immediately that engage comes in because they know there are no tank lines. And Snizzle knows this is why you play Snizzle knows on Hog. Takes Crims out of the equation almost immediately, so the team staggered once again. Kip in the background trying to look for some avenues, but meanwhile Snizzle knows I think is aware that they're behind. I think they should have heard the blinks, and Snizzle knows is looking for another hook.
Prince is working his way towards that tactical visor, but Fisher is almost right on track with him. Kib on the high ground with his Tracer, just trying to play that distraction. Christopher turns around, you'll see that dive come out on the side of Laserkins, but Gray has put to sleep on top. It's gonna slow them down just a little bit.
Yeah, I think that's fine for them. They can just wait to execute again if they need to. Krems moves to high ground. They're playing extremely aggressive positioning. Gray takes down Nesh. In the meantime, allowing Krems to get a great tactical visor off, opening up the fight just a little more. No shields makes everyone in this competition extremely vulnerable. Yet Christopher going down is not great news. Sizzle knows for as how much health that Roadhog has, he doesn't have any shield. No way to mitigate damage, and very easy for a dive competition once they start getting a few picks to start using that momentum to gain positioning.
Yeah, I keep calling this the triple DPS dive composition, but I mean, we're not doing great justice at this point. He has been continually on the kill feed throughout the majority of this tournament whenever he's on that Zenyatta. And take a look already, Kib, 3-man pulse bomb as they push forward so aggressively on this offense.
The funny part, there was a meme in the very beginning of Laser Kittens where they were like, when they were playing with Zappy was notorious for missing bombs, and then SoKai Nesh wasn't super, great at landing them, but Kib has just landed every single pulse bomb and converted it into a multi-kill, and that's so important because normally Tracer bombs aren't a guaranteed team wipe, but he's been able to use it in traffic where he can catch a lot of players together and really hurt them from grouping together.
Peace be upon you.
Do have Skipjack already on the high ground here, ready to jump in. But a lot of ultimates on both sides here as they... Oh no, Lion Pro got hooked in before he got the sound barrier off.
Oh man, that's a really bad commitment of ults right there. Skipjack also got slept on high ground, and that's just where that's unlucky. If you're Laserkins, I say, okay, tough luck. That sucks. We burned a Transcendence, but luckily that's all they burned in this situation. It's really not that big of a loss. They still have Line Pro with their sound barrier anyway, so the same execution can occur. So that's just getting caught. That's when your individual skills on the side of Hammers Esports really does help out. Unfortunately, now they have to find ways to get back onto the card.
Look at this defensive posturing coming out from them. Really aggressive as Skipjack does jump in, and there we go. Lion Pro finally gets that sound barrier off. Snizzle knows, though, is going to be the recipient of that pulse bomb, and now Saipei onto the back line with that Dragon Blade. He's got the help of Skipjack, and he's starting to clean up, and now they're going to get that full team wipe as Nesh is going to be the last to fall.
Yeah, great calls from the side of the Laserkins for Krems not to commit his next ultimate, and neither Skipjack. They knew that, hey, we can team wipe already with what we have in front of us with Kib and Saipei, as well as Line Pro getting the ult. And yeah, Gray's back into the ultimate economy as well. Yeah, that Transcendence may have been a waste at the beginning, but the good news is it allows him to stagger this portal.
Tactical visor coming out from Krems. He's already gotten to Snizzle Nose. He finds more in his target. There we go. Nesh goes on down. And once again, this team fight going in favor of Laserkins as Lion Pro finds it onto Fisher. And now, once again, another team fight won here on the Streets phase. But at this point, their pace not as fast as Hammers.
Yeah, I mean, their first hold was a little better from the side of Hammers Esports, so they're going to lose some time on there. But at the same time, I'm not super worried about it. 3 minutes is surely more than enough. But I'm actually so surprised that Greg doesn't play Zenyatta more. Laserkins is such a fragging lineup that Discord helps so much.
Transcendence comes on out, but it was just a little late. Not able to save Skipjack there. And it's going to go ahead and fizzle away. And Christopher immediately jumps onto the back line with Nesh. That forces him away. But Krems getting the kill onto Christopher. There we go. They're going to go ahead and re-engage Nesh with the Dragon Blade. He is getting just a little bit, but he's starting to land these blades. He's now on the Tomzy, but he gets booped away. Finally goes down. Is going to be Saipei. And they're starting to push forward with this payload. Sound barrier does come out on the side of Hammers Esports.
Yeah, this is going to be slightly more interesting as they're still able to sustain a little bit more of the movement. And Kib has been super central to this, right? Most times when you lose fights, you want to full disengage, but Kib's ability to stay alive in the background has netted Laserkins a lot of advantageous positioning, because now Hammers Esports is actually super scared to approach because they know, hey, Kib could flank us from any moment.
Snizzlenose, though, has that tactical visor at the ready along with Fisher, so both offensive ultimates online as Christopher gets caught out in the high ground, though.
Sound Barrier does get used, pushing everyone back, sustaining this fight out a little more, but there's not a lot of presence on top of the car, and Fisher does get the kill, but Krems using the reverse, the counter tactical visor. Actually a very smart usage of tactical visor in a way, just because in most cases when the Genji ults, he doesn't want to spend his ult duration reflecting, so you don't even have to track, right? I guess all the dash resets that you potentially get, you just hold down left click and really kind of just aim in the general direction you should be.
Snizzlenose is going to go ahead and use his tactical visor there, not finding too many targets. He only got the kill onto Kib until he finds that kill onto Skipjack, and now the defense establishing itself here in the Foundry portion, just a few meters off, really burning the time clock on the side of Laser Kittens.
Yep, and luckily for them, Snizzlenose will be switching over to this Soldier, so he's trying to go for a little more damage. This die composition against die composition, exactly what they want. They want to match the mobility. They do not want to get flanked here.
That Skipjack jumping in, but he immediately gets slept, and now he's getting focused down. Here comes the Transcendence, but Nesh, damage done, got the kill onto Krems.
Yeah, this fight's getting so sustained. Nano boost on Christopher makes him both hard to take down, even though Discord's on him, as well as doing a lot of damage with his lightning gun to the rest of a very squishy Laser Kittens composition. And Skipjack will get staggered. Kib jumps off just to prevent the stagger himself. They know they have a round, depending on how much they commit to this push, they actually have, I think, one push left. Yeah, they're not even going to get a chance to get a second push. It's all going to be about Saipei getting a really strong Dragon Blade off. Luckily for them, on their side, no way to return on the side of Hammers Esports.
They need to be very decisive about this, but there we go, pick off on Snizzlenose. They know there is no tactical visor. Saipei jumping in, he's got that Dragon Blade at the ready. He's right on top of Shad. It's gonna be Kib that gets that kill. Now they're focusing down Christopher here. They're trying their best, but unfortunately he is able to kite back away. Finally goes down to Kib, but it's still traded on out, and it's gonna favor Hammers Esports.
Yeah, but Kib's able to clean up just in the process, and this is what Kib's job is to sustain the fight. Oh, Kib needs to stay alive. No, he can't even do it. I don't think there's any way for them to actually make it onto the point without having to force a stagger. And Saipei already going stealth. They want to figure out a way to do it, and it's going to be relying on Skipjack, I think. I think Skipjack's the only one who can do it, but Skipjack was waiting a little too long. Saipei's trying to get into the background. They're trying to touch the car right now, and the overtime is triggered right there, but Pulse Bomb on Nesh, make sure Skipjack and Lamper are both out of the equation. Krems gets tactical visor on top of Fisher, but Snizzlenose reacts in kind. They bought enough time for their own cooldowns to start, so it will look like a really, really good push. Won't even result in another set of rounds as it goes 1-1 on King's Row.
And I believe the final map in the pool was Lijiang, if I remember correctly. Either Lijiang or Nepal.
It's Lijiang, so they will be taking to one last Koth map to decide who is the top, and you have to be a little. I don't even know what you should realistically expect, right? It's because this is a great thing where both teams, I think this was the best opportunity in my mind for Hammers Esports to take a very easy 2-0 victory. You have Eichenwald, which is kind of like it's still a relatively good triple tank map, and you also have King's Row, which is another very strong triple tank map as well. Dropping Eichenwald probably wasn't part of the plan. However, because Laser Kittens is able to take a very strong commanding lead on Eichenwald, they set themselves up for an awesome counter pick third map. So this is the best position Laser Kittens can be in to take this third place match. They need to make sure that they're able to abuse the fact that Hammers Esports does not have a super strong dive composition. That's going to be their win condition for the next map.
Yep, so we're all tied up here, 1-1. Remember, this is a best of 3. This is the final map here to decide who is going to be the third place for the HND Overwatch Invitational. Now we're just waiting for the final ready-ups, and we'll get into that final match.
Oh, this is honestly, this is so nerve-wracking if you're on Hammers Esports, because like I said before, because people I feel like some people undervalue like your map draft, right? And the entire point is that with a 3-person map draft, the most likely that each team gets a really good map is 2, right? But if you ban out properly and you ban down to kind of like the one map that's left, you can kind of ban out the maps you don't really like and take a map that's very 50-50, right? Eichenwald, I think, was the map that was left up at the very end, and Eichenwald is kind of a map that because as we talked about before, it's not super great for triple tanks because of the high ground advantage that you have to somehow protect. It's kind of a mixed map for both teams. So both teams are very 50-50 on the map. Hammers Esports saying, hey, we can maintain full hold on the first point and the last point. We should be fine. Whereas, you know, the side of LaserKin says, hey, we have that pocket single healer strat on the first point, so we can almost guarantee we get that first take on the first try almost every time. So it was very even right there. But now Kings Row, you know, going to the side of Hammers Esports, that's expected. But now the third map counter pick was probably the map that LaserKins wanted most in this pool.
Yeah, Hammers Esports really set themselves up with a lot of win conditions there with the pace that they set during their attacking portion of Kings Row, and it looked like a completely different team in terms of performances between Eichenwald and Kings Row. But Lijiang Tower, gotta give it to LaserKins. Really, at this point, they've been committing to that dive composition. Kib, time and time again, those pulse bombs have been absolutely crucial for them.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how Kib gets all these AoE, you know, pulse bomb like multi-kills. It's just insane. He's just so confident in landing them, and that actually creates more pressure for your enemy tracer, right? Because most tracers, the way that they've been playing and the way that they've been looking at top tracers play is more so they're looking at Soon. And it's kind of like two types of tracer, right? I think there's a Soon type of tracer and then there's a Sinatra type of tracer, right? Sinatra's much more aggressive. He's going to be looking for the kills and basically using his recall more so to avoid damage and not really use it to sustain his life out that much. But a lot of tracers have been going towards the direction of Soon, where Soon's playing more the kind of like stay alive, harass backline, and gain enough ultimate to really use Pulse Bomb on like really guaranteed situations. But Kib is kind of merging the two. He's staying alive in the background, but also really hard committing on getting those Pulse Bomb kills to help his team move ahead.
All right, so we're just waiting on the final ready up from both teams before we get to this decider map here. This is match point. Now, it's been such an exciting series so far. Amazing plays coming out. We got the sextuple kill, that huge Graviton setup from Krems there on Eichenwald to set up Kib for like a 4-man pulse bomb. Now we do have the ready up coming out from Hammers Esports, so we should get this underway. Once again, this is the HND Overwatch Invitational. I'm Jamerson, joined once again by Scribe. It's we've only been 2 matches in, but man, these have been real barn burners.
Yeah, I mean, these are both really strong teams. Like people always talk about how deep NA is, but EU is equally as deep as well in terms of how quality these games are. LaserKins, even a team with a relatively new roster, still able to bring their A game. I think that they're a very momentum-based team. If they start doing well, they'll continue to do well. And this is kind of one of the scary situations because LaserKins, remember, they've been playing a lot of three-match games, so they have ice in their veins at this point. They're like, hey, we're just gonna go 3 games anyway, right? It doesn't really matter how we play. So they haven't got cleaned out that much. So they're ready and they're energized for this 3rd game.
All right, so we're loaded onto Lijiang Tower. Our viewers at home getting a nice visual packet there. Check out the maps, and we are actually loading on to Control for our first one here. And so this is where one of those situations where dive compositions work out really well, but it looks like both sides already hovering over that. Gray might be going for that Sombra.
He keeps on doing this because it's a pocket strategy that works because people don't know how to operate around EMP. EMP is an extremely broken ability if you can coordinate with the rest of your dive composition. What better way than to make the enemy's lives miserable by preventing healing, especially since they know I think Shaz will be running the Ana. There are situations where Ana Nate comes in super clutch to save your rest of your team just to keep themselves alive. But in the meantime, though, you know, if you get hacked or you hack a high priority target, it's very hard to utilize that ability.
All right, now both teams are out the gate, and they are going to be committing to that Sombra. Hack is going to come out onto that health pack there. Neither team really deciding on making a move here. Now Gray has cloaked up. He's trying to get into the back line, trying to find a nice hack out, and there they go. Spots out. Snizzlenose in the back there, takes him out, but in that meantime, Fisher comes in with the dash, gets a double kill off of it.
Yeah, this is, you know, sometimes dive compositions work super well when you manage to get the jump on the enemy team, and Kibs is stuck in a corner here. Good job from the side of Hammers Esports, really to get that first engage. I think they know that Gray is always going to run the Sombra here, so Gray typically will play relatively passive and won't really show his face, so they take that engagement first and they make sure they capitalize on it.
Now it is Hammers Esports in control of the point. Gray, though, working himself closer and closer towards that EMP and might be lined up with Saipei's Dragon Blade.
Yeah, and now they're pushing them off of the point, really driving them off of there. And Line Pro is still sitting on point to really contest, but really forces the rest of Hammers Esports to move up ahead. And Nesh has just been getting so many of these great kind of counter engagement kills, right? This is where Gray on Sombra starts seeing a little bit, you know. Okay, I don't know why Krems popped that at all. He should have saved it at least for Gray's EMP when on the next fight. But this is kind of where Sombra does manage to leave your team hanging a little bit, because Gray Sombra is all about positioning and landing high priority EMPs. He's not going to be with your team fighting most of the time, so you're going to be missing that either that healing presence or that damage presence on offense.
I might need this later.
Right now, Hammer is just taking a page out of X-Cyclone. Gray coming in, he's looking for that EMP, he's onto the back line, it lands onto 3 members, and Krem starting it off, getting the kill onto Nesh. Now they are going for that engage. Krebs with a second kill. He's just getting 3 damage off on the Soldier 76. Skipjack with this Primal Rage, though, is trying to focus down the supports. And with the help of that Genji, they are finally going to clean up. Right now, 72%. It's still getting contested by Fisher and Nesh, but they should be able to clean that up. Damage done, though. 75% on the board.
Yeah, this is a lot of time on their side. They burned a lot of ultimates on the enemy. On your side, Saipei actually will be the man to watch here, because he does still have Dragon Blade in case they want to counter it. But 5 ultimates available on the side of Hammers Esports. It'll all be about allocating these properly. They cannot burn more than they need to.
It's going to be difficult, though, for Saipei to find an opening, because there is the sound barrier along with that tactical visor. So as soon as he hears it, I expect Snizzle Nose will go for it. But right now, we have 2 disjointed team fights as Fisher, way in the back line, finds the kill onto Krems. And unfortunately, the dive coming out from Laserkins weren't able to accomplish anything.
Yeah, you have 2 choices when someone dies on you. Either you can death ball together so that you don't get as much impact, or you can jump onto the other team. They're basically abusing the fact that Laserkins is never really super cohesive, especially because Gray cannot expose himself to the enemy team. Gray cannot usually dive with everyone together, so they're using the fact is, hey, all we have to do is kite back. We only probably have to deal with Skipjack, Saipei, and maybe Kid, and we can do that if we group up in death ball.
Tactical Visor comes out from Snizzle Nose here. He hasn't found anything quite yet, but now they are engaging. There we go. Kill onto Line Pro. Here's the EMP from Gray, but unfortunately, it's just going to go ahead and fizzle because there's no bodies to take advantage of it. Now Saipei does have the Dragon Blade, but he's getting kited and he goes down. Skipjack gets a consolatory kill onto Shaz, but it's not going to be enough. 99% overtime ticking out. Kim's trying his best to get onto the point, but he gets booped off. And that's going to be Hammers Esports taking the first map here on Lijiang Towers.
Score.
The funny thing about a lot of cheesy picks is that cheese is great in small portions. If you run it like every 4th game or every other game, it's a lot harder to counter because you never know if they can run standard, right? But what cheese does is, in fact, is if you do commit to it full time, you need to make sure you're in a winning situation. There are so many instances, I guarantee Gray probably could have switched out Sombra in better situations, but he's like 60% on his ultimate, and he's basically calling the same thing over and over again. I have ultimate almost available. Let's play around Sombra EMP, and let's try to win these fights. But in the meantime, though, the rest of his team is just getting picked off by the fact that Hammers knows that he's probably still in Sombra, and they're playing around Sombra's weaknesses, right? That Sombra's not very good when she groups, and she's so reliant on getting hacks or EMPs.
There we go, Fisher with the initial kill onto Krems. Already things looking bad for Laser Kittens as we are onto Night Market here. And so we have this great holding position on the side of Hammers Esports.
Yep, I mean, they're just contesting front ground. The side of Laser Kittens are probably just going to run around and contest point. I don't really know if it's... Oh, no, they're just going to wait for the enemy team of Hammers Esports to bait them in, actually. So now Line Pro and Skipjack are actually extremely separated, and that's actually the exact kind of like spacing you want on a dive composition. You want to make sure your enemies are not winning in terms of man on any certain position, right? By baiting them in, they managed to commit some of Laserkins to kind of go towards the stairs level, and then they were able to recommit, jump in, and by the time they're able to separate the dive unit of Laserkins from the backline.
Yeah, we're seeing Christopher playing more of a defensive role on this Winston here. When the Genjis do jump in and the Tracer jumps in, he's just able to just whittle them down. Now, once again, Skipjack jumps into the back line, but Christopher is going to go ahead and engage on him and react. He does get that kill onto Snizzle Nose, though, so now there is the man advantage in favor of Blizzard Kittens, but the point is being contested right now.
Yeah, but it shouldn't be. Oh man, Fisher getting a great reset right there, staying alive, and does clip Line Pro, so there's not enough sustain on that point. And yeah, this is kind of where team compositions start falling apart a little more. I was actually kind of expecting Laserkins to maybe come out a little ahead of that fight because they had the reactionary jump from Skipjack, maybe keep everyone alive. But by the time Skipjack got into the fight, there were so many squishy targets already taken out by the die composition of Hammers Esports.
Taking a look at the ultis. Both teams working their way towards 6. We're going to have a huge team fight very shortly. Snizzle knows just the only one without, but he's only 5% off right now. Now we are biting this time. There we go. Trance comes out on the side of Hammers Esports. That's going to keep everyone topped off. Gray is going to pop his next, but already Saipei is out of the equation. Now Sound Barrier comes out too on the side of Hammers, but Krebs will be able to get that kill onto Snizzle knows. He pushes forward. Tactical Visor getting 2.
Yeah, that's actually really good support spacing. If people are kind of like paying attention to how you want to calm more in teams, you never want to have a bad communication where your supports start stacking these kind of like game-saving ultimates off each other. You want to space them enough. The last person to ult, usually in most cases, is able to out-sustain and win these fights, especially in these compositions where it's super squishy targets all around. So good job on LaserKit inside to saying, hey, let's not have Line Pro ult immediately, right? Let's wait for the enemy sound barrier to die off because it decays extremely quickly, and then re-engage with more shields.
And they do have the Pulse Bomb almost at the ready, along with that Dragon Blade and Kib. It's going to be down to him to try and find a nice 2-man, maybe 3-man. He is on that high ground positioning. He's looking for the supports. He throws it out, but he does not connect. And it's going to be Nesh and Fisher going with that counter engage on them. 3 members already down on the side of Laserkins, and it's Nesh this time connecting with that Pulse Wall into Skipjack.
Yeah, this is actually relatively a good situation for Hammers Esports. They're already at 84%. They should be able to take it around like 95, 96 before the enemy team is able to even contest it at all. But as long as everyone stays alive and keeps Shaz and Fisher alive in the meantime, they should be fine. Shaz needs to actually play super passive. I actually want Shaz to almost not even peek out at these angles where he can get taken out.
Dragon Blade does come out from Fisher. Unfortunately, he's only going to be able to get Gray. There we go. Starting to get the resets now. Gets the kill onto Skipjack. Now it's overtime. They've got the man advantage, and they're focusing down the stragglers there. Saipei was able to get the deflect kill, but it might be too little too late, as it's down to Kib once again to try and contest this on that Tracer. He's just dashing in and out, but now he is out of cooldowns. It's going to be, looks like Line Pro, the last remaining member to try and contest, but he's going to go down. And now, Hammers Esports on match point.
Yeah, this is, I guess, what teams may have been a little missing when Hammers Esports was playing with Sav instead of Nesh. Nesh is just thinks so much more comfortable on Tracer, in my opinion. So this actually ends up working out pretty well for them on their end. But Laserkins, they need to re-gear. I fully expect Laserkins to be able to take this map, especially this round of Garden, if they're able to utilize their team compositions correctly and really, really call out Nesh here. Kib could potentially, I think, outskill Nesh and this will win them the game, but this is do or die, and it's not a great situation if Gray's on that Mercy. I don't know how I feel about this, but it's all going to be about Saipei being able to take out Nesh and Fisher in the fight while avoiding damage from Sizzle Nose.
No Pharaoh on the side of Hammers Esports, and so we'll see if Sizzlenose can deal with his Pharmacy combo as Skipjack once again jumps into the back line. He does have the support of the rest of his team, but not quite enough. Sizzlenose accidentally kills himself with that Helix Rocket though.
Yeah, good trade on their end. I think they're fine having no hit scan heroes available, so Crims will actually take down Christopher. But Nesh, in addition to Fisher, able to knock Gray out of the air. That's really solid dash precision right there. Fisher trying to regroup with the rest of the team, kiting out from Skipjack. Skipjack able to take some more damage. And now this fight should be relatively even for the meantime, because Kib able to get a lot of these trades. And Kib is just doing so well, in addition to not only landing high priority safety bombs, we're getting those trades in some of these close fights.
Now it's a 4v1 advantage as Laserkins do take control of the point finally here. Now Kib once again coming up huge on the kill feed, is a little bit caught out, does have to recall on out of there, but now they are in a great position here, our Laserkins, as we do have Hammers Esports regrouping. They're going to go ahead and push in from bridge as Christopher jumps on in. Fisher getting kited by Gray there. Great job from him. He is going to be able to connect up once again with Saipei, and now Lion Pro with that kill onto Snizzlenose. They've got the man advantage, but immediately Fisher and Nesh. Dash resets coming out left, right, and center. Fisher now trying to get onto Saipei here. He should just go ahead and fall off the ledge. Instead, he's just going to stay alive, but now they're getting staggered on the side of Laserkins.
Fisher's so good with this precision dashes. Normally, in most cases, you don't really want your Genji dealing with the Pharah because it's not exactly hit scan. You have to time your projectiles properly, and if the Pharah is moving, strafing in the air, it actually becomes very hard to lock her down. But Fisher's been using his dash to his advantage, making sure he catches out her when she's low.
Right, here we go. Dragon Blade comes on out. Nesh, though, is going to be the first one to open up with the frag, and now the Dragon Blade, unfortunately, is not going to be able to connect onto Gray as he did have that info from the res. Now they do have the barrage. Saipei is going to commit to it, but there we go. Primal Rage comes on now, takes a lot of damage from his own AoE. Now they are fighting on the point. It's still in favor of Hammers Esports as Skipjack is trying his best to bat people off. Tactical Visor is going to come out from Snizzlenose, who approaches from Bridge, but it's going to be largely fizzling here as they were playing the line of sight, and Skipjack will be able to take him out.
The mindset here is just to stagger just a little more, buy some more time for percentage. Chaz probably will run to the point just to contest it a little more. Yep, he was trying his best to just contest it. You don't really lose anything in this instance. In fact, you gain more by sending someone onto the point. Even though you stagger, gaining more percentage is a general win in this fight.
Oh, excuse me. And so now Nesh does have that pulse bomb at the ready to make the approach. He's going on in. Doesn't quite like what he sees. He's going to go ahead and recall on out, holding on to it. Now the engage comes out on the side of Hammers Esports.
Yeah, and the engage is very good right now. Yeah, Shaz gets a high priority kill on Skipjack. Not a tanky front line anymore, and now Fisher is free to do as he is. Winston, in addition to being the one tanky buy is able to engage, also deals fairly well with Genji. So the moment the Genji counter is out of the equation, Fisher has a lot more room to move. As long as he can remain mobile and out of line of sight, he should be able to continue Saipei, avoiding Saipei and making sure that matchup's a little more difficult. And Fisher, this is like the second or third time he's killed Saipei almost out of the sky. That should not be happening if you're a player.
Dragon Blade is going to come out from Fisher just to commit onto these final kills here. 80% on the board, still ticking up for Hammers Esports. They're trying to get this Lucio. Lion Pro might make it out to the safety of his team, but now it's going to be Snizzlenose with that precision aim that takes him out.
Yeah, this guarantees a stagger already. Kim is going to go on point this contest just to buy some more time for everyone to come up. If anyone at all dies here, I almost fully expect the side of Hammers Esports to take this last round. Skipjack will jump on there. Sound Barrier is used to help them win the first period of the fight. Gray has rest, so fully expect Gray to stay alive. If Gray gets spotted out, oh, he gets spotted out by Fisher. This is a high priority target. We try to take him down. Tomsy actually takes him down as well. All that Lucio damage actually may have won them the fight. No res, and yeah, Lion Pro trying to stay alive, but they were really banking on that res, and Gray just not a great opportunity guarding Angel in.
Skipjack, just one last-ditch effort. He's got the Primal Rage to buy some time, but the respawn timer is just not working out. Unfortunately, not enough bodies there. Nesh is able to clean up, and that's going to be Hammers Esports taking the 2-1 victory over Laserkins here in the fourth place match. Congratulations to them.
This we talked about how the match before this was like the opportunity for Laserkins to really come back. It's a momentum-based game, and it has to be a little frustrating at points. This map was just so much back and forth. Honestly, this Garden really changed everything because this map could have gone either way. It wasn't like a guarantee, like, oh, one team was stomping the other. Garden was extremely back and forth, but the fact that Fisher was able to kill Saipei so many times in a matchup that normally Genjis don't win, by being able to kind of win those matchups and disrupting the kind of commitment that the side of Laserkins was making in terms of keeping Gray on that Mercy instead of more of a utility or a combat specific support like Ana or Zen. Taking him off of the aim, taking him off of the Discord, which helps the team in general, meant that essentially you needed to make sure Saipei was able to utilize the resources properly, and that unfortunately just didn't happen. But this all goes back to Command Center. First map, Command Center. I think Sombra is a good pocket pick for the side of Laserkins, but they need to make sure that they're using it selectively. The more teams are expecting it, the more important that first engagement becomes. Because they know that Gray in most cases will be playing the Sombra, they can manipulate the way that they position such that they abuse the timings that Gray has in order to go around and hack health packs. And they know that Gray's not going to be with their team, so they can easily take that first engage without being punished.
Yeah, honestly, it is like that. Very similar situation with Complexity. They were running it so often that people were actually able to read the Sombra pathing guides that they were using, and they would just spam out locations to just catch him out. And so, like you had said much earlier on, you can't continue to cheese because it will get sussed out. And Hammers Esports were really able to take advantage of that. So they'll be your third place winners here in the HND Overwatch Invitational. Now, after this, it is going to be the grand finals match. It's going to be a best of 5 between Movistar Riders and X-Cyclone. They're in the grand finals. We are going to go ahead and take a short break while we do get the teams into the lobby, though. Don't go anywhere, guys. We will be right back.
I just wanna be, just wanna be, I just wanna be loved. I just wanna be, just wanna be, I just wanna be loved. I just wanna be, just wanna be, I just wanna be loved. I just wanna be, just wanna be, I just wanna be loved. We're still young, but we got old, we got older, but we got there, we got there. We got old, we got older, but I just wanna be loved. We're still young, but we got old, we got older, but we got there, we got there. We got old, we got older. I just wanna be loved. We're still young, but we got old, we got older, but we got there, we got there. We got old, we got older, but I just wanna be loved. We're still young, but we got old, we got older, but we got there, we got there. We got old, we got older. I just wanna be loved. We're still young, but we got old, we got older, but we got there, we got there. We got old,
stereophonic sound for the home is recorded on 2 separate tracks, each one giving special emphasis to certain sections of the orchestra.
Welcome back, everybody. This is the HND Overwatch Invitational. We are on to the grand finals. Movistar Riders facing off against X-Cyclone here in this best of 5. I'm Jamerson, joined once again by Scribe. Scribe, how are you doing?
Excited for this grand finals. This is something a lot of people have been looking forward to. We have Movistar Riders, who, for the first time I think ever, will be able to defend their tournament. I guess the title of the Kings of Europe currently. Against a team that's been rising up through the rankings. This is X-Cyclone squad, not signed yet. So if any organization's like, hey, we want to find a nice, high-performing European team or just a team in general to help us improve overall Overwatch brand, X-Cyclone, still no sponsors yet, but they're a rising team, and now they have this great opportunity to finally fight against the top of Europe.
And they've been looking particularly really good throughout this entirety. I mean, they 2-0'd Singularity Ninjas and also Laser Kittens earlier on in the day. So now they're gonna have a tough struggle here up against Movistar Riders, though, who I don't think they've dropped the map yet.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot. I think, in my opinion, it has a lot to do with the best of 3 format, just because they're able to get these great picks. Movistar Riders, honestly, I did some map research during the off break, and just Movistar Riders has 2 maps that they can bring opponents to, and this really makes it hard to pick ban, right? Their Nepal win rate is ridiculous considering the competition that they played against. They very rarely drop Nepal maps. The only last time they dropped the Nepal map was against Misfits in the Overwatch pit. They also have a really strong pocket pick in Volskaya Industries. They have an extremely high win rate there, and the fact that not a lot of teams will practice 2CP means that they have this opportunity to get this great counter pick in where they're not scared to ban any 2CP maps in general. So they have this really strong best of 3 presence, and they always have this pick locked away in the background in case they need it.
Yeah, throughout the entirety of Pit and this tournament combined, they've dropped a total of 5 maps, I believe. I mean, none in this tournament so far. We are still waiting to get the teams into the lobby and the map drafts done. As soon as that's done, we will get into this final grand final match. Now, in the meantime, though, be sure to visit our sponsors. We've got a number of them. If you go to, I believe, lioncast.com, use the code HND Gaming, you'll be able to get 7% off all gaming peripherals there. We're also partnered with TeePublic, who are offering 30% off all of our apparel if you go ahead and use the code HND302. Now, you can also win some free prizes. We're doing a giveaway, so just visit hnd.fyi/giveaway. And if you go there, vote for your MVP, do one of our social media things, you will be entered into a pot to either win a gaming mouse or even some of our own apparel. So give that a shot. Now, in this matchup, Scribe, Movistar Riders facing off against X-Cyclone here. You had already mentioned the map picks, but let's talk about just the individual matchups in between the players.
Yeah, I mean, this is a lineup in general where it's going to be a lot about which DPS player is able to show up the most, right? Swoosh has kind of remained relatively uncontested because while you deal with Swoosh, and Swoosh is definitely a really strong projectile player, in the background is Logix. Logix on Tracer has been one of the most defining parts of Movistar Riders. They're able to take your Tracer 1v1 and win almost all the time. Basically, they very rarely had a Tracer they cannot match with, and when Logic goes off, it creates a lot of room for the rest of the team to really step forward.
Yeah, we've been seeing a lot of great Tracer plays, but there's been a difference in styles. I mean, if you've seen Logix, he's getting more of those kills just off his primary fire, less of the flashy kills, right, with the pulse bombs that we were seeing Kib doing continually throughout his series. On the side of X-Cyclone, what can they do to try to answer and combat that?
Well, obviously the big person is David, who's going to be matching up more aggressively in that Tracer matchup. But Pox, I think, in general, is just more dynamic as a projectile player than Swoosh is. So I give Pox a slight advantage in that aspect. But looking at tanks, this is where it's really going to be challenging. I think Malzasa has the advantage in the Winston matchup against Kolsky. I think Malzasa just in general is such a super strong Winston player. He's able to stay alive, and his aggression really helps X-Cyclone really advance forward, right? Kolsky is kind of more so of of a, I would say is less is a little more passive than Malzasa is, but I think Kolsky still was able to maintain a very solid line. It's just going to be a matter of how he manages to deal with the aggression. But the general theme across all teams is neither team is really going to be relying on individual skill to carry them. Both teams are essentially team-centric compositions. They want to make sure that they engage together, have good comms, and really want to use their team synergy and the fact that they have these awesome ways to engage and they play super well together than versus having one person outskill everyone else at the very end.
Yeah, and speaking about that Winston matchup, we've seen teams actually making some adjustments to how they play out their dive. We saw in that last matchup, Hammers Esports facing off against Laser Kittens, that we had Winston that played a little bit more passively. Every time Skipjack jumped on in, his counterpart would just go back and help out, play a more supportive role and peel for his supports. Are we expecting that out of Movistar Riders versus X-Cyclone?
It's actually interesting, right? Because I don't think that either one of them is a necessarily super aggressive team. I think that what X-Cyclone would want to do is be the aggressors, right? Utilize the fact that Malzasa is such a dynamic Winston. Use that to your advantage, right? If you get a good, consistent engage that's cohesive, you are able to get those picks off in a dive composition, right? And if the side of X-Cyclone is able to take time to execute properly, that's going to be their win condition. Now, with that being said, Movistar Riders, no slackers either. I actually almost fully expect Movistar Riders to wait for Logix to start getting into a flank position to then re-engage. This is kind of one of the dynamics that a lot of people don't really talk about in the Winston v. Winston matchup, right? When you jump in, sure, it's a very good engage tool, but the unfortunate part is many of these dive compositions run only one tank. So when a Winston dives in and really doesn't get that much support, the enemy team can actually take the time to counter dive and leave the Winston stranded. So a lot of it, I think this match will be based off of kind of that counter engage initiative, since both teams are more willing to take like kind of more cohesive fights.
All right, now we are getting updates about the map draft going on. So the first two to make it through, it was Lijiang and Volskaya. You are living up to that moniker, the prophet here so far that I've bestowed upon you myself. Also, Route 66 and Hollywood. How do you feel about these picks?
Route 66 is, in my opinion, I want to say it's a Movistar Rider map. I think that they actually like having Route 66, might be something that they practice a decent amount. So I really like that pick a lot. Lijiang and Hollywood, I think, are more. This is where like X-Cyclone kind of is going to be struggling in the way. I don't really have as much map data on them as much, but for at least from my opinion, I don't think they have as many maps that they're super stand out on, right? Or maps that they can super dominate. I think Lijiang and Hollywood are both maps that go relatively even. Now, with that being said, Lijiang isn't a great Movistar Rider map. They're good on Koth in general, just because of the way they play, but they might actually get taken for a surprise. I expect a very close map on there. It really depends on the last map, in my opinion, because Hollywood is a super even map, and if I guess Movistar Riders get surprised on Volskaya, that's a pick that they're really banking on the fact that X-Cyclone doesn't have time to practice.
Now we're just waiting on the final map and then the teams to get into lobby for us to get this grand final underway for the HND Overwatch Invitational. And so teams really just taking their time with these map drafts because they are pretty important here. We don't get to see as much of it with different tournaments using different formats, leaving pools up for maps 1, map 2, map 3, banning out that way. And so now we're down to either Ilios or Dorado. Which map do you think it's going to go to for our first map?
I really hope it goes to Ilios because I think both teams are kind of bad on Ilios. Dorado is another map I think Movistar Riders just feel so much more comfortable on. So I really hope we get Ilios just because that's such an even first starting map. I don't think either team is really going to prefer it as much. But if X-Cyclone isn't looking into the preferences of these teams, you're probably not going to see, you might even see Dorado. And that's what I'm a little worried about, is that maybe they haven't really seen how good Movistar Riders is on. And of course, Movistar Riders doesn't play any of these maps super consistently, but Dorado is a map that does show up, has showed up quite a lot in this pool stage. So maybe they're getting ready for it. And yeah, they're going to start on Dorado. And I think this is going to be a really interesting map. I like Movistar Riders a lot on this map. I think this is a map that teams don't really bring enemies to. In general, pure escort maps are really tough because, you don't have that static first point to really, protect. So certain compositions actually work worse than others on this. But Dorado will be the map I think we'll see Movistar Riders at least jump out to an early lead on. And This is scary, right? Because this first map means so much. Winning this first map on X Cyclone side would do really great to swing the momentum of this map. Winning here means that Movistar Riders most likely will take the next map to Volskaya, and that means that the remaining maps is just a best of 3 in most cases, right? And if that's assuming that it goes even in the first 2 maps. And with the last 2 maps being, of course, like Lijiang and Hollywood, those maps are more even for both teams. So in that case, it can go either way, in my opinion, right? So that's going to be a really great avenue for them to potentially push it to a game 5. But if they drop Dorado, they're going to counterpick on a map that's pretty even. That gives them room for a 2-0. And even if the side of Movistar Riders does lose on their second map pick, they can immediately bring it back to Volskaya to set up that 2-1 scoreline, which makes a really good room for them to take a third game in the series.
Now we're just getting all the invites in for the teams. Once they are in the lobby, we'll get this underway. We haven't seen much Dorado throughout the entirety, actually, of this tournament. So it's gonna be pretty fun to see. And like you had mentioned, we don't get to see too many of the pure escort maps here. And so we'll see if they try to go for that really aggressive kind of selfless hold, right? Where they're just basically at the spawn door playing the high ground on the different roofs, or if they try and play back over at the main arch choke point there initially. I think it's going to be Movistar Riders actually starting off on the attacking end. I don't have confirmation on that quite yet, though.
Yeah, it looks like that might potentially be the case. This is going to be interesting. I'm actually really excited. I don't know if either team has done super well. Maybe X Cyclone has played some Dorado recently, especially during this tournament. I'm actually not entirely sure what their matchups were in this case, but this could be something where it goes either way. I do think Movistar Riders is a little more confident on this map, though, so I expect them to take it. But at the same time, can't count out X Cyclone at all. If I know their coach, if I know their coach properly, I think that X Cyclone probably did a little more map research into this. But at the same time, I'm very surprised Volskaya is still in the pool. I'm surprised 66 is still in the pool. And it just seems like this is the benefit of having these pocket maps. People don't talk about how important map draft is. Everyone's just too busy complaining about 2 CP maps to realize if you practice 2 CP maps and you have a lot of experience on it and you play this enough, you know how to counteract some of the very common engages, you can take that for a ride. And Dorado and Route 66 also maps, so teams tend to avoid a little more just to focus on the more common maps. So the fact that there are 3 kind of special maps in this map pool that I think Movistar Riders really prioritizes really gives them the avenue to kind of take this just based on a counter pick map situation.
All right, so just waiting on one more player, and we'll get this match underway. Movistar Riders versus X Cyclone. Honestly, you couldn't ask for a better grand finals at this point. I mean, X Cyclone have had so many great results in the last few months here. I mean, if you take a look at the results page, it's just like first place is down the line in every go for Overwatch, even in the monthlies. And so now they really want to make a name for themselves by defeating Movistar Riders, who did win Overwatch Pit, the European side of that tournament.
Yeah, it'll be good to see what they're doing. And of course, we're waiting for the lobby to be set up. We're still waiting for players to ready up. So, in the meantime, it says 5th place on top, but that's kind of like an interesting dynamic. Like, oh, Movistar Riders X Cyclone playing for 5th place? I don't think so. It's going to be interesting. I think the X factors in this match, in my opinion, are going to be Fincy and Destro. Destro typically plays more soldier in some of these compositions, so he'll be a high priority target to make sure Swilsh never gets off of the ground as a ferret. But Fincy has a little more variety in his play, and I'm actually super excited to see how Fincy manages to bring his share of champions against maybe Pox. I think a Pox Fincy matchup is actually more of a better descriptor since both of them play a little more dynamically.
All right, we did accidentally lose a player there in the mix-up, so we're waiting once again for one more player. This is the HND Overwatch Invitational, best of 5 grand finals. We're starting off on Dorado. Movistar Riders facing off against X Cyclone, and man, this is definitely a tournament where you can make your name. Like you had mentioned, X Cyclone not signed yet. They were formally. And that's why now they have that X in their name. And so if any organizations are looking at this, they've been playing pretty darn well throughout the entirety of this tournament.
Yeah, it's a lot of good performances so far. Very surprised X Cyclone actually made it this far, just because in most cases when you guys get overhyped, there is an instance where you kind of bomb out in the tournament, but X Cyclone has cruised along very easily.
All right, there we go. we got the last member in. I'm going to go ahead and give them the ready up so we can get this match underway. Sorry, I'm just Logic's in chat.
Yeah,
I wish some people could see it, but yeah, there we go. Give them the final ready up, and we're gonna get this underway. Once again, Movistar Riders facing off against X Cyclone, best of 5 in our HND Overwatch Invitational Grand Finals. Here we're starting off on Dorado. It is Movistar Riders starting off on the attacking side, while the defense X Cyclone. As we do load up here, you guys are getting that nice visual graphic, the packet that they were able to put together on the end of HND. I didn't get to see as much of it. I do wake up a little bit late to try to catch some tail end first block of games this weekend, but it's so hard. I'm on the West Coast here, so today I had to wake up at like 7 a.m. to cast these games.
Yeah, it's rough. It's rough to wake up early, especially when the times don't really work out as well. But we'll see.
Now we do have, once again, that triple DPS dive composition already being hovered, and they are out the gate, so it looks like they are going to be committing to this. On the side of Movistar Riders, they have plenty of time to actually work it, but I think they are just going to go ahead and fight fire with fire, dive against dive.
Yeah, this is a pretty standard setup. I was also obviously playing a little more aggressive on the Winston. This is kind of an avenue where you can both play a triple tank hold to really stop that first chokehold, right? That yellow wall chokehold that is notorious for being so hard to break through. I think dive is a little better for this more aggressive defense where you kind of don't give them any ground whatsoever. But at the same time, it's going to be dive versus dive, and I'm actually kind of interested to see who ends up winning an entire Fincy versus Destro matchup, because Soldier is actually such a dynamic part of both of these compositions.
Yeah, now 3 seconds out the gate. Neptuno is hovering over this Widowmaker, just peeking on out. Is going to be able to get this crucial pick, takes the first shot, doesn't quite connect though. Now he is actually going to commit to this. He's jumping up top, trying to get Mozasa off. Now, unfortunately, not able to connect with these shots. Kosti jumps on up, but he is starting to get focused down. It's going to be Mozasa that gets their initial frag onto Dante.
Yeah, I think what Logix and Kosti were basically waiting for was kind of Logix to get in position for a good flank position. But the moment Mozasa got that kill, they had to disengage immediately. They want to regroup at 6 because they do not want to get staggered this early on in the phase and feed all the defense team more ultimates.
So Neptuno has returned to spawn. He's swapped off. He's on that Lucio, but Swoosh just trailing after Malzasa with the help of Logix will be able to get that kill. It's going to be a 1-for-1 trade. Both Winston's on down, but of course, Respawn favoring the attackers here.
Ironically, Winston will probably be the first target down in a lot of these fights because of the amount of damage that they can use to focus. A big win condition in general is taking out the tank line, but when both teams are playing dive, tanks going down actually doesn't really matter as much. And yet, Destro manages to get that tactical buys on really early in the process to at least temporarily take the side of Movistar Riders out of the equation for now. They're able to stabilize their defense. That pulse bomb, unfortunately, does not take down Mozasa, so Mozasa able to live another day.
And Davin still has his. And so, once again, they are holding on top of these roofs. Our ex-Cyclone here really applying the pressure as we do have the Winston jumping on down. Malzasa just going to go ahead and kite away, get healed right back on up, and Destro getting free damage off. So much space being created by these divers.
Yeah, and this is actually how cohesive a strong defense can be. They haven't even pushed the payload past the yellow wall yet. And the main part is everyone's just playing incredibly passive. Boombox, Crusade, and Destro are essentially keeping everyone sustained. And there's no room for people really to attack David since they're getting rained by high ground. And Mozasa being able to really buy time. Kosti leaps in solo and gets punished almost immediately. And this is kind of where that counter engagement from the side of this, from really being able to convert off that Winston engage really comes in handy. Mozasa is playing so aggressive for this ex-Cyclone squad. They're not letting the side of Movistar Riders really get into position.
And they've been pretty frugal with their ultimates, so they've already built up 4 at this point, though. Now Movistar Riders, this is their window of opportunity. They're going to have that sound barrier. They're going to have almost all of their ultimates up, and now here we go. Dragon Blade comes out from Swoosh, but immediately Crusade with that sound barrier. He gets the boop onto Swoosh, and now he's not going to be able to use that blade for anything. Sound barrier does come on out from Neptuno as they try to go for that engage, but once again, there we go. Dante with a frag onto Malzasa. That's going to open up the window for them, but Tactical Visor does come up from Destro. He's super low. He's getting healed up now by Crusade. Transcendence does come up from Dante as they're still having trouble getting through this choke point.
Yeah, this is actually kind of bad for the side of Movistar Riders right now. They committed so many ults to process. I don't know why Pokes really committed that as well. You could have just gotten around with the fact that, you know, hey, you can say Dragon Blade for this next engagement. But meanwhile, the side of X Cyclones being pushed all the way back. They did manage to stall a lot of time off of this initial push, and David just stalling that much more. But looks like the side of Movistar Riders will be able to capture this first point with 3 minutes, 11 seconds left on the clock. And now it's up to X Cyclone to regroup and retake the high ground.
Yeah, Movistar Riders, it took a little while, but they were finally able to break that contain, and now they're hunting for more. Crusade goes down, Swoosh a little bit too far. Mozasa starting to clean up, but that's okay. They're still moving the payload. There's only one at this point, but they got to make up for lost time.
Dante actually was a little too far from the card to actually push it, so there was a little bit of a delay. It really shouldn't matter since because of the dive composition coming in from X Cyclone, they should be able to get back onto point relatively quickly to contest. David will burn recall, meaning he does not have the additional HP pool that he can really tap into. And this is actually a good opportunity for the side of Movistar Riders to dive in.
Alright, we do see Colsey jumping up on top, but immediately does not like the looks of it. Mausasa is the one that gets the engage. Davin following it up, taking the kill onto Lindsay now, but they're going to go ahead and turn their attention onto Colsey, cleaning that up, and they are on the payload, and wow, even getting more staggered kills as Boombox lands a nice biotic play.
Yeah, this is an example of Colsey kind of getting caught out of position. I think he thought he had more support than he actually did. Jumps into the rest of the enemy team. Maybe he should have used that jump to reset the entire composition. Of course, it doesn't really matter at the end of the day. It's like, honestly, a very minimal time game. But when you only have around 2 minutes left to push the cart, every second kind of counts.
Alright, so a minute 48 seconds left to work. But Swoosh once again has that Dragon Blade, but they can counter it with that Tactical Visor on the opposite end.
The side of Movistar Riders is playing this high ground so effectively. They don't even care that they can push. They want to get into a good flank position and push everyone off the top ground. It's
Pokes though pushing forward with that Dragon Blade. Already found a kill onto Neptuno, and now Mozasa cleaning up that leap damage. Just too much for them. And Finzi though does have this high ground, but he might just get staggered here. Pokes and Davin are on top of him. He does go down. And so that was really unfortunate on the side of Movistar Riders.
This engagement from the side of X Cyclone is actually just so dynamic. We talked about right before the game started how Mozasa is an offensive hero, and what they're going to do is they want to be in the driver's seat. They want to make sure Mozasa is able to get those clean engages where he's able to dictate exactly how the fight is spaced. So that's a very good job from his side and the rest of X Cyclone for getting those follow-ups.
Alright, the payload stalled out here in front of the courthouse. Nano Boost does come out onto Davin. Dante immediately pops that Transcendence to keep his team alive, but the Pulse Bomb is just too much burst damage for that. Takes out Finzi and Swoosh.
Oh man, Davin really making life super difficult for the side of Movistar Riders. Logix has just not been able to get kills. I mean, Tracer is an extremely strong hero. He's able to harass a lot in the background, but in addition to harassment, you need your rest of your DPS players to follow up with it. And this Dorado pick looks like it's something that the side of X Cyclone must have been practicing or had at least in their back pocket because they're playing this like pros.
Now they're a little bit of a power deficit. They do have the Primal Rage, but it's going to be facing off against the Tactical Visor along with that Sound Barrier. Everyone else a little bit further away from their ults.
Yeah, right now buying some more time. Overtime will tick down. Mazasa right now with the Primal Rage does finish out Finzi in the background, but Colsey will be slept. Does get some of the Sound Barrier to keep the remaining of this fight more, like, I guess, elevated in terms of health pools. But Mazasa playing aggressive. He wants to be able to harass everyone with his electric gun. They do back up temporarily, waiting for cooldowns, knowing that they just have to stall the rest of overtime.
Yeah, Overtime taking on down. Finzi trying last-ditch effort along with Logix to get onto the point. There's the Dragon Blade. It's Destro that cleans it up with the help of Mozasa there. And for what happened once it got to that second portion, they got some distance at least on the card, but man, that was a pretty good shutdown coming out on the side of X Cyclone.
Yeah, I don't think I expected this much aggression from the side of X Cyclone either on the first point, especially the fact that they were able to stall so much time with a very aggressive defense where they kind of didn't even let them really get to that first chokehold is something that's like a lot of NA teams are prioritizing. They realize that giving up the entire first path of for free limits their ability to really control the tempo of this game. Since once you escort to the first kind of choke point, one fight can really decide the escort to all the way to the rest. And especially with dive compositions, because of the mobility, the ease that they can get back from spawn is just so fast that they can regroup and reassemble a good execution again. You want to take more risks and you want to play more aggressive. I actually don't think that the side of Movistar Riders actually will be playing as aggressive, although I think that they should.
So they are making. Never mind. I thought Neptuno was gonna actually go for that Zenyatta pick there, just to add a little bit more pressure onto Mozasa, who has been going largely uncontested. Every time he jumps into the back line, the dive has been really good coming out from X-Cyclone, pretty crisp.
Yeah, and this is all coordinated. It looks like they will be taking more of an aggressive approach, so they want to be able to hold this entire limit a little more. And this is going to be about controlling high ground and making sure Logix and Swoosh remain relatively healthy. Colsey will be in charge of kind of just dictating the pace of these engagements from the side of Movistar Riders. He's going to be the one really dictating when they engage, when they disengage, and he's going to be reliant on Logix and Swoosh to really back him up when he needs him to ensure he doesn't go down very quickly.
Boombox might be making that adjustment onto the Zenyatta, add a little bit more extra damage there. Ooh, out the gates, they eat that biotic nade. They're going to go ahead and back off and heal up.
Good pre-fire location for the side of the Ana, being able to get at least some more ultimate percentage. Logix is stuck on top of this level. He's not able to jump down. He's just offering some harass right now. But the side of X-Cycle is playing this so super cohesively. They're not splitting up. This was an issue that the side of Movistar Riders really had, was that these were so split up. They kind of got picked apart by death composition. And it looks like it doesn't even matter as Logix and Finzi are able to pick up kills, but Destro does trade. This is a situation where they probably should regroup knowing that they have shorter spawns.
Yeah, Colsey going down there, that's going to be very difficult for them. Now, still a little bit passive coming out from X-Cyclone there, but now they are starting to get some headway onto the point. Logix has to be careful, almost gets caught out by Mozasa. They're just going to go ahead and regroup back in the market portion.
Yeah, this is where they dictate no Winston on the side of the defense for now, no big tank line, and they're able to capitalize almost immediately. Colsey jumps in, but will get taken apart because, hey, there's not enough support. When you're fighting a man down, the goal is not to jump in when you can, and X-Cyclone is taking them for a ride. This is just a matter of getting staggered and not recognizing what your win conditions are. As a dive composition, you cannot be fighting men down because it just leads to more staggers.
Pulse Bomb comes out, it actually connects onto Crusade there. But unfortunately, the Logix is still not going to be enough. He was the only member there trying to contest. And so, completely different results so far. 5 minutes left on the clock for them just to push at 74 meters.
Yeah, this is a little tense from the side of a Movistar Riders, right? Because they picked this map. I want to say they basically left this map knowing they could take it, but now X-Cyclone abusing this 5-minute privilege a lot more, and Destro taking out Logix. That's just such a key member in their entire composition. Colsey jumps down and he basically leaves Swoosh a little stranded, but that pulse bomb catches everyone together.
Heaven once again with that pulse bomb, even gets the cleanup onto Dante. And he is just tuning his own horn on the payload there. Now he's going to go ahead and join the rest of that dive. They're playing right outside that gate there. So we do have Movistar Riders trying to gain their footing. But man, take a look. Destro even has the high ground control with that Soldier 76. They haven't used many ultimates at this point. They've got 5 ready for this last team fight.
This is really divided. Swoosh and Logix are on high ground while Colsey is basically on low ground, just trying to pop the Primal Rage. Boombox pops his Transcendence to keep everyone healed up, and that transitions very nicely into a Crusade Sound Barrier. Now, the benefit of all this is that there's a lot of support ultimates that were burned on the side of X-Cyclone. Good ultimate discipline from Movistar Riders, being able to save their support ultimates until they really needed them.
They have regained their footing here, but oh man, Destro with the snipe on that Helix rocket, taking out Dante. He's just going to be building up that tactical visor that much quicker. They've got to be careful. Colsey is on here. They are pretty squishy. Now, they are playing a man down on the side of Movistar Riders, and Colsey's starting to get focused down.
Yeah, Colsey jumps in a little solo at points, and now they need to defend. Vinci's in a safe location, but he doesn't really have great line of sight ability to use it. And Pokes being able to take down Colsey, so in the fight, Mozasa luckily will be traded, so the dynamic is going to be with X-Cyclone. But Vinci's just so far off of the card, he needs to contest it. He needs to stop this almost immediately, and yeah, this is not going to go well when your last DPS seller isn't able to do it at all. This dive composition just so much stronger on the side of X Cyclone. They're playing more aggressive and they're playing it with nothing to lose, which is catching the side of Movistar Riders off guard. Movistar Riders is a team comp that likes to have control of the pace, and basically what's happening is Colsey's normally that metronome. He's normally the one who engages and allows the enemy team to play off his own team to play off him. However, Mozas is taking a lot of that responsibility out of his hands by executing a lot of the fights up front.
Yeah, X-Cyclone just coming out of the gate swinging there with a pretty dominant win here on Dorado. If you're Movistar Riders, where do you want to take this with our remaining map pool?
You go to Volskaya. I think Volskaya's in the pool. You left it in there for a reason, so you can get this counter pick. Dorado's kind of thing where, because it was left up, it might have been something both players of both teams were really fine with. I think this was a map that Movistar Riders does play well, but I think X Cyclone must have also had a lot of time scrimming in this and playing it as well. But in the meantime, they do have that Volskaya counter pick if they want to bring it back to 1-1. I would take that now because you want to even up the score before you have to play a 2 CP map to determine your tournament fate. So I expect them to send it there to try to get that quick 1-1 reset.
So map number 2, it's going to be Li Zhang actually coming out from Movistar Riders there. So not quite the prophet today, Scribe, but man, this is going to be difficult. X Cyclone has just been looking so much better on their engagements. Mozasa, a huge contributing factor on that Winston every single time he goes in. He's been almost unkillable. Movistar Riders haven't been able to focus him down. They haven't been bringing out the Zenyatta either. I mean, it was a short map there on Dorado, but Neptuno was hovering over it. I was surprised that they didn't go for it, or at least Dante going for it.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting because I don't think either team really has a huge advantage in Li Zhang Tower. Now, of course, Movistar Riders could prove me wrong here. Maybe they're just a better, more cohesive team, and this does play around with a team fight aspect of their game, right? They know that X Cyclone plays more aggressive, so when it comes to like S-score maps, they can play more kind of like wildly and not really get punished for it. Whereas in COD, the moment you kind of misstep, it's very easy for a team to return and just fight back, since you're focusing on death matching and fragging out versus really focusing on a set objective and specific points.
Map number 2, it is going to be Li Zhang Tower. We are loaded in, and it looks like it is going to be Garden for our first map. Swoosh already hovering over the Pharah.
I mean, it's such a great pick for this map, right? You're able to utilize this almost solo. You have so many environmental kills. You're also able to kind of really abuse some of the line of sights from the enemy hit scan target, right? Soldier doesn't have a lot of spots where he can contest Pharah and also play relatively safe. One of the best locations for Soldier is playing on that bridge area or really playing around rock, but that's so separate from the rest of the team that Pharahs are able to capitalize. Furthermore, Soldier really wants to sit inside the building. You don't really have clear line of sight of that either.
Now, we don't see a Mercy coming out. Neither composition really opting for that yet. There's a few more seconds for them to go for it, but nope, it's just going to be Pharahs going in without that pocket Mercy coming on out. Are there going to be any environmental kills? No concussive blast actually coming out. It's going to be Finzi with the opening frag onto Destro, and immediately Kosti jumps on in, going to hold him at the bridge.
Yeah, and this is a good job from the side of X Cyclone, recognizing they lost this fight almost immediately back up. They do not want to feed more ultimates. Sure, retaking this point actually isn't that bad as long as there's not an ultimate advantage. The big reason why first fight statistics are so skewed is because people fight so much during that first fight.
Oh, Finzi answering right on back, takes out Mozasa. So now the point is unlocked. It is being contested right now, but with Crusade going down, they're starting to run out of sustain here, and they are going to be able to flip it. It's going to go over to Movistar Riders.
They need to regroup on the side of X Cyclone. This is good first engagement from the side of Movistar Riders. They're really able to abuse their team play and the fact that they're getting so many first kills. Finzi, as an X Factor, has just been contributing to so many of these early picks. It makes it very hard to engage when you're already a man down.
Now they're going to approach this a little bit differently. They're coming in from White Room now. At least that's what they're posturing to do over with that Zenyatta and Soldier 76. But they're getting contested by Logic there. He has that Pulse Bomb at the ready. Just a little bit out of position, though. Davin is actually trying to go into the back line. But Pux gets that kill onto Kosti. It gets immediately traded. And finally, Davin is able to commit that kill onto Dante. So now man advantage going on over for X Cyclone. But no one's on the point quite yet.
Ooh, good wall hop from Neptuno to zip back onto the point using additional movement speed to catapult himself. That's a new thing Lucy's are doing a lot because they do carry some momentum from their jump. But in the midst of this fight, it's just simple DMing. Once you get the advantage in terms of being able to get the health advantage on point and getting that damage advantage, very easy to equalize.
They've almost got 5 ultimates farmed up. Points still getting contested just a little bit. Swoosh trying to get a little bit more mileage, but he does go down to Destro. And finally, after about 61%, they will flip it on over. But ultimate advantage largely in favor of X-Cyclone right now.
X-Cyclone doesn't really enjoy using their ultimates unless they absolutely have to. I don't even expect Poos to really pop a Rocket Barrage unless he's trying to get a big flanking position and stop the momentum from the side of Movistar Riders. But Colsey does jump in, isolate Mozasa, but Mozasa's getting a lot of support from his team. Will force the Rocket Barrage, and Poos staying alive throughout the entire Transcendence. Unfortunately, both Transcendences kind of negate any real effect, but Poos unable to trade out, and Finzi right now being able to take that Crusade with another Helix Rocket. He's been landing those all day, able to reset the progress that X-Cyclone has really been able to achieve.
Yeah, so Davin tried to go in for that contest, but he goes down 38%. Is what X-Cyclone were able to accrue there. Now as they approach, do we see any swap offs coming off? Nope, not quite yet. They're comfortable with this composition. Now we'll see who takes the initiative. Davin has jumped on over. He's across the bridge now, but he hasn't found anything yet. Hasn't found his opening as Mozasa jumps in first. He's gonna go ahead and prop that Primal Rage, and with the help of Davin, gets the kill onto Dante. Now they are onto the point. It's still being contested. He's just batting people around, trying to get onto that Lucio, but he does kite around. Destro takes out Finzi though, so a lot of the firepower gone, especially with Swoosh gone there. Sound Barrier is committed on the side of X-Cyclone, but they just want to secure this point.
They will hit overtime temporarily, but this should be a relatively good situation. Unfortunately, not a lot of ults. Davin does have Pulse Bomb coming up as soon as possible. If Boombox can get some damage, as well as get some healing onto Mozasa, he should stay alive and be able to get Transcendence for this next fight. Finzi will be the person to watch. If Finzi can take out Poop super early on in this fight, this will be really bad for X-Cyclone.
Colsey, eating some rockets right there, and it's gonna be Davin that cleans up that kill. We do have Logics on there. He's able to trade out 1 for 1, but here's a Rocket Barrage coming out from Swoosh, takes Davin out of the equation there. Transcendence is gonna be used on the side of Movistar Riders, but they're already playing a man down. But Swoosh, once again, coming in with that bar, gets the kill onto Pox, and now they're just focusing down the remaining members of X-Cyclone here, as we do have Mozasa trying to keep it alive, trying to get as much percentage off the point. It's going to be 80%, but is anyone going to be able to get on there? Davin does, but he's got that Orb of Discord on him. He's got to be careful, trying to buy time. There we go. Destro coming in with the Tactical Advisor, gets the kill onto Logix.
I don't know how this is possible or how they're managed to stall out that much, but Swoosh is saying, come into this enclosed space, let me just let my AoE do my job for me. And this is such a great job on the side of X-Cyclone, but it looks like they actually might be able to stabilize. Never mind, Transcendence is pop. This should be pretty easy. No way Boombox gets onto the point at all at this rate. Very good job from the side of Movistar Riders, abusing some of the timings X-Cyclone has. X-Cyclone was very split in that last fight, as we saw kind of Zenyatta on the side of X-Cyclone Boombox pop his Transcendence very far away from Davin. I don't think that they were actually planning on Davin getting caught out in that instance, but Davin staying alive may have helped them equalize that fight even just a little bit. But good job on Movistar Riders, really making sure that X-Cyclone has to stay together. They have to play cohesive, otherwise they're going to get punished.
Now, as we move on to the second point, we are seeing both teams opting for that Genji instead. So it's going to be Swoosh facing off against Pox here. Now, who do you favor in that 1v1 Genji matchup?
This is tough. I like Pox a little more because this is more dynamic, but it's really more about Winston play here. I don't even think it's that much about Genji's. It's about which Winston is able to create most room for his team and doing much damage on squishy targets.
Logic's taking his time to try to get this flank and might catch him out. Desro does spot him out and immediately backs on out. So now both teams just posturing, looking for their engagement chance as Davin tries to go on in, get some free damage off. He's at 32%, but Logix is right behind him too. Now there we go. Dante comes in, gets the kill onto Pox.
Yeah, Dante being able to just catch out Pox, who I think was trying to fight him in his own backline almost. But yeah, this is where it gets bad from worse. Dive compositions do not do well against other dive compositions the moment they become a man down. And Swoosh is making himself look so good right now, being able to build up the ultimate percentage. It's still relatively close, and that's what happens when you don't get complete team wipes in the first fight. You don't build up that much ultimates, but Colsey playing his position extremely well. He's waiting for a quick catch.
Star Riders, they do have control of the points, already at 25%. Now, once again, both teams just facing off line of scrimmage here. It's going to be Davin that gets into the back line with the help of Logix. With Pox, gets the kill onto Logix. It is traded 1-for-1. Both Tracers out of the equation right now, but it's going to be X-Cyclone forcing them back.
Yeah, they managed to take the point, and this is a good case, even though they do lose Boombox in the midst of this. As long as they're able to stall it out, which actually doesn't seem too negative, they should be able to stall at least some of this fight. Transcendence is popped to win this, but if I'm on the side of X-Cyclone, I want them burning as much ultimates as I want, and David, once again, will be on the point just to stall it out. Sound Barrier does get used to create more room for Destro, who does have that tactical visor in the background, will be able to reclaim the point. So they were able to bait out that Transcendence, and they were rewarded by getting the ability to restabilize and claim the point.
Yeah, now for that next team fight, they do have the Dragon Blade at the ready along with that Sound Barrier on the side of Movistar Riders. Is it going to be enough though? Boombox working his way closer and closer towards that Transcendence, might be able to just cancel it out.
Good disengage from the side of X-Cyclone. They do not want to get caught out in this bad position, especially with all six together.
Right, even Mosasa kiting backwards. They're just waiting this out. Davin has to be careful. He is getting that focus treatment now. Hawks did jump into the air, try to bait out the Transcendence, but it's going to be Boombox that uses his, and now they're pushing forward, but unfortunately they're not able to catch off these targets. Swoosh is going to go ahead and use his, but he's trying to cut into a Mosasa who is going to get focused down by Logix, and there we go. They're pushing forward with the man advantage on the side of Movistar Riders. Now it's Kosti's turn with that Primal Rage, just batting everyone off the point, though it is still being contested by Davin. He does use his recall, but Poke's going down. A lot of the firepower gone now.
I actually kind of disagree with X-Cyclone's decision to kind of split up their DPS dealers. Essentially what they did was they kind of waited for, they assumed that the back line was able to take care of the side of Kolsti, who had Primal Rage, but so they split off both David and Pox from the rest of the team, trying to outduel whatever was on point right there. But they actually had kited back and taken out Kolsti. It may have given them the man advantage to at least keep it re-engaged.
So now 50% to 82. They do have that Pulse Bomb. They've got that Dragon Blade, but the Dragon Blade, you got to be careful if you push forward with that. Finzi does have that counter tactical visor to use if he goes up for it. Tactical visor is going to be committed. And he immediately takes out Pokes. The Sound Barrier does come out now on the side of X-Cyclone there, but Finzi already getting 2 kills. Now they're starting to clean up, forcing them back, and they should just regroup.
Yeah, this is actually a great job from Finzi, actually staying alive and having peace of mind to know that he's going to be challenged by Mosasa, who's going to jump up, so lands an easy Helix Rocket Kick on there. Now, Dante will have to remember that he has an ultimate that's probably going to do better against Pox in this instance, so I expect Dante to ult first to at least buy some more time to sustain damage, while Neptuna will try to follow up almost immediately afterwards.
Alright, the Transcendence does come on out as Pox uses his Dragon Blade, immediately gets focused on down. Boombox is going to try and push forward. Destro has that tactical visor. He hasn't found anything quite yet, though. The rest of Movistar Riders just using that LOS to their advantage, but finally the kills are coming on in. Logix and Dante down now. Swoosh trying his best to keep this alive. We are in overtime. Mosasa with that Winston focusing down Kolsti with the help of the rest of his team.
I don't agree with that. That was very panicked from my point of view, was because you didn't need to pop both ultimates. Pop the Transcendence, buy out the time, keep your team grouped together, and when you want to re-engage, then pop the Lucio ult. Popping the Lucio ult within the Transcendence doesn't really do anything because your shields will decay, and all you're doing up is healing health. You're not regaining those shields again. So don't really agree with the staggering, and that might be the game winner here.
Kolsti does have that Primal Rage just to try and stall this out. We're in overtime, 99% to 99%. 2 kills already going on over. Now things looking so good on the side of Movistar Riders. Finzi is going to even use that tactical visor to commit these last final kills. They're going to be able to burn through Mosasa. They're going to be able to control the point now as Crusade does get cleaned up by Logix.
That's insane. I don't know how they actually won that fight, but David does keep it alive for a little more. But yeah, you know, it's one person on point. But good job from Movistar Riders right there, being able to win that fight almost entirely dry. Taking out David so early on means he can't land a pulse bomb in case the enemy team starts grouping together. So very clean exit from their side. I actually didn't expect him to win that last fight so decisively.
Now things looking a little bit differently here. On Dorado, it was largely X-Cyclone that were able to get the initiative and keep the initiative up against Movistar Riders, but Movistar Riders really battling back as we do move on to Night Market. Both teams just gonna go ahead and stick with their compositions. Nothing really changing here. It's still the dive versus the dive.
This is kind of worrying, right? You're down 2-0 in a game that I thought that X-Cyclone had the advantage on, but they can still come back. This is the greatest part about both teams. Both teams are equally dynamic. Both games have been relatively close, getting high percentages. So it's all about who wins this initial fight. And Melzasa needs to rediscover some of his aggro play. He needs to aggress onto the other team and force the side of Movistar Riders to be more reactive, to play super uncomfortable. And David flanking his starters.
Right, both teams, neither really trying to engage here, just poking and prodding so far, as it looks like the side of X-Cyclones just want to go on to the point first as it unlocks.
Yeah, Finzi has just been a monster. It's actually kind of ridiculous how many opening duels he has won so far. He's picked up high priority targets almost every time the side of X-Cyclone ever wants to engage. He somehow is able to isolate these targets without shields, and this is kind of getting a little worrisome, right? Because dive composition, you can't lose people this early, and it just doesn't seem like Destro is having as much of an effect.
And take a look at Finzi's ultimate charge. He's at 92%, 97%. We've seen this before. Finzi has been building up his ultimates pretty quickly, and now they're pushing forward. They are contesting on the point. It's going to be Boombox that catches out Logix.
Oh man, Logic's got to be a little pissed because he should not be dying in any certain in that scenario at all. And this is kind of what gives them a little more of an advantage. Now the side of X-Cyclone being able to dive in will be a win condition here. They're contesting point just to force them back onto it, so they have a more direct engage pattern.
Both teams building up their ultis. We do have the sound barrier coming out on the side of Movistar Riders, along with the Transcendence coming out from Dante. So now all the ultimates getting committed onto this. Neptuno still has that sound barrier though to use. Now they've already gotten 2 kills on the side of Movistar Riders. Finzi with that tactical advisor picks up 3.
The value that Finzi's getting is ridiculous. He's the literal game chief. He's the X factor in this entire thing. He's making Destro really kind of struggle on the soldier. Destro just does not have the avenue to really move forward and execute. Every time he tries to get attack visor up, someone's in his face and someone's making his life difficult.
Ooh, Kolsti almost dropping low, but he had that Primal Rage in his pocket to keep himself alive. He does have to back away. 1000 HP almost burned down. Neptuno is going to go ahead and commit that sound barrier into this fight, but now they're going to run out of defensive ultimates, and they've got both offensive one. Here we go, Tactical Visor coming out from Destro. He gets the first kill onto Neptuno. Unfortunately, everyone else hiding away.
Yeah, only 2 kills here is not great, but it does do the job here. It's able to help them wrap up the rest of the fight, but 90% on the clock already just to, on their first push almost, especially with so many ultimates committed. It's kind of ridiculous. Pucks will still be holding on to his Dragon Blade. The way he's able to use his Dragon Blade and maybe cut out Destro, or even take out take out Seawolf, or even Finzi very early in the process, could be the game winner here, as long as he can stall out the ultimates and really prevent the side of Movistar Riders from executing.
They have plenty of time though. Like you had mentioned, they got it up to 90%, so they could just go for some dry runs, try to bait out some ultimates. But you had mentioned earlier on in this map that they're a little bit reluctant, a bit more hesitant and passive with their ultimate usage on the side of X-Cyclone, and they're doing a really great job of holding so far.
This is going to be, they're playing a little far spaced, and this could be a potentially weird positioning if kind of Mozasa isn't able to jump into the background. He's playing a very high ground position right now, does avoid his Helix Rocket for now. So it's going to be interesting engagement. They're super spaced, and now this is actually a good opportunity for the counter engage.
They are jumping on to Mozasa, who's trying his best to kite away. Here comes the Dragon Blade coming out from Swoosh. Fortunately, he's not able to get a kill quite yet. It's going to be Davin and Pulse that's shutting down this offense.
Yeah, wow, that's actually a really interesting empty jump from the side of Mozasa, staying alive. And now, yeah, the rest of the point, they're not even fighting on the point. They're just trying to contest this main chokehold by as much time as possible. This is a little better because they do have some defensive tools if they need. Pulsey will commit to just at least get some more angles. Transcendence is popping, but he's popping into Mozasa with Primal Rage. Boombox needs to keep the rest of his team alive. Finzi not able to get one of his crucial tactical visors off, getting multi-kills, and yet Logic's able to stick Mozasa as he tries to reset. This is a good opportunity for the rest of the side of Movistar Riders to engage.
Yeah, it's being contested right now by Crusade. Did get flipped on over. Is anyone going to be anywhere near it? No, it's overtime is ticking down. They've got that Primal Rage. They're batting out everyone, and it's going to be Movistar Riders taking Lijiang Tower in a 3-0 fashion.
This is very decisive. It just seems like every time Cyclone tried to gain some momentum, Movistar Riders just kept a little bit more of the ultimates in their back pocket. They really didn't try to, force any of these engagements. And yeah, they did misuse their defense ultimates, like, optimally, but who needs optimal when you can just win these fights so decisively?
And so now we're moving on to map number 3. It's all tied up 1-1 here in the grand finals for the HND Overwatch Invitational. It is going to be X-Cyclone's pick. And where do you expect them to take it, Scribe?
Honestly, I don't know where they're going to take it. Maybe they could take it to Route 60. I think they might take it to Hollywood. I think Hollywood's in the map pool. I think they
Volskaya, Hollywood, and...
I think they take it to... It's... Okay, I think it's Hollywood in this case. Oh, it's Route 66 is last. Route 66, man. I'm guessing these incorrectly just because I don't know why they're picking some of these maps. I guess Cyclone is just feeling super comfortable because they had such a good showing on Dorado. So it's a very similar, escort map type. So maybe Cyclone has this in their back pocket, but I almost expected Movistar Riders to at least have some advantage on these maps. But if Cyclone practices these a lot more, this could actually, it could be their pocket pick that Movistar Riders actually let go through.
Oh man, we're just getting these maps underway real quickly. We do have the ready ups coming out from both sides. Actually, we're just waiting on one more team to ready up, and we'll get into map number 3. And it's going real back and forth. Who do you favor for Route 66 here?
Hard to say. I mean, Cyclone picked it, right? So they probably feel a lot more confident on this one. This game has been so back and forth, right? I almost expected Cyclone to be better on comp maps than Movistar Riders, but Movistar Riders playing so cohesively and being able to have better ult management in terms of spacing out their DPS ultimates has been the game-winning condition for them. Vinzi is outclassing Destra though, and I think Cyclone might be able to use kind of the selfless level of aggression here to really at least strip a lot more time off the clock, forcing Movistar Riders to play more so on like a time limit than they're more comfortable with.
We are loaded onto the map, Route 66, for our third map in this best of 5 series. It is going to be Cyclone starting off on the attacking end. The defense already not quite hovering over anything yet. Logic's going on to Diva? I don't think that's going to happen.
It could be possible. Who knows? I mean, this is kind of where you want to bring out some of your pocket picks that you've been saving all tournament, right? A lot of teams will practice these specific compositions where if they feel like, hey, we've run into trouble against Dive before, let's bring out this pocket pick we have in our backhand. But in the meantime, though, it does look, I think they should, yeah, they just suicided off just to bait them out a little bit more. They should be running a pretty standard dive composition here. I don't think you're going to change that up that much. And neither side, I think, feels like they... It's a weird position, right? Because of how much the first 2 games kind of differed, it doesn't really feel like either team specifically feels dive isn't working, right? I think each of them thinks that, okay, we could have executed this better, maybe we'll win the fight. So I don't expect team compositions to change all that much just because, hey, it's worked in both cases. I'm wondering if the side of Movistar Riders will just try to play more passively here, just to get themselves a more even timing in terms of how much time they can prevent Cyclone from using. But if Cyclone starts getting aggressive off the back of Mozasa, this should turn into a pretty quick first point.
Yep, already we've past the era of teams holding on top of big Earls here, and already they're just trying to pepper the side of Cyclone, but they're not actually holding as aggressively. We've seen a lot of teams with these dive compositions. They're trying to dive onto Mozasa, who went for that engage first.
Yeah, Mozasa needs to back up, wait for his kind of cooldowns to reset, and use that to kind of jump into the backline. They're playing really, really close range for something that really shouldn't be that close at all. They should disengage just a little bit, but Pox does get slept and will get woken up and taken out of the fight. This is a very back and forth. Davin's creating some more room in the background. He's trying to just reset, burn some cooldowns. They do not have nades. This is actually a really good matchup for Mozasa to jump in.
Oh, unfortunately, we saw Dante and Finzi just getting a little bit caught out there. It's all down to Neptuno. Try and hold here. There will be another opportunity on the side of Movistar Riders to try and contest this, but you got to be careful not to get caught out.
Yeah, this is a good avenue for Mousasi to really kind of jump into the background and dictate the pace of the game. And it's a lot easier when you're winning on dive and you're gaining all this momentum, just because it's kind of hard to retake points when you're playing defensive dive.
There we go. They are going into engage. Finzi pushing forward with that nano boost. He did get the kill onto Destro, but it's Boombox and Mosasa answering right on back. 2-for-2 trade now. Neptuno is starting to get focused now by Mosasa, so he's going to go ahead and pop that sound barrier. On the other side, though, it's Boombox with that Transcendence, keeping his team alive. Colstein now at the end of that Transcendence, using that Primal Rage. He's on top of Boombox. He's trying his best to just bat them around, try to create these individual 1v1s, but it's all X-Cyclone at this point.
Yeah, X-Cyclone just cycling in really easily. Destro manages to get, a few kills to kind of like at least take him out of the fight. He comes in super late with a tactical visor. Everyone's already burned their cooldown. So the side of X-Cyclone really winning these points and executing. I mean, I'm fine with them burning a lot of ultimates for this first point since they still have 4 minutes, 25 seconds left to complete the second phase. So they have time to generate their ultimates. I would like to see them commit a few dry runs to at least get Pox out of his Dragon Blade.
Hasn't used it yet. There's the pulse bomb. It did not quite connect. Devin has to back away as he drops on low, but it's going to be Pox that gets the kill onto Colstein. So now the offense in great shape here as they push forward with that payload. They're even contesting over on the high side, forcing them off the stairs. Destro has to be careful though. Caught out in a 3v1 as we do have Mosasa pushing in. There we go. Mosasa now committing with that Dragon Blade. Got one kill, but he got kited out there by Movistar Riders.
That's a little unlucky. Folks thought Mosasa was with him. Mosasa was kind of just get slapped by an Anadart. And now, yeah, Pulse Bomb he'll still be alive in the process. I'm wondering if they're going to abuse that healing. But yeah, this side Movistar Riders able to regroup just that little bit quicker. And now they're kind of able to try to take high ground positions in order to make it a lot harder to re-engage. But definitely expect the side of X-Cyclone to abuse their cooldowns now that they have more.
We do have the tactical visor coming up for Finzi again, but Boombox will have that Transcendence, so as long as the team just huddles around that, he'll be able to keep everyone alive. They are regrouping for this next push. 3 minutes and 14 seconds left on the clock on the side of X-Cyclone, but Crusade getting that first kill onto Logix. That immediately makes Finzi want to use that tactical visor, but the Transcendence does come out from Boombox.
Yeah, this fight is so cool to watch on the side of X-Cyclone. They're playing such a controlled style. This is actually very different from what I almost expected them playing. I expected the side of Movistar Riders to be the kind of team that plays more passive, right? Lets the team engage into them. But it looks like the change of pace from X-Cyclone allows them to group together Deathball and take out any engagements.
Payload inching forward. There's only one person on as they do have this holding pattern over at the exit there in the caves. Now we do have Pucks. He did have that deflect down, so there's a window of opportunity for them to try and engage upon them, but they're just waiting for this flank. If we take a look, Swoosh is going to jump up for that Nano Blade. He's onto them, but already 2 members are down on the side of Movistar Riders.
Yeah, Swoosh with that Nano Blade will be able to create some mismatches. Mosasa actually has no healing. Pops that Prime Rage last second to keep himself alive and sustained, and now he's disrupting the Ana, so there's not a lot of healing going along in that aspect, and Logix will get taken out in the process, so they should be able to move to the third point relatively cleanly. 3 minutes 27 seconds exists. Not a lot of ultimates on the side of X-Cyclone, but once again, they still have a lot of time to build them up.
Now, we are entering into the warehouse here. We do see a lot of teams swapping off to possibly a Reinhardt, but neither team wanting to do that. They're going to go ahead and continue on with this dive composition. Pog's a little bit caught out. He's getting focused down. Is able to dash out. Never mind. Logix cleans up on that.
A lot of ultimates popped here. I don't really think that they needed the Primal Rage to be executed. I think they won the fight, but Boombox actually gets a parting gift, able to take down Logix. Oh man, David taking out Neptuno. How is this fight getting so staggered? This almost should be a very clear win inside of Movistar Riders, but the fact that so many of their people are getting picked off means that X-Cyclone can actually regroup and re-engage on this point.
Yeah, respawns in. They've got 3 members on the payload right now. Pokes pushing forward with that Genji, trying to catch out any stragglers there. He's gonna have to be careful though. He will receive the focus as they come on out of that spawn.
Boombox and Crusade once again have both support ultimates. Boombox needs to stay alive. We'll pop that Transcendence to just, continue the rest of this fight. Mozasa, no healing available because of that nade, so he doesn't really get the full brunt effect of that Transcendence. Finzi, in the meantime, able to take down Destro just because there's more teammates out barreling into the enemy soldier. But Finzi just not doing enough damage with his tactical visor, and he's just trying to stay alive, stay on to the point, not wake up Mozasa. Mozasa's going to wake up almost basically full health at this point. And yeah, Logix maybe could have stopped that push, or but I don't know. I actually don't know why that push all the way at the end. It looks like he was close enough to at least stall it out.
Yeah, despite that nano visor at the end, a well-timed sound barrier mitigated a lot of the damage there and was able to buy them enough time on the side of X-Cyclone to commit that kill onto him, get him out of the equation, and now got a minute and 55 seconds left here on Route 66, and that's not bad at all. That's not too shabby.
I'm glad that we're learning more about kind of the entire X-Cyclone playbook and what they really enjoy for maps. One of the benefits of being kind of more of an unknown team is that there's not a lot of scouting data available on you, especially since they didn't participate in Overwatch Pit. Right? They actually didn't show a lot of their map pool, while the side of Movistar Riders, they actually showed their entirety of their map pool, especially since they bring out some of their clutch maps against top-ranked competition. So X-Cyclone might be looking back and saying, okay, these are maps that the side of Movistar Riders is confident on. Let's take them to like Route 66, let's take them to Dorado, maps that they might feel more comfortable on, especially since we're an unproven team. But as long as they put a lot of practice into these maps, they should be able to have a pretty good engagement. And now I fully expect them to play more of an aggressive style like they did on Dorado. Although, with that being said, it's a lot easier to play that aggressive style on Dorado because the defense has a lot of different high ground to utilize. Meanwhile, in this kind of first area push, it's actually really bad because you don't really have a lot of avenues to hide or retreat, and it's not super easy to be extremely aggressive here.
So now it's going to be Movistar Riders on the offensive end. Dante is going to be on the Zenyatta, while on the opposite end, Boombox favoring the Ana for this hold. What do you think about that?
Ana's fine. I think in order to keep your targets alive and as well as give yourself a little more distance, Ana tends to do better than Zenyatta against dive combinations, so maybe that's what they're worried about.
So now we do have Neptuno opening it up with that Widow once again. Did not find anything, immediately goes back to spawn, but they do have one less healer right now. They have to be careful a little bit on the side of Movistar Riders. Still though, going largely uncontested now. Davin jumping into the back line with the help of Mozasa, but they immediately get focused down. Dante once again coming up with that Zenyatta. Now they've got a 3-man advantage. The support's really coming alive here.
Oh man, this is such a... I'm so excited for this Route 66 map. It feels like both teams actually kind of practice this just a little bit more, right? But that was an example of kind of getting cut off when you dive in, right? Mozasa dived in with Davin, but he didn't get as much support from behind the line, especially with Boombox healing and Destro healing. And now they're playing super aggressive, but Destro able to punish this just temporarily. I actually am surprised that the side of Movistar Riders is actually getting these many picks in terms of being able to stagger performance just a little bit more. They actually did not commit all of their members to this push, so they still have some room. But yeah, it looks like the side of X-Cyclone at least regaining more control at the point.
Swoosh really got staggered there, so now they're gonna have to wait out on that. That's gonna allow and buy time for X-Cyclone to get the rest of their members in. Boombox getting the kill onto Colsey there is gonna stagger them even more.
Yeah, and this is a great opportunity for them to regroup and then pressure. Mozasa does burn his jump cooldown to gain high ground, so he's going to wait for that to recover before jumping back in and trying to take an interesting fight there. Now, this is actually a really good position from the supports as they're all on top of big rolls. It's really hard to assault this position knowing that you can get re-engaged on them by Mozasa.
Now we do have the Dragon Blade coming out from Swoosh, but the tactical visor, the nano visor comes out from Destro with the help of Mozasa. They clean up Swoosh, and now he's charging forward, gets 2 more kills off of that. They're going to shut down this push one more time.
Someone needs to really look at that Winston counter engage. That's exactly what Mozasa was waiting for. He knows that Colsey, in order to pressure a high ground position, which is a lot of high priority targets, he needs to commit the jump in. Mozasa saves his jump to re-engage on top of Colsey because he knows he has support of the rest of his team. A nade who basically wins them the fight almost 100% of the time, so they use those numbers to get an advantage.
Colsey has jumped up on top of Big Earls here. He immediately does not like the looks of it. Once again, Finzi with an opening frag with that Helix rocket. That's stabbing down.
Davin being out of the fight really makes life a little more difficult. Luckily, they avoid a little more pulse spawns, but yeah, the more you go down, they're just trying to sustain and try to recover back to full health. Wazasa will jump on to stall the cart with a little Primal Rage. I think the way he timed it is so that just as it ends, the rest of his team should catch up.
Sound barrier does come out on the side of X Cyclone, as we do have the Primal Rage getting used by Colsty here. He's able to get the kill onto Boombox, and now with that Sound barrier on the side of Movistar Riders, they're starting to clean up here with a relative good amount of health here. Swoosh. Pox actually tried to go for that Dragon Blade, got a double kill, is going to be able to clean up Swoosh, and now they're starting to reestablish their defense here. It's going to be down to Davin, though, in this 2v1 fight with the help of Destro from the high ground, but Logic cleaning up Davin. It's going to be very difficult for Destro to try and defend here. He does buy enough time for the rest of his team to start getting in, though.
Yeah, Logix now can even recover health, so maybe should have been taking that a little easier. Recall is burned. Dante's just trying to take everyone, make sure everyone's a little more healthy. There's no Animate in this circumstance to negate healing around him. And Sea-Watch, yeah, clean avenue to do it. The rest of the team is just being able to focus him just barely. If Mozasa stayed alive, maybe this fight turns around just a little differently. But with only 18 seconds left on the clock to push the second point, and the side of X Cyclone still having pretty good ultimates, Destro will have that tactical visor, and David will have a pulse bomb. This is actually a really good avenue because there's not a lot of time on the side of the Movistar Riders side, not a lot of ultimates either. So if they can delay this and bring it down to around a minute 30 and then stagger some more threats, it should be pretty easy for them to hold at least, or have a better chance of holding.
Ooh, Mozasa almost dropping the Swoosh there. He's got to be careful. He does get healed up by Boombox, and there we go. Frag onto Dante. They're pushing forward. It's a trade 1-for-1, but Davin coming on in. Kills trading left and right, but now it is starting to favor Movistar Riders. Swoosh trying to get the dash resets, but they're trying to keep this team fight alive. Destro pushing forward with that Nano Visor. He cleans up 2. That's 2 DPS down, and they are able to battle this back from the brink of defeat.
Good commitment of ultimates on there, and that's actually a relatively successful dry run. You managed to burn 2 priority ultimates in both Destro's Tactical Visor and Boombox's Nano Boost, so you won't have that immediate clear available in the fight, and Mozasa will be the closest to his ultimate, although it's more so a stall technique at this point. Neptuno getting caught out actually buys him a little more time. Pox might actually hit the Dragon Blade timing just as the engage happens.
We saw during X Cyclone's attack, they had about 5 minutes to work with to try and push through the streets phase here. Pogs holding really aggressively right at the choke point, making sure they can't get in. It looks like they might be opting to try and push in through Cave on the side of Movistar Riders.
In the background, Soch and Fincy both have their ultimates. Pulse Bomb does get missed, Sound Barrier does get used, and they want to basically make sure they can out-kite this fight. Sea-Watch is actually stuck in a room with Mozasa. Not exactly the best opponent to get resets off of Davin. Still staying alive, will die to Logix, and this is kind of where stuff goes a little rampant. They managed to dodge out the Dragon Blade, but that's not nearly enough right now. Folks gets the timing, and unfortunately gets countered with a Sound Barrier. I wonder if he's going to get anything at all off of it. Doesn't, and yeah, this is great spacing from the side of Movistar Riders, really saving their ultimates for the best opportunity.
They're running out of ultimates, though. They do have Logix. He's going to have that Pulse Bomb, but they're going to have to contend against a Tactical Visor on the side of Destro and Boombox. If he can build it up, they might even have the Nano for it.
Slowly pushing on. They're going to get stall, I think, right before they touch the point. Destro has an ultimate in case they really need to. I'm wondering, actually, if they're going to wait a little longer to get closer so they can delay seconds even more. 25 seconds is a good amount on the clock, and yet, looks like they're going to get it right now. David just needs to stay alive in the background. If he goes down, that's not going to be what they want. But if you can help take out Colsty in this fight, this is huge. Colsty stays alive, jumps around. Zaza seeks him out, and Pulse Bomb does not clip. Does clip Boombox on the side of Logix, but I think the other offensive Pulse Bomb from David actually does miss, and now Destro needs to stay alive. He has that ultimate, which could win this game for them.
Yeah, it is in overtime right now. They're only a few meters away. It's all down to Crusade, though, and he does get finally cleaned up. But still, time burned off the clock on the side of Movistar Riders. Now they're only going to have a minute and 30 to try and push this all the way here in the warehouse.
This is actually pretty interesting from my point of view. I'm wondering, actually, if they're going to wait specifically for Destro and Boombox to get a good avenue where they're kind of like halfway winning the fight or usually get a few picks. Finzy can react in turn, so Finzy actually has a unique opportunity to maybe play spoiler if he can get a quick pick off.
Yeah, Finzy's not going to have a Nano behind it like Destro will. They've even got the support ultimate in Crusade sound barrier there as the as the Primal Rage is committed by Colsty. Boombox getting the kill onto Launch. It's the man advantage in favor of X-Cyclone. There we go. Colsty goes down. Tactical Visor, Nano Visor comes out. Destro pushes forward. He does get the kill onto Neptuno. Turns around for the next one onto Swoosh. Will he get any more? Helix Rocket comes on in. That's going to be a triple for him.
Good job. I want Pooks actually to play extremely flank right now. I don't want him showing his face. I want him to sit literally flank, let everyone walk by, and then try to get a good Genji ult from behind without really committing to it. I think that if it's super obvious, Neptuno and Dante both have ultimates which they can use to abuse it, and Pooks needs to stay alive. He's a win condition in this case, 100%.
Look at this Holy Banner coming out, though. They're all the way in their spawn right now. Swoosh with that Dragon Blade is able to pick up 2 kills. He's trying to find more, but we do have Mozasa with that Primal Rage, just trying his best to stall this out. It's almost into overtime now. He's going to go ahead and back off with the rest of his team.
Neptuno needs to play clutch here. He's at 100%. Sound Barrier basically wins them the game as long as they kind of, as long as they counter Pooks' Dragon Blade with a sound barrier, they win the game. But if Pooks can wait long enough to wait out of the sound barrier, they actually have a very easy chance of clearing the entire enemy team.
Alright, Payload getting stopped just short of it. Finzi gets the first kill onto Malzasa, but here we go. The blade does come out, but Post gets immediately shut down. That's already 2 members down on the side of X-Cyclone. Things looking good here. Overtime push coming out from the side of Movistar Riders. They're cleaning up the stragglers, and they will be able to complete out this map.
Yeah, that's actually a fun interaction on that end, is that in so many cases, the winning fight doesn't come off of some of these ultimates. When it comes down to, like, for example, an offensive ult versus a defensive ult, deciding the last game, it actually isn't about who uses the ult to more effectively. It's literally about the rest of the circumstances around the fight, right? We saw the side of the defense lose their Winston very early on the fight, and immediately Pooks pops that Dragon Blade to try to even it out. And because he ultimates first, Neptuno is able to reactively ult and stay alive and sustain the rest of that fight. It actually probably may have been better to see if they could kept everyone alive and engage later. But then again, it's so tough to say. All these are what-if conditions, right? If Musasa doesn't die, Pooks probably ends up holding his Dragon Blade a lot longer and is able to wait out that sound barrier.
Now we're entering into the second rotation of Route 66 here. X-Cyclone do have a great advantage, almost 2 full minutes there, minute 55. Now Neptuno, he has been doing this quite frequently, opening it up with that Widowmaker, just trying to get an initial pick. It hasn't borne any fruit for them quite yet. Maybe this will be the difference maker.
It could be, but I don't expect teams to play aggressive or show their faces at all. It's really more about scouting in case they're playing like aggressive positioning. But like I said before, this map's really it punishes you so much for kind of like attacking this first first area or first streak, just because it's kind of really bad places to hide.
Oh, Neptuno actually almost going down there. Swoosh trying to engage, but it's going to be Dante that gets the first kill. It's going to get traded 2 for 1 as Malzasa on this Winston doing so much damage there. He's getting chased down by Colsty, but he's not able to commit on that.
That's a lot better line of sight from Destro, making sure that he's able to follow up with Mozasa and David, being able to harass more in the background. I think Mozasa needs to back up. I would say they should be giving them the majority of this push and really contest more on big girls, and when they pull it around, they can wait out the remainder of the time, because they're definitely almost going to force, they're actually definitely going to force overtime before they get to the very end of this map, so they make sure they play safe.
Payload has made the bend. There's 9 seconds left before we go into overtime. And once again, Davin and Mozasa are able to get a kill, but it's going to be a 1-for-1 trade as Swoosh on that Genji was able to take out the tank.
Now Destro manages to land a great one. Finzi takes out Destro in return, so soldier advantage for the side of Movistar Riders. But this fight is just going so back and forth. Boombox is unchallenged so far, but he has been able to keep his flankers alive using his healing. Yet great nade keeps David just alive for another one of the pushes, although I think David recalled anyway, so probably still full health. Ozasa comes back in. We'll get the Discord orb, but that's going to be negated a little more by the Nano Blade. The Nano Boost.
Yeah, Dragon Blade comes out. Swoosh is able to get the kill onto Boombox, and now they're starting to run out of bodies here on the side of X-Cyclone. Was also trying his best, might get the kill onto Finzi. He will, but he goes down for his efforts now, and this payload starting to make some headway here.
Yeah, they need to back up and regroup at 6. If they get staggered, yeah, this is not going to look good. David has such a long walk back onto the point. They're going to have to engage this next fight as 5v6 as long as they don't want to take it. I wouldn't be surprised, actually, if they actually let them get very, very close to regroup with the Tracer, but Logix has ideas of his own. Drops that pulse bomb, doesn't catch anyone, but they should be re-engaging now. They just need to make sure they get good target selection.
Neptuno does have that sound barrier, but I don't know if he's gonna need it already. 3 kills going on in favor of Movistar Riders. Finzi with that tactical visor cleans up X-Cyclone, and wow, they're really on borrowed time here, but they're making great distance.
Movistar Riders has such a great ultimate management economy. They're really mindful of only using those that they really need. Finzi pops that ult to just guarantee themselves the last point, but he knows that he can do it because they are going to reach the timing for both of their support ultimates as well as a very strong stall ultimate in Colsey anyway, and Swoosh is basically at 50% already. So they're going to try to execute as long as they don't use both support ultimates at the same time, and as long as the side of X-Cyclone doesn't ultimate both at the same time either.
Finzi snipes out Mozasa, and Swoosh taking out Pogs, who had used his Dragon Blade, everything just working out in the favor of Movistar Riders here. Swoosh getting a final kill onto Boombox there. Once again, another great team fight. I feel like on the side of X-Cyclone, they're just trying to force the issue here.
They need to dry run. X-Cyclone, I guess, is playing super aggressive because they know overtime is extremely high, and the moment someone absentmindedly gets off of the cart, it will tick down. Unfortunately, they're not really considering how good the Movistar Riders' ultimate economy right there, and Pokes going out of the fight means that he's going to accumulate percentage extremely slowly and will not be available for the rest of this fight. I would not be surprised if Movistar Riders pushes all three points here.
This payload has been on overtime for the last 2 minutes now. Tranquility does come out from Dante. That's going to allow them to get the kill onto Destro. Malzasa is starting to get focused down here, but they are going to be anti-healed, and now things starting to look a little bad on the side of Movistar Riders. They're starting to get forced off the payload by Malzasa with that Primal Rage, and they're starting to bleed members.
Oh man, that's super clutch boot from Crusade. Could have just won the game, but good job on Neptuno. Air strafing, try to stay alive on the point. Yeah, this is where it gets tough. You just have enough bodies, just try to stay alive, and yeah, they were able to wait out the ultimates and challenge that to their advantage, but good job on terms of X-Cyclone for stopping it, but at the same time, Movistar Riders got a lot more than they should have with 1 minute left.
Most definitely. I believe it hit overtime as they made that first bend around Big Earls. So to cover that much distance in overtime, it's pretty incredible. I really felt like X-Cyclone were really trying to force the issue on those engagements, especially after losing a member right off the bat. Finzi was doing a great job of just sniping people as they were coming on in.
Yeah, I mean, this is a little scary. I mean, it's scary because they have so much ground, and you know for sure that it's not like Movistar Riders are any slackers in of themselves. However, the side of X-Cyclone has the aggression on their side. We did see what they were like first push. They're extremely aggressive. They have the ability to get a lot of ground very quickly if they want to, but it's a lot about execute. You can't make a lot of mistakes in overtime. You need to play more safe, and I have this feeling that X-Cyclone might be feeling a little bit of pressure on this, right? Because I'm wondering if X-Cyclone actually wanted them to pick this map.
We do have Boombox hovering over that Hanzo. Might just be going for that Sonic Arrow on the upturned cart there, just to spot out if any cheese is coming their way. But now they're just going to go ahead and play it standard on the side of Movistar Riders.
Yeah, this is you put in a good preemptive nade, and they had the rest of the team actually waited it out, knowing that they probably had something lined up there. It's actually very good because it stops Anna from getting too much ult percentage on the first try.
Right, now already they're trying to burn as much time off that clock as Movistar Riders, so they try to contest, but Kosti immediately goes down for his effort. That's 2 quick kills going over in favor of X-Cyclone. Now this payload making great headway, a lot of distance already covered, and they're gonna have to regroup on the side of Movistar Riders.
Yeah, good ultimate charges on both sides right now. The side of Movistar Riders, honestly, is not falling behind that much. They're actually winning in the Soldier one, even though it's just briefly. So they should be able to reach the timings very similar to each other, just because team fights don't automatically happen once you get 100%. But they need to regroup, stay together, and not get picked in this process.
All right, we do have Colsey jumping in first on top of Big Earls. Pox has to dash out to kite away and get healed on up. No kills going over quite yet, but Davin is spotted out just a little bit. He has to use his recall to stay alive. Boombox now coming in with a kill onto Colsey. 2 going over in favor of X-Cyclone. They are starting to win this team fight pretty handedly here, cleaning up. They haven't lost a member yet.
Boombox getting that kill, that Boombox kill actually meant a lot, because basically their Winston in the background could have stayed alive, right? He did not have to die in that circumstance. If he gets healed back up again, he's able to re-engage and buy his team a lot more time. But the fact that Boombox actually was able to take him out during the process meant that that fight essentially almost entirely was guaranteed to go in the other team's favor.
Colsey once again, the first one to go down on that Winston. They need that extra HP, that body there. Finzi finally answers back with the kill onto Destro, but I don't think that's going to be quite enough. The 4 members of Movistar Riders are going to back up and try and wait out for that next engagement.
X-Cyclone right now has the advantage just because of timing, but they also have a lot of ultimates. I really want, there's actually not that much room. A Team Wipe actually could win the game here. I want to see them try to cut out a little more ultimates.
Swoosh with the Dragon Blade is able to get the kill onto Destro. It's going to be a 2-for-1 trade. Nano Boost does come on out. They're going to go ahead and use the Tactical Visor on the side of Movistar Riders, trying to clean up with Finzi. He hasn't found anything quite yet, but it's Logix getting the kill onto Boombox. Now the defense finally trying their best to fight on back here.
Yeah, ultimates need to be... Oh, Colsey should have maybe saved that one a little bit more, but I guess he was dropping super low, so it makes sense. He needs to stay alive on the point anyway, so he should be back to full health. Will get taken down. This is actually a really bad position for Movistar Riders. You're getting baited a little more into these engages each time. Colsey popping ultimate, they thought that they had enough health on their team to stay alive, and now super unoptimal, only Neptunal ultimate available, and they need to definitely contest the point. Logix could get a really strong pulse bomb to at least even up the score just a little bit more, but expect Boombox to at least keep everyone healed and keep Destro in the charge.
Logic's almost falling, so they have to immediately use that sound barrier. Here comes the Transcendence along with the Tactical Visor on the side of X-Cyclone. It's going to be Logix, though, that shuts him down. And that was such a huge win condition for them. Davindo is able to demech Finzi, who had swapped on over to that Diva. So a lot of tankiness taken out of that composition. Now it is going to get traded as Logix does fall now. We do have X-Cyclone. They have to stay on the point. It's in overtime, guys.
Yeah, this is just so... You want X-Cyclone to win this, but no way. They jump off of the point, and Melzaza kills 2 people. Oh no, that hurts so much to watch, because if they had just stayed on for literally a millisecond more, maybe they could change that fight. But my man of the hour right there, Finzi, it's the switch onto Diva won that fight for them, because basically Dante is Destro is just so scared to pop that Tactical Visor, because he needs to make sure that either Diva's demeched or that defense matrix is down, because if he ults there, he loses his win condition almost 100% of the time. So he gets caught holding his ultimate, and he assumes that Transcendence is enough to keep him alive, but that great Ana nade neutralizes healing and forces him out of the equation. Really good job right there from Finzi in order to make that last second switch. I want to say Finzi actually probably didn't know that that Destro actually had ultimate, and only was trying to do that just to be able to stall the point out a little more. But the fact that the defense matrix was in his face and that threatening made it super easy for the side of Movistar Riders to at least secure the point.
And so really going back and forth between these two teams. 2-1 is our scoreline now. Movistar Riders taking the lead. X-Cyclone's pick for the next map here. Remember, this is a best-of-5 series, and we're getting into the latter end there. It looks like one member does need a 5-minute break, probably Bio, or I'm not too sure if it's a tactical pause or what at this point. But yeah, X-Cyclone. Choice between Volskaya or Hollywood. Where do you expect them to take it, Scribe?
I've been wrong. Every prediction I've had, I've been wrong on which one they're going to take. But I think this one's has to go to Hollywood, unless X-Cyclone has been practicing Volskaya as well. Like, man, this is such a... I really want X-Cyclone to take it to Volskaya, and it turns out X-Cyclone has been practicing this nonstop, because that's actually... I mean, exactly. I can't even call this. For some reason, like, I keep on thinking that Volskaya is a Movistar Riders map 100% of the time, but X-Cyclone is not scared at all to take these guys to that map. And, oh man, Volskaya picked up on this level. And these maps turn out to be a lot more 50-50 than I expected.
Yeah. So while we wait for the players to get back from their break, we're going to take a short one ourselves. Once again, this is the HND Overwatch Invitational Grand Finals. Movistar Riders leading 2-1 up against X Cyclone. We're going to finish out the series when we get back from the break, guys. All right, welcome back, guys, to the HND Overwatch Invitational. That was a short break indeed. We're about to get back into it. It's going to be Volskaya Industries for our fourth map. I am Jamerson, joined once again by Scribe. And so, Volskaya Industries, you said Movistar Riders, this is one of their pocket picks. How do you favor X Cyclone's chances on this map?
Honestly, it gets so... I'm honestly pretty confused right now because I want to say that Movistar Riders definitely has won this map pretty consistently. I'm pretty sure X Cyclone, it was pointed out that X Cyclone does scrim them, so maybe X Cyclone also gets the same practice on the same map pool, right? So this could be something where it's actually both teams actually do well on all of these maps. Maybe
think I might have lost Scribe here, but we're going to go ahead and continue forward. Fortunately, he wasn't able to finish his thoughts. Now, it is going to be Movistar Rider starting off on the defensive end, and now we do have a little bit of swap off, possibly. Kolsty on this Reinhardt. No, he's kind of just straggling around over at spawn. He does not like those railings at all. It looks like he's just going to go back for that Winston. So,
Nothing's gonna stop.
now this is going to be interesting to see. A lot of different teams bringing in different strats. We've seen Sombras before try to utilize that health pack, mega health pack on the right-hand side. But we're not going to be seeing that today, so I don't need to talk about that today. I think I have Scribe back. Welcome back.
I don't know. I think I just disconnected from the server by accident. I think misclicked somewhere and ended up somewhere else. But yeah, I was about to say, this is kind of weird because in my opinion, I don't really know if this is a map that they both scrimmed on. That's the reason why they've been so progressive and so confident what their map choices are. But it could be possible that they just don't want to take it to Hollywood. But this should be a pretty good map for Movistar Riders.
Alright, taking a look at the defense, Dante playing very passively all the way in the back here. Does not want to get caught out by the divers. So we did have Movzasa try to jump in. He was booped off though. He tries one more time. Neptuno's just going to go ahead and kite on backwards.
Finzi making this change where he's not playing a soldier, is playing the D.Va. This is a really good defensive option because Logix is no longer on the Tracer. Instead, he's going to opt out for the long-range point of view. Meanwhile, in the back on David looking for a flank. If he can get any quick picks, this would be great for him. But he's running into Logix Dante right now, so that's going to be a lot of healing on their side. And it doesn't look like the rest of X-Cyclone is going to be able to execute without David with them. And they're just trying to empty jump, trying to bait out something from the enemy team. But the defense positioning from the side of Movistar Riders is just so clean.
They are approaching it a little bit differently. They're wrapping around on the right-hand side, on the side of X-Cyclones. They have to be careful, though. They are fighting into separate team fights here. Swoosh might be able to jump onto Destro, Boombox, and Crusade, but instead they're just going to go ahead and counter-engage on Malzasa, who jumped on in. Logix is going to receive that nano boost, and he's trying to build towards that. He does have the tactical visor at the ready, but I don't think he needs it as two members of X-Cyclone are already down. Devin does get the kill onto Dante, though.
Yeah, and they are going to stagger. If you look at that right underneath, they're actually staggering out Crusade. That's actually huge because Crusade will need some more time to regroup. They actually does make sure that they don't face a member deficit, especially as they try to escort Dante back onto the point. And Logic takes down David again, so that's another 5v6, buying them even more time. And you actually look at it, Neptuno was actually busy ferrying Dante back. That was actually a perfect pick because it allows them both to get onto the point and not lose because they were trying to get that ferry going.
Finzi dropping a little bit low, but the Ana is back on the point, like you had mentioned. Neptuno ferrying him on in. Now it looks like they just want to go for a full out of frontal aggression here, but Kolsty is trying his best to face off against Mozasa. Now we do have the Primal Rage along with their Dragon Blade getting committed, but Pokes gets taken out. It's gonna be a 1-for-1 trade. They don't have as much sustain, but the Tranquility comes out. Transcendence comes out from Boombox there. Now Primal Rage committed by Kolsty, trying to bat members off the point. He does have Zenyatta actually focused down. Boombox is not gonna be long for this world. Self-destruct coming out from Fizzy. It doesn't quite connect, but the Tactical Visor is gonna be used by Destro on the high ground. He's gonna get largely shut down though by that defense matrix, and Finzi will be able to finish off that kill.
This is such a great defense from Movistar Riders. They never, even if they do have a man down, they make sure that they win their win conditions, right? They satisfy their win conditions. Even though Mozasa was basically 1v2ing in the background, they knew that, hey, it doesn't matter what the enemy Winstons do as long as we win this fight out front. Finzi does get the self-destruct and buying himself some more time and also resets his mech just in time to counter that Destro tactical visor.
With that pick onto Mozasa, that's going to allow them to get all the reinforcements in here. Now Swoosh sitting at 50% ultimate, Logix at 36. It's going to be very difficult for them for this next fold, especially if Davin, he connects with that pulse bomb, but there we go. Destro finally, with the final little bit of damage, is able to clean up Kolsty.
Yeah, it doesn't matter though. Logix and Dante able to sustain alive for so long. And remember, Finzi still does have that D.Va. He's still pretty tanky, and Logix in the background right now, being able to put in some more damage. Malzasa will try to contest the point again. Finzi does get knocked out of his mech almost temporarily, will be knocked out of the fight, but this fight's still relatively even. Logix has been almost uncontested, and now Colsey will be back onto the point. Logix pops a tactical visor. Easy game for Mozasa. Mozasa's out of the picture. Boombox, yeah, will be popping a Transcendence relatively late, but he doesn't gain as much value as he wants. Will stop the Dragon Blade from being used, but that's more than fine on their point. They actually need to get back onto the point. They contest it just a little more, but I guess they're fine taking the fight out. But as long as they win the numbers battle, I'm sure they'll probably be fine for it. Finzi back onto the fight, and now this is where that tanky front line makes it so much harder for dive competition to pick them apart.
Sound barrier comes on out, and now the man advantage in favor of X-Cyclone, but the self-destruct connects onto Malzasa. Now it's going to be a 3v3 fight. They're starting to get forced off the point here. Not the self-destruct, the pulse bomb comes out. Finzi is going to get demeched here, but Swoosh gets the kill onto Pokes.
Yeah, as Swoosh can actually get one more kill, I think he should be fine. And man, Neptuno making life so much more difficult, staying alive. Logix is actually going to run onto the point just to delay it a little more. And because of how long they've actually been stalling, the overtime tick actually isn't going to go up that much. But yeah, meanwhile, Movistar Riders realizes, hey, we don't want to commit. We don't want to get staggered. We're actually in a really good position. One of the main weaknesses of teams playing Volskaya Industries is that they often use the momentum from point 1 to cycle onto point 2 because they're not ready there. But good call from Movistar Riders saying, we're not going to win this point anyway. Let's regroup.
So they're going to be able to work with that Primal Rage along with the Nano Boost. Has been going on to Logix to farm up his ulti. Pokes does have that Dragon Blade, so there's no real counter to it. The Primal Rage does get used by Colsey, and now he's onto the back line. He's just trying to bat them all away, and that allows Finzi to come in. He has now swapped off onto Roadhog. That's going to be a 1-for-1 trade, though, as Colsey went way too far.
Yeah, David does get pulled by Finzi, and this is a new look we're seeing from Finzi. I actually haven't seen him play Roadhog at all, but this is actually pretty good because remember, you're going to force your enemy dive composition to cycle into a specific set of choke points. To get onto the point, you basically have only really 2 angles to approach from directly, and then of course all the way to the left when you dive in. So Finzi's neutralizing at least one angle and trying to get some good picks.
Finzi, once again, another great pick onto Destro. This Roadhog really paying off for him so far. And with that pick, they're going to actually push forward out to that choke point, force them back on the side of X-Cyclone.
I want the side of Movistar Riders to kite back until Neptuno has ult again. This is how they lose the games to get caught out like this. Finzi does get knocked down by the pulse bomb, and now Pokes is basically free along with Boombox. Save the nade to really negate healing. And there's no Anonade there. Luckily, Pokes won't even get the full value off his Dragon Blade, so at least they're able to sustain in the meantime. And Seawolf wants to stagger just alone, but Destro laying a great Helix Rocket. And man, Finzi actually cleaning up the fight just a little more, buying some more time for the rest of the team to filter on. Neptuno kind of just creating havoc in the front line, doesn't really die. He should have kind of been punished for that, but David will take down Finzi, but in the meantime, looks to the side of Movistar Riders has stabilized on the point.
Yeah, all their win conditions were just out of the window there. Pokes immediately getting shut down by Logix's visor. And then, of course, the tactical visor on the side of X-Cyclone just largely fizzled there. So now they're just going to have to farm up some ultimates and try to deal with Neptuno and Finzi, who have their own.
Colsey pops his jumpsuit, will not be able to actually engage again, but on the good side, Crusade is the only one with ultimate at this point. So it's really just about forcing it out and making sure that they need to pop the Lucio ult, the sound barrier defensively or reactively versus using it to actually aggress onto the point. Finzi goes for another big hook. Pox tries to reflect it, and Mila will burn reflect for temporarily.
Do have them jumping onto the point now. Primal Rage comes out from Colsey with that whole hog. They'll be able to mow down Mozasa, and immediately that signs a retreat out from X-Cyclone. Oh, no, not quite yet. They're still actually holding over at choke point here. A little strange that I guess they're just trying to farm up a little bit more ultis. They do have 4 ready for this next push. Pokes is getting closer and closer to his Dragon Blade, and they do have that defensive option in Neptuno, who he's been holding on to the sound barrier for quite some time now.
Yeah, and this is actually really good for Neptuno because now they can even counter Pox if Pox does dive in. They also have the Diva option, so Destro can't even ultimately save him.
Tactical Visor comes out with the Nano Visor for Logix, but both support ultimates getting committed from both sides. Logix is able to commit that kill onto Desro right now. Dragon Blade comes out from Swoosh. He hasn't found a kill quite yet. He's onto Mozasa, but that's just too much meat on the plate for him to try and take out. He is getting challenged by Davin now, but on the point, the fight going real back and forth until Boombox comes in with a double kill. They might have just broken this defense, but still, Colsey trying his best to challenge for as long as he can. We do have Neptuno coming in with the Sombra.
That's actually crazy to think that Boombox could potentially have won them this first point, or at least bought them some more time there. Boombox should have died, with all honesty, because he got dived on almost exclusively. The fact he's able to frag out does so much wonders, and now they are using this like Korean style of stalling, where they send one person in at a time. All they want to do is buy some more time. I fully expect Neptuno to jump on. They're going to wait, and they're going to dive again immediately after he dies. And this is just ridiculous. They're just trying to stall, full stall right now. They don't even want to win this. They just want to stall it out, and yeah, that's going to last out. They will be on overtime. But that looked so good potentially from the side of Movistar Riders at the very beginning. Their first point hold was just so solid. But I'm actually surprised that the side of X-Cyclone was actually able to win that last point.
Yeah, like you had mentioned, Boombox coming up huge with that Zenyatta, 2 crucial picks. You got to be careful. Those right clicks are super strong. Now it is gonna be, excuse me, Movistar Riders on the attacking end here. Now they were able to push it in, or actually hold up until overtime. So if they're able to commit or actually get the second point with over a minute on their clock, they're going to deny the chance on the side of X-Cyclone to attack again.
I'm actually super interested to see if the side of Movistar Riders is actually able to garner a little more success based on the difference in champion personnel that is available. Because Destro, we haven't really seen Destro play as much Diva as we have seen Fincy, right? Fincy is just slightly more diverse, having that ability to switch onto the Hog and the Diva as well. Destro, we kind of only seen him onto the Soldier, and we saw how impactful Diva was on certain points, negating Tactical Visor, buying more time on the point, by being able to reset mech, using self-destruct as well. So it does offer another defensive option. If Mosasa does get caught out of position, the side of X-Cyclone doesn't really have the luxury of having another like tanky body in the way. So that small difference in composition, at least on defense, could mean something if X-Cyclone gets picked off early.
So, dive composition versus dive composition. We haven't seen much in the comps actually switching off. It was just Finzi with that Diva like you had mentioned, but now this time he will be on Soldier 76. Logix, he hasn't been as impactful on Tracer. He's had some moments of brilliance, but not as many as we expect coming out from him so far. Now, the offense pushing forward. They're at the choke point. They're trying to bait out Mosasa, but Kolsi gets put to sleep immediately, backs on out.
Yeah, they wanted to make sure Mosasa kind of got into a weirder position. Logix in the background taking out Destro. That's actually a huge priority. So many people are chasing Logix that they're kind of just ignoring the rest of the people on the point right now. And now Kolsi able to throw his main body in the way. Swoosh needs to stay alive. Yeah, should be getting enough healing in the meantime. And Logix, once again, we called him out for not showing up, but he's getting all these important pickoffs and staying alive in the process. Takes out David. How does this keep happening? Logix is staying alive. He has no health available. Well grabbed, small health pack, and yeah, folks, I think was just turned around for just a little more, but Movistar Riders is playing this so cleanly.
Egg, meat, face. As soon as I say that, as soon as I point out Logix not performing to the usual standard that we expect out of him, he just shows up right there. 3 kills on point A to allow them 7 minutes for this next push. And this is where it gets a little bit dangerous, where they're able to try and snowball off of it. Boombox is going to have that nano boost very shortly. Might buy Destro the time he needs. The pulse pump came out. Mosasa dropped really low. Dante's able to commit that kill, and now Poke's starting to get focused down by Kolsti. He is going to get healed up though, and now the trade. Logix go down. Dragon Blade does come on out from Pucks there. He's got the kill onto Neptuno. They're going to force back the offense.
Yep, good job in terms of saving their ultimates. Neptuno, I think, wanted to ult, but actually was taken out of the fight by Pokes. Actually saved his ultimate for the next round anyway, so this next fight could be really impactful. Pokes already knowing that Fincy has ult in this case, will be switching on to Diva just to negate that if he can. David will have Pulse Bomb as well, so he needs to find a good target to use it on. There's a small window right now where the side of Movistar Riders has an ultimate advantage, but if they wait past that window, they might actually be surprised by a strong counter engage from X-Cyclone.
Logix going in for this flanking maneuver on the left-hand side to try and force them off the high ground here. He jumps on in, so does the rest of Movistar Riders. Sound barriers coming out from both sides, and already they got the kill onto Destro. Swoosh with that Dragon Blade gets the kill onto Boombox, and now things going largely in favor of Movistar Riders. Even with that tactical visor, Finzi starting to clean up here. excuse me, Mozasa trying his best with that primal rage to keep it alive, but he's getting immediately focused down. Vinci cleans on up. 5 minutes and 30 seconds left. They've already got a tick on the clock. They're starting to clean up the stragglers here.
Oh, this is really bad. Honestly, this is the kind of call where you say group of six, and then we go in together, because trickling one by one just makes it so much harder. And
just like that. Just like that. 5 minutes and 16 seconds. That's what Movistar Riders have to just close out this series.
They just need to get
on match point.
They just need to touch the point when no one's on it. This is, oh man, this is. I'm wondering right now. I'm wondering if David, like, in his head is just like, we really shouldn't have picked this map. I'm wondering if in the back of his head he's just thinking like, oh wait, actually, new cap system. Did the changes go through from yesterday? Where I guess the new patch was basically you need to capture one tick for it to fully count. I'm not sure if that's been processed yet, but was that patch today, or is that patch later in the week?
I didn't see my client patch, so I'm not entirely too sure. I might have been AFK when it happened.
Ooh,
now I'm a little worried.
This is tough. This is really tough, because I don't think either team really knows which rules are in set. I'm pretty sure it's a just get any percent and you basically win this fight, which does force them to play a little differently, more about having one person. 33% is not live yet, so they just have to get one touch.
Oh no.
This is worst case scenario for X Cyclone right now. This is when you like you pick a map and you're like, oh, we can probably match with them. Easy game, easy life, and then you just get wrecked on offense. So 5 minutes to get 1%. If I was a betting man, I would say Movistar Riders just won the championship, but we've seen crazier stuff happen.
Movistar Riders sitting on match point. They've got 5 minutes just to get 0.01%. Honestly, at this point, just to win it out. Devin, though, getting that first kill onto Dante's 1-for-1 traded, though. This is looking bad.
Yep. Movistar Riders knowing that they can just keep their time alive. In fact, they're actually doing a really smart strategy by letting the rest of X Cyclone think that they're weak and retreating, letting them dive in. Remember, they're only going to touch once, and their spawn is so far away. You're willing to take those 1-for-1 trades and bait them in, and X Cyclone just was playing too aggressive. This is game over.
It's over right there. Right there, as it came down to a 5v3, just the DPS along with that Winston, they got cleaned up so quickly. Movistar Riders with the 3-1 win over X Cyclone. Things looked a little bit dicey. They had a great push on Route 66 to take the lead, and then of course, X Cyclone brought it on over here to to Volskaya, and they just were not able to compete.
Oh, was this the boombox clutch right here? Your boombox clutching out the. I think this was, yeah. I think this is like 3 or 4 kills to win this. Yeah, win this map out basically. Yeah, this is.
Despite that, they did such a great job on the side of Movistar Riders of just getting that clock down, making sure they had it in overtime, created that extra win condition for themselves. But even on their offense, I mean, giving themselves 5 minutes and 30 seconds just to touch the point. That was incredible.
That's I honestly, my biggest regret right now is not seeing one of them pick Hollywood. It's kind of the weird thing, right? Because I think mentioned in chat was that Movistar Riders and Cyclones scrim a lot. So a lot of their strats are pretty similar. So I actually wouldn't be surprised if in prepping for this tournament, Cyclone and Movistar Riders both scrimmed a lot on Dorado and Route 66. I wouldn't be surprised if they wanted to practice pocket strats for that. So what they ended up doing was they left a pool that both of them felt comfortable in, which included these pocket picks. They did not want to play things that, they might it's better to kind of like know your enemy, right? So I think they probably had that approach going into it where they were like, okay, we know exactly what they're going to run. We're better off contesting it. That first game on Dorado may have actually accidentally baited X Cyclone into thinking they had the advantage, right? Because X Cyclone wins extremely hard on Dorado. I think X Cyclone won on Dorado, or was it? I think X Cyclone won on Dorado. So it may have baited them into thinking that Route 66 was another strong pick for them on their end. But unfortunately, Movistar Riders are showing so much more discipline. This is why they're one of the best teams in Europe right now.
Yeah, so Movistar Riders, back-to-back titles in Europe so far, Overwatch Pit, and now here, the HND Overwatch Invitational. Congratulations to them. Scribe, before we sign off, do you have any parting words for our viewers at home?
Sign X Cyclone to a contract. Make your life easy. I hate going into it and like not getting the opportunity to shout out the boys. Obviously, Movistar Riders was a team that got picked up and has done a lot of great results. But X Cyclone, most importantly, they had a very hard run through the bracket as well. They're no slackers, and they've shown that they have the ability to match up with the top of Europe. X Cyclone, they need an organization to sign it, make your life easy. This is not the first time they've had pretty good results, and they have only more room to grow, as we saw here.
Yes, most definitely. And so, you know what? That's my final word too. Yeah, X Cyclone, they looked immaculate up until this final series here. Stumbled really on Volskaya, unfortunately, but they had great play and they show a lot of potential. So if there are any organizations that are looking for a team, X Cyclone. But that's going to be it for us here at HND. It was a great weekend. A lot of fantastic games being played out. Want to give a shout out to our sponsors, though, for making this possible. So if you guys can, go ahead and support us by visiting our sponsors, lioncast.com. We're powered by them all weekend long. Use the code HND Gaming, get 7% off all of those gaming peripherals. You can also visit our shop at shop.hnდgaming.com using the code HND302, provided by TeePublic. Gives you 30% off all those apparel, t-shirts that you can buy. And I think that's about it. But before we're done, I believe the Overwatch Rumble presented by Rivalcade is taking place right now. We're probably going to give them a host or something. Go ahead and go over to that channel as NA is starting to start up their tournament there. So once again, from everyone here at HND, from Scribe and myself, thank you all for tuning in. Have a great day.
I just wanna be loved. I just wanna be loved.